stop by for the Nintenbyte. You got the Triforce and it feels right. Like Bowser, you can listen all night, singing Peaches until the sun lights. Summer shoots her beam so bright. Master Hand always brings a fight. Catch 'em all and use that fire blast. Put the soul back to visit your past. Welcome to the Nintenbyte.
What's up, friends? How are we doing? It is Season 2, Episode 7 of the Nintenbyte Podcast. There's a lot of fun stuff to talk about today. A lot of historical things. A lot of milestones that we have to talk about. And I even talked about this before with the crew. It worked out pretty well because this is a pretty dry week, I would say, when it comes to rumors. And so it worked out good that we have all this really fun stuff to talk about, kind of some retrospectives. So it should be a lot of fun, but let's get into it. Let's go around the room. And let me start with DEA, Sandstorm McDowell.
How you doing, everybody? Sandman, aka Sandstorm, DEA. Oh, I always forget this is mirrored. There we go. There it is, right there. DEA is for Deacon, but host of the Stormcast. We go every Saturday, and I'm glad to be here once again and rocking with you guys.
We're happy to have you, man. Welcome back.
I got switched. What happened?
Mike,
you were covered by the logo of the channel, so I had to
Mr. Mike Odyssey, what's going on with you?
Hey, hold up. Hi guys, my name is Mike Odyssey. I am here. Thank you so much for. It's not working out. I was trying to do like one of those intros from like an 80s the sitcoms and stuff, but it didn't work out. What's up, guys? I'm glad to be here. Thank you so much for the invitation. Looking forward to talking games and stuff and yeah.
Thanks, Mike.
Welcome to the Odyssey. My body's ready.
Thank you for being here. Happy to have you as always. Eric.
Hello, how's it going? I'm here again. Like normal.
All right, Game Bird.
What is up? The Birdman, the Birdmaster is back in the house. Third best co-host on the Nintenbyte Podcast.
This square is too small. You can't actually see that.
Excuse me, I'm talking.
Oh,
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Hey, I was trying to support your caw, okay?
Yeah, I know. I'm kidding. No, I'm stoked to be here. We got a great show. We got Mike Odyssey going to take us on an Odyssey tonight, and I don't know about you guys, but I feel a storm brewing, a sandstorm, that is.
That's my sandstorm.
All right, Nate. What is going on with you? Have you had a busy day? Would you say?
well, I've been gone for 12 hours today, so I'd say pretty busy. Yeah, for those who don't know what's up, don't follow me on Twitter or whatever. It's the only place I really talked about it. I was at the hospital today all day. Have a huge hernia we're trying to get taken care of, and they thought I was going to need emergency surgery today. So lots of stuff there. I'm in a lot of pain, but good news is no emergency surgery. Bad news is I still need surgery. It's just going to be probably happening next week. And because of that, I have been gone all day. I haven't even read the topics yet. I don't know what's going on. This is why Stash Man. This is like the Stash show this week. He's running the show. I'm just here for the ride.
Wait, are there topics?
That's right. I stick.
Look, I'll give you the excuse in hindsight, buddy. I'll give you that excuse.
All right.
I also haven't eaten yet, so I'm going to be eating right. I haven't ate all day because they didn't want me to eat in case of surgery. So,
Oh yeah.
Makes sense. All right, guys. So with that said, let's go ahead and do the topic roulette. And we all know that already that I'm going to be taking the Nintendo launch history week 3. It's all prepared. It's ready to roll. So, with that said, how about we go with... Let's go with Eric first.
Well, since I'm working on it, let's go with celebrating 40 years of the Mustachio Legend.
Yeah.
Since I'm working on it.
Nice. That'll be a fun one.
And
Ingrid.
unfortunately, no, Stash, we're not talking about you.
Yeah, it's true. It could be. I mean, we're both turning 40.
All right. Sheesh. Let's go with... Let's do the Switch's legacy. From doom and gloom to unstoppable success.
Excellent. And Nate, are you want me to take another topic, right? Want me to? Yeah, I'm totally good with that. I just want to make sure. Yeah, I got this.
I'm a little hopped up on morphine at the moment, so like, yeah, I'm just here.
Yeah, now I got this. So I'll take the second topic. So I'll do the Pokemon Presents discussion. As we all know, if you spend any time at all on the internet, doesn't have to be a lot, you've probably seen a lot of the discourse with that Pokemon Presents. So we're gonna chop that up and discuss it and kind of get everyone's point of view on that. It should be interesting. So with that said, let me get this PowerPoint pulled up here. And we're going to jump into this. So let's see here. Let me get this baby on full screen.
And what a great way to start. This isn't a topic this week, but Demonic Brawler did the $5 for Rimback NFL Blitz and NBA Jam. And guess what company came back this week?
Acclaim. My God.
Hooray.
That was crazy. I was like, what? Man, my childhood.
Right. So everyone saw that.
Yeah, man.
So last week, I'm wearing my NBA Jam shirt with the Acclaim logo plastered on it. And we were talking about Acclaim. We literally talked about Acclaim with Turok and Quarterback Club. And then literally, less than a week later, Francis, who's someone I follow on Twitter, said he's going to be working with Acclaim. I'm like, and then it's coming back. I'm like, what? Dude, it's been decades.
Yeah, man.
Wild. So yeah, pretty cool. Happy they're back.
So I'm giving you homework for next week on Thunder. Next week, you have to wear a rare replay shirt.
A rare
replay shirt. Make sure they have all the characters there. You know, we got Banjo. You know,
I got something. I got something. I actually do. I got something.
I'm gonna will it into existence on Switch 2.
Yeah, the all-powerful stash, man. We got to kneel into it.
I actually got.
I've heard legends about that mustache.
Legend stash.
Fables.
Stash existed before time.
You guys are funny.
You've heard the same stories.
Yeah.
I gotta tell you guys. I'm almost positive, and I didn't want to mention it because Nate, you're dealing with a bunch of stuff today. I'm like 95% sure I slipped a disc in my back, and I'm in like the worst pain right now.
Oh man!
You guys know I love pain, but this is like I can't even sit comfortably in my chair. Pain.
See, I need to.
So if you hear me grimacing, like I swear to you, I'm not doing it on purpose.
If you were my next door neighbor, I'd let you borrow one of my morphine pills.
Oh yeah, I got the 10s on right now, but
sure.
and the Bayer back and body, but it only
phone?
does so much.
Hey, hold up, is that your phone? That looks like a old Nokia's from back in the day.
Nokia. Oh shit! I just turned it up.
No, it's one of those back
Oh
things.
boy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. It looks like
Those things are nice, but they only do so much.
Exactly.
I feel bad now. I'm all complaining before the show that I can't get comfortable.
I know I heard you, and I'm like, I'm like trying to block it out because
Your ass is hurting. His disc is done. My gut is destroyed. Eric,
I mean, I'm always mentally disturbed, so there's that.
Mental illness. It's all here.
this is why.
he's got the eyesight thing. Sandstorm. What's wrong with you today?
I mean, I worked out today, so you know, it all hurts.
You're willfully sore, my bad.
You guys think I'm joking, though. This is why I talk about it every week. How important it is to make sure your body's ready for Switch 2. For real, like.
Yeah, imagine all of us were in this pain, and it's April 2nd. We're like,
Oh,
can't even enjoy the podcast.
Yeah,
We're in
right.
pain.
Exactly. Like if I had to camp out right now,
Oh,
my
Oh,
back
yeah.
feeling like this.
Mhm.
Oh my God.
We're all
It'd be
gonna
horrible.
end. We're all gonna end the April 2nd podcast episode with whiplash and concussions and missing teeth. It's gonna be brutal.
Right.
You have to get down with that Reggie workout before
Right.
before that time comes around.
Right.
Just make sure your body's ready.
Not right now. We're not. Not right now. We're not.
All right. Eric, you got me on that screen share there?
No, Nate's got it.
Yep, I got it.
Right.
He's actually in his own spot.
Okay.
So he's got the show behind
Ooh,
him.
nice PowerPoint. Who did it?
Thank you. Yeah, I've been
That's all
doing
me.
this. So I got the outline for the next week's as well. So we're
Why are we
getting
so
pretty
small?
close there. And I put in some time yesterday to get this ready. So I'll go ahead and recap for you guys real quick. Again, this is going to be a quick recap every week. So week 1 of the Nintendo launch, retrospective. And again, we're building hype for the Switch 2 launch. That's what we're doing here, all leading up to April 2nd. We're just taking a trip down memory lane. We're also looking for, like, I think comparables. And I think we've actually seen quite a few.
Mhm.
And even going through like the GBA and GameCube launch games and launch window games,
Mhm.
I spotted, like, once again, so many more comparables. And we're going to discuss all those comparables as we get into the last week as well to kind of help predict what we might see on April 2nd. So that should be fun. So again, this quote never gets old ever.
Make sure.
You know, I got to say this, guys. I don't know about you, but I was watching this live when this happened, and it was so bad ass. Like, it gave me chills. It gave me goosebumps because we all know how Nintendo was viewed, how the GameCube was viewed. The Fisher-Price toy, the lunchbox. Everyone made fun of it. Dude, now, did I care? No, absolutely not. But the point is that I'm aware that a lot of people talk crap about it. So for Reggie to come out and swear, he said the A word. And this is back in 2004.
Apples?
You know, this was 21 years ago. It still feels so relevant. But for him to say that on stage at E3, representing Nintendo, was a huge deal. Yeah, it's like, oh my God, what's going on here? So again, that quote will always go down in history. And again, so week 1, we talked about the NES, the Game Boy, and the Game Boy Color. Got some classic advertisements there. $89 at Toys R Us for that Game Boy.
I remember that.
Those
Oh, yeah.
ads, man. It's like the
know.
nostalgia. Every time I see it in this box. Oh my God. What a console box.
I know, the console box, the box art.
I got my first box over there. It's up there in mint condition.
It's so wild to me that like all the boxes from all the console boxes from those times look so futuristic to me.
Yeah,
and then
yeah.
like everything today looks just so present and modern.
It
to me.
does. It does.
You know?
I think it's because they have to overcompensate with the cover because the game wasn't that.
Yeah, absolutely. No,
Yeah.
it totally
And the
true.
box art sold it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's so funny
But
looking
even-
at Alleyway because, like you said, it's very futuristic.
Yeah.
But when you play the game, like if you never looked at the box art, you'd be like, "This is just a line hitting the blocks." But not like now that you look at the box art, you're like, "No, wait, he's in space. He's actually
Yeah,
Right.
it helps you use your imagination when you're playing.
Yeah, all this futuristic stuff, it's hilarious because it's literally like that was the 80s and early 90s. Like that, everything was styled that way. Everything.
Yeah. I mean, that's how they marketed consoles. This is the future. This is the future. The future's in your hands.
Now you're playing
know.
power.
I know, and I love the Game Boy box art with that futuristic like wireframe.
Yeah.
And they make the screen look so much brighter than it actually is. They did a good job there because we all know it wasn't that bright.
It's not quite as green either.
No.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
you're definitely
Definitely
not
missing
playing it
the
out
green.
in the sun.
Same goes for that Game Boy Color Atomic Purple box art. That hits hard because it's got that hologram effect,
Yeah.
which I don't know about you, but that never gets old on anything. Put that hologram on anything and like I'll stare at it for hours.
Man. That's why I gave it up to PlayStation for doing what they did with the PS5 and the retro intros and the themes. I'm just hoping Nintendo
Oh my gosh.
could do the same with do something like bring the themes, make the Nintendo Switch 2 start up with that GameCube little theme, whatever, do something like
Console
that.
startups.
Yeah, to honor
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't do that with Switch because that sound effect and logo have become so iconic
for real.
that I'm surprised you don't get the logo with the snap. You get it obviously when you attach your controllers, but it's it's like a second, 1 second. Just have the click with the logo at the start. I don't know. I agree, Mike. I loved when Sony did that. I think the worst thing Sony did was make it temporary.
Exactly.
Because I wish it was still on my console.
Yeah.
Yeah, nobody really does console startups anymore. You guys notice that?
Yeah. It's just straight into the games.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because that added a lot of personality.
It's really a surprise because I turned my PS5 on and all of a sudden it starts up with the PlayStation 1 sound and everything. I was like blown away. I didn't even know they were doing it when I first found out.
Oh,
Crazy.
did you guys hear that they're going to bring it back?
Yeah.
No.
They should.
Sony put out a statement and said that we heard you guys loud and clear, and we're looking at how we can bring back all the old themes.
Smart move.
Yeah, very smart. Because we all love
dollars in front of it.
Oh yeah, for sure. For sure.
We're trying to think about how we can bring this back.
Yeah, it's gonna be part of
Maybe with some dollar signs
Plus or their subscription service.
Oh, I'd pay a couple bucks to have that every time I log in. I know it's a superficial thing, but it makes me feel good. It takes me back to my childhood.
Can you rewind that a little bit? The Virtual Boy.
Yeah.
I remember when I went to my local Kmart, as a kid.
Oh, I just heard you tell this story in your video today?
Yeah. Just because Nintendo, they upped the trademark for Virtual Boy, and so I remember going into Kmart, and then I seeing that on top of the desk there, so that you can actually kind of put your face in it and play. And I play Mario Tennis on it, and the controllers and everything, and I think I almost threw up afterwards. I'm like, I had so much fun when I was playing, but when I stepped away, I was so dizzy just because, my eyes weren't used to they were ahead of their time. It wasn't a ready product, but I think if they bring that back today, they could do so much with it. Take away that 3D effect kind of, or maybe even make it better.
Yeah.
And sell that little thing there as an NSO accessory to play for Virtual Boy Online.
Yeah, I agree. And I finally got to experience the Virtual Boy with the 3DS. And the 3D effect is actually really cool. So it'd be cool if they brought it back. Finally got to play Wario Land.
It's better on 3DS than it wasn't.
I think so too.
The system.
It's actually quite good on 3DS.
Yeah.
And again, some of those launch window highlights there for 64.
Mortal Kombat Trilogy, man.
They had good games, man.
Dude, MK Trilogy was so good, huh?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. That was the first time. So up until this, quick story, up until this point, as a kid, like I only had other kids to play against. And it's funny, I think one of you guys mentioned it in the last week's video about your uncle like stealing the game, and was it Pilot Wings? It was Pilot Wings.
Oh yeah, my Uncle Jim. Yep.
Yeah. So I thought I was like I was the big dog in town. As a kid, I could beat anybody in any fighting game. I was that good. And most of my family lives in Detroit. And I remember staying the night at my uncle's house. Cool guy, greatest guy ever. And I go into the back. He didn't really have like a game room, but it was like his room. And I just see sitting on his desk, there's a 64 with with Mortal Kombat Trilogy popped in. And I'm like, hey, Unc, you play this? And he's like, you don't want any of these problems. And I'm thinking like my uncle at the time, he's got to be like 40, 42.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, oh, you don't want these problems, Unc. Like, I'm the best at video games. Man, oh man, did I get my butt handed to me? He's like,
Oh, that's awesome.
He's like, sit down, young buck. You're like, you don't know about these video games.
That's great, man. MK Trilogy was so much fun. And, I think people forget that on 64 is a far superior version because we didn't have those long ass load times that were on PlayStation 1.
Yeah.
They were like PS1, everyone forgets the load times were so bad. So to be able to play that on 64 with no load times, it felt like you were playing it in the arcade, which was amazing. All right, guys. So here we go. We're going to jump into the GBA and the Nintendo GameCube. A lot of memories here. So let's dive in now. And here's our quote by Mr. Iwata. There's a lot of great quotes by Mr. Iwata. I think I love his business card quote, right? But I really like this one because this will forever remain relevant. And he says that I sincerely doubt employees who fear they may be laid off will be able to develop software titles that could impress people around the world. And I don't know about you, if you've ever worked for a company where they're doing cuts or they're doing layoffs, or some companies I've worked for, they're constantly doing layoffs based on your numbers because everyone's competing against each other. And then there's times where they just do mass layoffs. And those are like the worst times ever because nobody is on their A game. Everyone's worried about their job. They're not thinking about the customer as much, and they just can't focus. They can't concentrate. And how many times have we seen this lately over the last handful of years throughout the gaming industry, everywhere really, but we've seen it hit really hard in the gaming industry. But who has been unscathed by all of this? It's been Nintendo still. In fact, they added employees when everyone else was cutting. So that's why I think this is always going to be a relevant quote from Iwata. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I think that it's funny because I always hear like RGT, people making videos about how bad the game industry is. I'm like, I mean, Nintendo's in its own bubble. I mean, they have their most successful console in I think in their history, right? And it's like they are on a momentum. It looks like it's not stopping. So I'm like, what are these people talking about? When they say game industry, are they just referring to Xbox, which has really nothing going on that much, or PlayStation is doing pretty well? They're not doing too bad. And so when they say game industry, what are they referring to? Why are they, I mean, Nintendo's almost 100 years old. They're still around. And so it's not as bad as people think it is. I just don't think they see Nintendo as even though they are the leader right now on top of PlayStation and Xbox, and it's funny to hear that kind of talk because I'm like, it's funny because I don't really feel it. I don't feel it at all.
Yeah, and I think they're mainly talking about AAA and all the losses that are happening with AAA, with like layoffs and these games that are just tanking, and how a lot of these developers are making these games that are just trying to copy everything else that's been popular, right? Like the Fortnites and the this and that. They're just trying to copy and make as much money as possible. I think that's what they're really talking about. But I do think sometimes they lose sight of it and they don't mention it in like every video. So then you're like, what are you guys talking about? Like, it doesn't seem that bad. And again, like you said, PlayStation's they're doing fine.
Yeah.
I personally think Microsoft is doing what they want to do.
Yeah.
They're going their own path. They're going to be fine. They have plenty of money. Everything's going to be fine there. And I know a lot of people are just disappointed with the PlayStation 5 library, who are PlayStation fans. I'm not disappointed with it at all. So again, maybe I'm easy to please. I try to keep it positive. I don't know.
Yeah, that's probably it.
There you go.
Yeah, go ahead, Albert.
Oh, I just wanted to chime in and just say, like, Iwata was such a special kind of leader, and it's unfortunate there's not more people like him in the industry. Thinking back during like the hard times of Nintendo, and him and Miyamoto, and I think it was a couple others who took salary cuts to avoid layoffs. I mean, when's the last time you heard of an American company doing something like that? Like, that is wild. And granted, Nintendo's not perfect. There are times where they've done things, there's stories about some of the private contractors who haven't been treated, the best. But I think all in all, when you work at an actual Nintendo team, I don't think they're going to work every day in fear that this might be my last time, or this might be the last game for our studio. And I don't know if 100% of it is foresight from Nintendo, because under Iwata, they made the decision not to chase the most powerful hardware, the most visually realistic graphics, and instead focus on fun and focus on great game development. And again, I don't know if they had the foresight to realize, in so and so years, games are going to cost $400, $500, $600 million, take 6 to 10 years development time. That has tanked so many studios, especially when they're taking crazy gambles with games of service. But their insistence on focusing on fun and not just power has greatly benefited the company, and they have an extremely strong AA lineup of games every single year to fill in the gaps between their huge Zeldas and Marios. I just think they're in a really great position, and that's why you can't really compare it to the position that Sony or Microsoft or a lot of these bigger third-party studios are, that are just really trying to push the current consoles. I mean, how many, even with the PlayStation 5 Pro, how many games are running at a smooth 4K 60 on a console that was promised 8K before it released? So I don't know. I think Nintendo has just made a lot of great decisions. I think a lot of it was strategy, but I think some of it was just it worked out. Again, I don't know if they had the foresight, like, if we don't chase graphics, we're setting us up for 3 generations from now for kicking ass when other studios are shutting down. But anyways, that's my 2 cents.
So I wanted to throw in a little of that, because I want to kind of highlight what you said about Iwata. Like, I give this man heavy respect. Like, there are times in life, we're not even just gaming. There's times in life where you say things that just sound really good, but it is a completely different thing to say something and then have to later down the line live that out. Like, that is really big. And the fact that, like you said, they took it upon themselves to have pay cuts instead of employees worrying about whether they were going to have a job the next day. And he said this way before he even had to move that out. Like, standing behind your word is big. and the fact that Nintendo, that's kind of like their whole montage, right? That's their whole creed, is they stand behind what they say. But even in that same light, it's also really awesome to see that when another developer under their helm is struggling or they're working on something, they send another developer in their own home to go help that team. Like, okay, you guys are figuring this out. We can move this back. We'll send Monolith to go help you out. That's also something that doesn't really happen too often within the companies themselves. So
Yeah.
just to even hear this and even see this, I completely forgot about this quote. Like, man, I give him mad credit, because he embodied Nintendo and Nintendo embodied him.
Yep.
Yeah. This is what's special about Nintendo, right? We're living in a time where if you look to the past, we can learn a lot from the past. When the NES came out, it came out in the middle of a game crash, right? Everybody was doing the same exact thing and failing miserably at it, right? Then here comes Nintendo. Forget everything. Let's focus on fun. Here comes Donkey Kong, Super Mario Brothers, The Legend of Zelda, right? And they brought the gaming industry back on its feet, right? And so now look at the trajectory. Nintendo continued with fun for the NES, the Super Nintendo, Nintendo 64. Then they lost their way a little bit with the GameCube, chasing that power, right? But then they came back again, focusing on more fun until we are where we are now. The people are chasing power. The rest of the industry chasing power, high graphic, realism, but Nintendo's focusing on fun again. It's like they're repeating history and saying, "Hey, everybody's doing the same exact thing. We're getting tired of it. It's failing." And here Nintendo is showing them how to succeed. Okay, yeah, it's good that you want to focus on power, but that's not the whole thing. You have to make sure that the game is fun. You have to make sure that the game creates an impact, not only on the adults, but on families. Yeah, it's okay. Say Nintendo is for kids. It's also for adults. That's their strength. They're doing it for everyone. They're not just focusing on that one target person who likes shooters and bloody and gory stuff. Yeah, it's fun here and there, but focus on everything. That's what Nintendo's doing now. If the rest of the gaming industry would just point their eyes at Nintendo, the same company who brought the gaming industry back on its feet, they're doing it again. I mean, look what PlayStation did with Astrobot. They went the Nintendo route. They went the Super Mario route. And what happened to Astrobot? Game of the freaking year. You know what I mean? And so look at what Nintendo is doing and do that. Move forward. Don't go away from what you're doing now, but just expand your vision. It's not always about how realistic this little hair follicle looks or the sweat on your face. It's about the experience you create and the fun that the person has once their game is done, right?
Yeah, and actually we're going to get into that in one of our topics. I think kind of what we're talking about right now, we're going to be able to expand upon, actually. You guys will know when we bring it up. But yeah, I completely agree with you, Mike. All you guys, again, if it's not fun, why play it? Pretty simple. All right, so as we all know, the GBA came out before the GameCube. And so here is the Game Boy Advance launch titles. And if you guys remember, we had the Glacier color that's shown there in the top left. And then we also had the other Game Boy Advance color, which was, I think they called it Cobalt.
Yeah.
Yep.
And of course, later down the line, we got the far superior GBA SP.
Yeah.
Yes.
The introduction of the flip screen. It wasn't a flip screen yet. It was just a flip.
And we finally get a light
screen. Yeah, we finally get a light
for free.
we no longer have to use the warm light, which I have pictured right there.
Oh my gosh, yes.
That helped us through a lot, right?
Yeah.
And it was only like $10. It's like $7,
Dude,
$8, $9. It was great.
Sorry to interrupt. I haven't seen one of those in so long. I'm like tripping out. I forgot that was even a thing. Oh
Yeah,
my god.
you know what? It was actually quite
What a
hard
trip.
to find an image of the actual warm light. Like it was easy to remove the background for it, but it was hard to find an actual image of one in a package still. Like I think I mentioned it to you, Nate, last week that it's been some of the stuff's hard to find anymore in mint condition, like the actual artwork. So, you know, it's been interesting, but let's kind of talk about this. So, Game Boy Advance launch. Let me ask you guys first before we talk about the games briefly. Where were you when the GBA launched? Mike, where were you?
What year was it?
This was June 2001. I
Oh.
know exactly where I was, but I'll go last and tell you guys.
I was here in Orlando. I came from Puerto Rico in 1997. Think I was here in Orlando, or I was about to leave to New York because I lived in New York for a while. But I think I was here. Yeah, I was here in Orlando. I think I worked at Disney at a place called the Swan and Dolphin. I remember they had game room, and the Game Boy Advance was there. They had it on this like little kiosk. Do you guys remember the kiosk that had the it looked like a rubber thing, and on top of it was the Game Boy Advance.
Yeah.
kind of wobble like this.
Yeah.
So I remember that they had the Game Boy Advance there. On lunch breaks, I used to kind of play with that. And then left to New York for a while, and then I fell in the river ice, and then history is horrible, man. That was a bad year, but yeah, I was here in Orlando, just chilling.
So you got to play it on a demo kiosk.
Yeah, I got to play the demo kiosk, and is when Nintendo came to Orlando, but they didn't. It was a convention because we used to. Swan and Dolphin is a convention hotel, right? And so companies go there to do exhibitions, have shareholder meetings and stuff like that. So Nintendo was there at one point, Nintendo of America, and they had a kiosk going on, and then they had that kiosk and just left it in the game room for the hotel. And so once they left it there, we like the guys from the convention play. We used to go over there just play Game
That's
Boy Advance
awesome.
with everything else. Yeah.
I totally would do that too. Sandstorm, where were you at?
Oh man. So June 2001, right?
Yeah.
So back in the early 2000s, June was the time where my family would go to Cedar Point. And if none of you guys know what that is, it is the world's greatest roller coaster amusement park, period.
I heard of it. I've heard of it.
Yes, it's astronomically big. It's so big that their competitor used to be Six Flags, and now they own Six Flags.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh,
So, but it's in a state I hate. But that's another talk for a different day. But yes. So we were on our way to Cedar Point, and it's so funny because I remember this. We were standing in line, and at the time I wasn't like I was a huge gamer, but I wasn't really outspoken about gaming. And lines back then used to be like an hour long, was like really long, you know. And we stood in line, and somebody in front of us was talking about GBA, and I remember, like, you know, little me, 9 years old, about 2 foot nothing, you know, being like, are you talking about the colored Game Boy? And the guy is like, no, bro. This is like the new Game Boy. And so like I distinctly remember being like, when I get home, I'm gonna look for this new Game Boy on my AOL, and it's
Mail.
yeah, right. Mom, don't get on the phone because I
Yeah.
want to see what this new Game Boy is. And I think my cousin actually, before we even got home, because we had to take his family home first,
Mhm.
he some way or somehow he had already, it was in a magazine or something like that, and I was like, like little kid, like freaking out, new Game Boy. So yeah, that was my original experience, and I know I like talked my mom's ear off every single week. Like, can I get a Game Boy? Can I get a new Game Boy? Can I get a new Game Boy? And that didn't happen until Christmas. So
That's
so
awesome.
you can imagine months and months of her being like, "Leave me alone! No, get away from me!"
Oh yeah, 100%.
I feel old, dude. I was already 20 when this came out.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Eric, where were you?
Oh God, I can't even remember what I did yesterday.
Did you buy it at launch?
God, I know I had one for sure. And my sister had the one up in the corner here, and my sister had the kind of
that one's sick.
one. Yeah. And then I ended up eventually buying my own SP and whatnot. But God, 2001, that would put me. Oh God, I graduated in 06, so that put me. Math is not easy right now. What, 6th grade? 5th, 6th grade, something in that area. I think. Yeah, 12 minus 5, 7. Yeah, so somewhere in that area.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't remember much about the launch of it and stuff like that, but I mean, yeah, I had one and I played quite a bit of it. Just going on trips in the car, with the worm light, sitting there going, "Woo, here we go." It made travel so much nicer. Because I didn't actually I had a Game Boy Color. I didn't have an actual Game Boy.
Mhm.
I had a Game Boy Color. So then this one was super nice to get to. So it was just kind of like next step up. Played the heck out of dodgeball there. Yeah, no, it was. I don't remember where I was or what I was doing, but I know I played quite a bit of it, and it made travel so much nicer.
Oh, 100%. Game Bird, where were you?
Oh man, I was living in San Diego at the time.
What part?
And Oceanside, so San Diego County. It's about like
I used to live
40
in
minutes from the city.
I used to live in Ocean Beach.
Oh, cool. Oh,
I've been in OB, PB, and Mission.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Very
because
cool.
I managed Islands restaurants out in California, so they're up and down the coast.
Yeah.
That's cool, man.
Nice place.
Yeah,
San Diego's great.
it is.
Phenomenal weather.
It is.
But the weather wasn't so bright when the Game Boy Advance launched, because this was so when we went over the last couple episodes, my NES was a hand-me-down. It was my first console, and then I kind of got the Game Boy and the SNES pretty quickly within the launch window time. But the Game Boy Advance, I didn't. I saved up. I didn't have much money. I had to save up for this one. I have my original Game Boy Advance right here. Unfortunately, I lost the backing to it through years of intense gaming.
Mhm.
So I have a little generic black one. I want to replace that with the correct one. And I've got my SP here too that I loved and cherished. But
Nice.
I love the Game Boy Advance. Unfortunately, compared to the last two episodes, I've only played a few of the games on this list because I got mine later. So I missed a lot of these. But I do remember being really excited when I was first seeing the games for this console. And I remember thinking like, oh my gosh, it looks like the Super Nintendo.
Yep.
Which was my favorite console. Even though I love the Nintendo 64, the Super Nintendo has been my favorite console until maybe the Switch. It's like neck and neck with the two. I love them so much. And as much as I love the 64 and playing the 3D experience, like seeing that beautiful pixel art again was like, I don't know, it was cool and it felt perfect. It was vibrant and colorful. And so I was super excited. I just couldn't get my hands on one soon enough. That was kind of the bummer during launch.
Yeah, totally, man. That's awesome. Uh, you know, when the GBA came out, I was just starting summer school. And so you guys are probably wondering why I was in summer school. I failed one class. I got a D. It's the only class I ever failed. Actually, I graduated with a 3.0 GPA and I never studied once. Okay.
Hmm.
Never studied ever. But I failed this class and it was sophomore year. So this is summer going into junior year. And I remember the class was world history. And I can see my teacher's face. I forget his name. I still remember most of my teacher's names, but he was going through a really rough divorce. And I specifically remember that a handful of people, just in my period alone, failed that class. From what I remember, tons of people failed this class because you come to class and it was like pop quiz like all the time. And you're like, on what? And it would be on stuff that we've never talked about ever. Literally. And it's like, I think he was just, sadly, I think he was just taking it out on the students. So I'll tell you what, though, I am actually grateful. And I know that sounds crazy that I failed this class because I ended up going to summer school. I had this teacher named Mr. G. His full name was Mr. Glassman. I think I told you about him once before on our podcast. He is the teacher that, and again, this is for world history. He took us to the movie theater to see A Knight's Tale and to see Gladiator in the theater during summer school.
That's cool.
Yeah, totally badass teacher. Another guy that I went to school with that actually failed the class with me, he would let us bring in PlayStation and set it up on the CRT, the CRT TVs that are in like the corner of every classroom. He let us set that up on lunch and play Tony Hawk.
Ooh.
Yeah, it was awesome. And of course we did that for like the first 2 weeks of class, but then GBA came out. And so of course I got GBA the day it came out. I started working as soon as I could. Like I had my first job reffing basketball games when I was 12. It was Pee Wee Sports at the gym I play basketball at that I still play basketball at. Yeah, I was 12 years old. So this would have been 96, 97. I was getting paid $10 an hour. You guys know how insane that is in the 90s, let alone for a 12-year-old.
Yeah, I think minimum wage at the time was like $4.25, $3.25 to $4.25.
Yep, you're right. It was somewhere right around there. So of course I saved up my money, obviously to do what any kid that age would do, and that's obviously to buy video games. So I always had a job. Sometimes I had 2 jobs while I was in school. And it was always literally so I could buy video games. I didn't save much. I paid for the things I had to, but it was really to buy video games. And so the day it came out, I went to Toys R Us. I got Super Mario Advance, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2, which, crazy enough, that was a phenomenal game on GBA. Did anyone play Tony Hawk on GBA?
I played it on I played it on PS1.
Yeah, dude, it was actually good, wasn't it, on GBA?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
that was good.
Mario Advance, Tony Hawk 2, Castlevania. Obviously, I'm a huge Castlevania fan. I was so happy to see that at launch. So I got Castlevania Circle of the Moon. It was kind of tough, though. I will say it was tough to play it because that game was very dark.
Yeah.
Like the colors are dark. That's why when the Castlevania Advanced Collection came out, I'm like, sick. This will be nice to play it on a bright, backlit, colorful big screen TV versus the GBA back in the day. And of course, I got F-Zero.
Yeah.
So those were the launch titles I picked up. And I played this all throughout summer school. Like the GBA launch and summer school for me will always be synonymous because, again, like we had a teacher that took us to go to the movie theater twice. Do you think we had to pay much attention in that class to pass it? Obviously not, man.
Yeah.
Coolest teacher ever. So again, that's why I was actually glad that I failed a class. Now let me ask you guys, did you play any of these games? Do any of them stand out to you? I one thing I gotta say is the Mario Advance. I still think it's so odd
Yeah, me too.
that the GBA launched essentially with Super Mario Brothers USA
Yeah.
or Super Mario Brothers 2.
They did that a lot. Like they called was it Mario 1, 2, and 3, and then Super Mario World, and then they called Mario 4, 5, with the same exact games, just kind of little facelift on each game.
Yeah, they had Super Mario Advance 3, which was Mario 3. They had Super Mario Advance 4, which was Super Mario World. Now they did have some cool stuff they added, like the e-reader card levels. You guys remember the e-reader?
Yeah.
So that was cool. That added extra levels. Every game in the Mario Advance series had the multiplayer mode from like original Mario Brothers that you could access in Mario 3 on NES if you go to a level that you've already beat. So that was definitely interesting. But yeah, I mean, this is when Nintendo really started going hard on the remasters or the re-releases, because they also did this with the NES classics
For real. Yeah.
on Game Boy Advance.
Yeah.
So-
For me this year, Namco Museum, I remember picking that up because my wife's favorite game is Miss Pac-Man. You can see the thing here, right?
Nice.
Miss Pac-Man, and my favorite game is Galaga. They made a Galaga and Miss Pac-Man together machines, and we got it. So that's what we got it, because her side is Miss Pac-Man and my side is Galaga. So I remember picking that up for Game Boy Advance. The Ready to Rumble, that was hilarious too. Let's get ready. That's when this guy was kind of at the top of his game.
Michael Buffer,
the announcer, yeah. Let's get ready to rumble,
dude. It was so good on Dreamcast,
right? It was the best on Dreamcast.
Great on Dreamcast.
Yeah, the frame rate was nice on Dreamcast.
Yeah. Other than the Mario games, I didn't play a lot of games on Game Boy Advance. I think that's when only the games that I played on when I was working at work. And this was around the time when my sight was kind of declining. I was seeing like kind of double. Still had my good side, but it's yeah. So Game Boy Advance was technically my last handheld that at the time that I could play on.
I was wondering about that.
Yeah. I remember I had 2020 in high school when I was in high school, 2020. So
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Do you guys have any fond memories of any of these games?
I do, actually. So the F-Zero game almost killed it for F-Zero for me, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
That was actually the first time that I ever experienced F-Zero. And I remember hearing about it and being like, okay, like a future racer. Okay, I got it. Like, it can't be too much different than monster trucks is how I like tried to assemble it in my brain. Like, oh, you tap to turn,
Yeah.
And I remember playing that and being like, this game sucks. Like, it was so obnoxiously hard. And I was like, this is definitely, of course, GX saved it for me with GameCube. That's a different conversation. But yeah, like I remember that. I also had Namco Museum. So my mom was in love with Pac-Man 2 or Pac-Woman, and my game. So to kind of bring it into retrospective, we had this skating rinks were like still the thing.
Yeah,
where I
totally.
lived. And so you either skated or you played video games, and every now and then, you would do both. Well, we had like the real pole position with the whole, and you get in and you change in the gears,
Yeah.
and you feel like you're really doing stuff. So, so we ended up getting that game, and man, I didn't even care if I won. All I liked hearing is like you going from low to shift to high. Like you felt like you were really getting it. Didn't care about the turns. You were going to crash anyway. But that and I think that was also the first time I really played Dig Dug as well too, and I remember really enjoying that game.
Yeah, Dig Dug's really fun. I too have I have the Miss Pac-Man sit down arcade, the barcade in my bar, and it's got
Nice.
Galaga on there and Dig Dug.
Cool.
I too am a
Yeah.
huge fan. I'm a huge fan of Miss Pac-Man and Pac-Man, but I prefer Miss Pac-Man.
Yeah, me too.
And if I see it anywhere, like anytime I go somewhere and there's a Miss Pac-Man, I have to go back into my car and go dig for quarters because it doesn't matter what I'm doing. Like where I go get my oil changed at, like I've went there for years, like probably close to 20 years. So I know the owner now. But the first time I went there, there's a Miss Pac-Man. It's still there today. The same one, by the way, still works.
Nice.
I'm guessing he's had no maintenance done on it either.
Yeah.
But it still works. And I went there for the first time because my brother told me to go there, my older brother, because it's a good deal. That's where he goes. And so I went, and I literally went there because Miss Pac-Man's there. I'm like, oh, cool. Like every time I'm going to go here because Miss Pac-Man's here. And this is literally like probably 2000, maybe 3 or 4.
Yeah.
So this is before the days of like walking around with iPhones. Like that was your entertainment, dude. You guys all know that if there was a place that had arcade games, that's where you went.
Dude, you're like literally taking me on a really deep nostalgic trip. That was my childhood. I remember in the 80s, okay, just walking across the street to the pizza shop and just playing Mario Brothers. The Mario Brothers versus, right? The one that Chris Pratt was talking about. Because I know a lot of people were bashing on Chris Pratt, like Mario Brothers then he hasn't come out till 1985. No, there was an earlier version on arcade before the actual the box version, right?
Yeah, totally.
I used to cross the street and go to the arcade with my friends and just play arcades like all the time. And they only had 2 of them. They had Mario Brothers, and they had, I think it was Galaga but the other one had 2 games in it. I can't remember the other one, but it was just like the funnest thing ever, man. Just back in the day where you can go to the arcade when you're 9 all by yourself.
Yeah, no,
like 3 blocks away.
We went to the arcade all the time. We had a Peter Piper pizza, and that's like where I first played NBA Jam, and that's where I first played Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. And so I have like extremely fond memories of all of that because again, like the arcade, that's where you saw the latest technology. It wasn't on your home console. Not until the late 90s, early 2000s is when the home console surpassed the arcade.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's funny that you say that too. And I know somebody said it before as well, and I think everybody's mindset was pretty much the same, but home consoles is where you did all your practice. Like, and then you go out to the arcade and that was like go time. Like you put in that work, you were ready. It was the free to keep going, even though you had so many continues, and then it was time to knuckle up, head into the arcade, see how many people you could run at that point.
Show your skills, and they got people around you just kind of.
Yeah, that's 100% the truth. That's how I looked at it with NBA Jam, obviously, and like with NFL Blitz as well. I don't know if you remember, but when Blitz came out on 64, you could take your memory pack and put it into the arcade of actual NFL Blitz. And I remember taking my memory pack with me to a school dance. I think it was in 7th or 8th grade, because after the dance, everyone went to Peter Piper Pizza / GameWorks, which it made it special because there's like way more games. And that's what they called it. But they had Blitz there with the memory pack expansion. So I'm like pulling out my memory card out of my pocket and putting it in there before I play. Someone like, what is this dude doing? This dude's fucking for real.
Yeah,
Yeah, I came prepared, bro.
everybody, bye. I can't take this no more. Here comes H1 on the chat. He goes, Genesis had the Michael Jackson game. I remember the Michael Jackson game.
Moonwalker.
I played it on.
Yeah.
First thing, I had the movie. I had the
The
jacket.
movie's great.
I had the movie. I had the jacket. I had the glove. I was a Michael Jackson fan as a kid. I think I went to
We all were.
one of his concerts. Like when I was a kid in Boston. And I remember playing that on the arcade as well. So I was like, man, I've never felt more nostalgic than I do right now, man. I'm about to open my own arcade and just have all those games there.
I'm gonna jump into our launch window highlights. And one thing I want to point out is, again, like you're gonna see a lot of familiarity over the years. For instance, who's there again? Who's there at around every launch window? Bomberman. You can always count on Bomberman being there. You can always count on Tetris, some form of Tetris being there. Mario Kart. Because think about it, Mario Kart 64 came out in February of 97. So
Breath of Fire
64 came out in September 96. So launch Mario Kart's always there at the launch window. Is Street Fighter not always there?
Yeah.
How many Nintendo consoles has Street Fighter been there? Either at launch or in the launch window?
Yeah.
Tons. But yeah, there's so many familiar faces here. You got Cruz in there. Again, you got Gradius down here. Capcom support with Mega Man. Yeah, 2 Mega Man games within the launch window.
This was the first time that Wario Land didn't have a Mario Land subtitle, right?
Yeah.
He finally broke free.
Yeah, he broke free and
chains.
And then that was it.
Yeah.
We're still waiting for Wario Land 5.
Golden Sun and Breath of Fire are both Capcom games, right?
No, Golden Sun was published by Nintendo.
Okay. And then
Breath of Fire is Capcom.
Yeah, that's for sure Capcom.
Yeah. It's interesting because on the launch games, I love the Game Boy Advance and I have so many fond memories of it. But on that first screen with the launch titles, I only played a handful of them and they were all good in their own right. But there's not a single game in that first slide that when I think of the Game Boy Advance, like, this is one of the games I think of. Here, though, it's a little bit of a different story because Advance Wars obsessed. Both of them loved Advance Wars. Obviously, Mario Kart was fantastic. Bomberman was great. Golden Sun, the start of a new and amazing JRPG series, especially as like a big SNES fan. Getting games like that were big on the SNES, like Chrono Trigger and Final Fantasy on the Game Boy Advance was just sick.
Golden Sun was huge. And by the way, it was Camelot.
Absolutely.
Camelot who did Golden Sun.
Yeah.
That's
Great
right.
Camelot.
And then I had Sonic Advance. I was a Dreamcast fan as well. So obviously I jumped on the Sonic bandwagon when that came to Advance. And it's a solid game too.
It is. And there's a lot of significance there because that was the first Sonic game to come out on a Nintendo console. Because the GameCube didn't come out until later in November. Which we'll get into next, but this was the first time Sonic appeared on a Nintendo console. This was huge. I had this on day one. I'm like, this is so weird. I'm playing Sonic on Nintendo, dude. This is awesome.
That was the greatest rivalry of all time. There's no rivalry better than Sonic versus Mario.
Yeah.
Yeah, the ads alone.
Yes.
The way they'd like poke at each other was so good. But lastly, Mega Man, both of those, I had both of them, as well as all the other ones that they added to the Game Boy Advance later. Huge Mega Man fan. I think in the last episode I mentioned going and renting Mega Man X for the Super Nintendo like 8 or 9 times from
you did.
Blockbuster. And I was obsessed with it. Yeah, I just kept those games are tough. Mega Man was always tough until you learn the patterns. I didn't have the internet, it was before that. So
yeah, and knowing which robots, which power-ups to get in order.
Absolutely.
Because every game has an OP order for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, great launch window titles and some good ones for that start of the system. I just don't think, for me personally, nothing from that first round of games is like super iconic for the console when it comes to my nostalgia or my memories.
WrestleMania was a big one for me because I've been a huge WWE fan all my life, like since the Attitude Era, a little bit before that.
Yeah.
So having WWE WrestleMania, I think it's 18. I can't see.
Yeah.
It.
Dude, it's WrestleMania 18 with RVD on the cover.
Yes,
RVD is set, like I had to put that game in here. Dude, just because RVD literally took the cover. I'm like, this is crazy. It was crazy time.
Undertaker and Triple H is like RVD right in the center. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's because he had just came over, if I recall, from ECW.
Yeah.
Back in the day.
Yeah.
Paul
Heyman's show.
Paul Heyman, yep.
So yeah, that was a big show. That was a big game for me. WWE. I kind of almost played all WWE games.
Yeah, I agree. They're all great. For a while until they changed developers.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the best wrestling games, obviously, of all time were on the 64.
Yep.
And they still are today, sadly.
Yeah.
I love them. I wish we could play them on modern consoles. I wish 2K would just swallow their pride and stop trying to make things harder than they need to be and just implement the same control scheme.
Agreed.
Everybody would be everyone would buy it. Everybody would buy it.
Yeah. Or let it live on NSO.
Yeah, I know. It's just, we all know how hard that would be with the license to get all those wrestlers.
Yeah.
Sadly,
I would pay a little more. Money for NSO for third-party developers from back in the day, to now, to drop their games, on NSO.
So would I.
Because there's so many games that are missing. I know where Nintendo's concentrating on their kind of first party, some other games out there, but there's so many that are missing.
For sure. So yeah, this was a pretty stellar lineup. Mario Kart I got on day one. And I do have one funny story. I remember English class, junior year. And we had a teacher, like, I think I've told you guys, I did pranks all the time in school, all the time. I lived to do that because I get bored in class. And I'm always doing stuff to mess with the teachers. And this teacher especially I did, but at the time I had my girlfriend sitting right next to me. She had the clear pink Game Boy Advance. You guys remember that one?
Yeah.
And she's a huge Mario Kart fan. Then behind me is my friend since elementary school, Mark Pickering, still friends with him. And behind my girlfriend was Eddie, which was Mark's best friend. And we would play 4-player multi-tap, like 4-player with the link cable, Mario Kart in class with the volume up. We're like jamming out, enjoying it. Teacher would tell us to turn it off. We wouldn't listen at all. We wouldn't even acknowledge her.
Wow.
I know. It was bad. It was bad. Like, in retrospect, would I do that today? No, I think that would be disrespectful.
Yeah.
But you know what? It was the Attitude Era.
It was
the Attitude Era, so I didn't care. It was a ton of fun, though. Honestly, playing that in class was a blast. And again, I didn't even pay attention. I still passed the class. All right, so we good on GBA?
Yeah.
Any final words?
It is the handheld from Nintendo I played the least.
Yeah.
Interesting.
That is
I mean,
interesting.
I can say the same thing. I can say the
I
same
played a
thing.
lot
Now,
of SP.
although there are games that stand out to me, and I remember fondly, but I played it at the at the hotel, at the hotel.
It was just a time of my life because
Yeah.
I was high school and I was a 5-sport athlete, and I did not have the SP. So trying to play the regular Game Boy Advance on all those road games, my God, the worm light wasn't good enough.
Yeah. All right, guys. So here we are.
All right.
The GameCube launch.
Now we're talking. Now
Purple.
we're talking.
Black, and spice orange.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I love the GameCube launch colors because they were Sun's colors. I couldn't believe it. Never in my wildest dreams would I have thought that we'd get
Never thought
Phoenix
it.
Suns color Nintendo console. I'm like, this is
Very true.
wild.
When the Suns had Barkley still, or not yet. Before
No,
that?
we traded
After
him
that.
the summer of
After that.
'96
After that,
to the Houston Rockets for
I remember
Robert
that.
Ory, Sam
Go.
Cassell, Chucky Brown, and God, who was the fourth? Mark Bryant. I still remember the four dudes we traded him for from 1996.
So this is before Robert Ory. This is before Lakers or after Lakers
Before this is, but he had won 2 championships
with
the
Houston.
Rockets.
Yeah, with Houston.
Yeah, when Jordan went on to play baseball.
Yeah, I remember that. That was my strongest NBA fan era from the Jordan
For most people, it was.
era. Yeah.
Right.
NBA on NBC.
Oh my
The
god.
theme, the John Tesh theme, Round Ball Rock. Yeah, like,
I'm
dude,
gonna-
if that doesn't get you hyped, you don't have a pulse.
Watch the NBA on NBC.
So I'm gonna chime in here quick on this launch lineup. There was a 5-pack of games here that just set up the whole generation for me.
Mhm.
Obviously, Luigi's Mansion, amazing.
Yeah.
Love the hell out of it. Second best one behind Luigi's Mansion 3, but still really good. Super Monkey Ball. Come on.
Dude,
Yeah,
for real.
I know.
The peak.
Classic.
Peak Monkey Ball.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Star Wars Rogue Leader.
My man.
Oh,
Yeah.
My man.
hundreds of hours in that game.
Mm-hmm.
Wave Race Blue Storm. Come on.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
Another peak.
All day.
Then I just have to throw in the Tony Hawk Pro Skater 3. We're getting them back, baby. 3 and 4 are coming back.
Yeah.
Right. And that's why I was like, dude, Tony Hawk launched on GBA, Tony Hawk 2, and Tony Hawk 3 launched on GameCube.
Yeah.
I swear to you, I think we're going to see something very similar with Tony Hawk 3, 4 on Switch 2.
Yeah, I had it on. I had it on PlayStation. During this time, I was so hooked on Final Fantasy 7, 8, 9, and 10. So I was like, for that period of time, I was paying more attention to PlayStation 1 and 2.
Mhm.
Like,
It's understandable.
So can
I think that's
speak on-
way understandable.
Can I
Go ahead,
speak
man.
on this? So I remember this time vividly. This was like, I think this was me starting to move into proof of concept for Nintendo. I was the guy. So Michigan in general, I know a lot of people have like criticized like the purple lunchbox and all that, and like, oh, you got we've never had that. Like, I've never experienced that. Like, people in Michigan, they just love video games. I just think that's just how it is in general. So I remember going around with my GameCube in hand, and like Luigi's Mansion at that time was like the greatest game that you could ever put in a system, like, period. I just remember that being phenomenal.
Mhm.
And then like the first 2 games that I got was Luigi's Mansion and Star Wars Rogue Leader. And I remember like the 64 era with Shadows of the Empire. I remember running around and being like, dude, this game is real. Like, you guys don't understand. This game is real. We can trip AT-ATs. The game is real. And then moving over into Rogue Leader, I was like, bro, we are playing the movie right now.
Yep.
It is so real. Do you see the people running down there? They're running. They're actually, it's not that like static like movement anymore.
Yep.
they're moving their legs now. This game is absolutely real. The clouds and space. I was like, oh my gosh. And so even to your point, my god brother, he had the PlayStation 2 first, and he had Tony Hawk Pro Skater 3. And I remember going over his house with the GameCube, and we played we played Tony Hawk 3 on the PS2 first. And he's like, man, bro, like these graphics are crazy, like blah blah blah. And I'm like, nah, son, let's just go ahead and pop in this Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 with the GameCube.
Yeah.
And like his mind was like, am I playing the same game? Like, yeah, this is the Nintendo power. Like,
For real.
Yeah,
For real.
there's a huge step up.
it was that launch lineup was just absolutely, and I'll even say one that's not even on here. And I remember showing this off too, as a kid. And man, like, talk about another instance of like, this is real life. Jedi Outcast came out, I want to say April the following year, so 2002. And that was the first time in my experience playing as a third person a Jedi, and being able to swing the lightsaber, and like, I'm like, this is what Star Wars fans wanted all along. Like, this is the game. This is force powers, check.
Yep.
Lightsaber, check. Different moves and flipping around, check. This game's perfect.
100%, man.
Yeah.
I agree with you on that. Go ahead, Mike.
The feeling that he had when playing Star Wars, I had that between Mario 3, which was my favorite game, and Super Mario World. Oh my god, the backwards moving. The backwards moving.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, Mike, I was saying last episode when we were going through how funny it was. Every time a new console came out,
Yeah.
just that mindset of like, it's never going to look better than this, every time.
Every time.
Which is hilarious. Yeah. Which is, we're getting closer to that now, which is funny. But I echo all the things you guys said. The GameCube had an kick-ass launch. I started with 2 games on the GameCube out of here, but I ended up getting a few more as time went on. I started with Luigi's Mansion and Rogue Leader. Luigi's Mansion blew my mind. I was so stoked that Luigi was getting his own game. Like 3D game too. That was a unique concept. It wasn't a platformer in a haunted house. I was ecstatic to play this. And Rogue Leader, I mean, you guys nailed it. The visuals, I was blown away as a kid. I was like, oh my god, I was obsessed with Rogue Squadron on the 64. I had so much fun playing that game. So getting my hands on this one was a real gem. And then like the other standouts here for me are Wave Race. Obviously, looking at that water and being like, man, this water, it looks so beautiful. And basing graphics, we talked about last week on how good the water looked in games. And then Super Monkey Ball, which is one of my favorite Super Monkey Balls still.
Yep.
And then I also picked up Crazy Taxi because I was also a big Dreamcast fan, and that system had a short life cycle. And I loved Crazy Taxi. It was just good fun. But I will say this, I was one of those weird kids. Take away the handle from the GameCube, and I loved the way it looked when it was revealed. I thought purple's my favorite color, and like that indigo cube, I just thought it was so cool. I thought the handle was a little bit weird, like when they were showing pictures of people carrying it around. But I loved the look of it. And I also really liked, and at the time I hoped it would be the console name. I loved the code name. As weird as that sounds,
Dolphin.
Project
Dolphin.
Yeah, Project Dolphin.
Yeah.
I was really sad when it wasn't called the Dolphin. I don't know why as a kid. I thought it was such a cool name. Obviously, the GameCube, it's the perfect name. It's probably in the long run the better name, obviously. But as a kid, I remember being bummed out. I'm like, man, Nintendo Dolphin is so cool sounding. Why didn't they do that? But
it's funny.
Great launch, great memories.
It's funny because my my co-host, he'll tell you, every time I saw him, he got his GameCube later, but every time I saw him, that's what I would call it. I refuse to call it the GameCube. Like, oh, look what I got on the Nintendo Dolphin. And he'd be like, the Dolphin? But it says the game. Like, no, dude. It's called the Nintendo Dolphin.
It's the Dolphin.
That's awesome.
I'm sure we're in the minority loving the Dolphin, because I feel like as a kid, being on the schoolyard and other kids being like that's lame. But, I don't know. I thought it was cool.
I always thought it was cool. I remember when the details first dropped on the internet about the Dolphin, and we were talking about this at basketball. Like, yo, did you guys hear about the Dolphin? It's like, what are you talking about? And it's like the Nintendo Dolphin. It's the successor to the 64. And we followed everything so closely. Really fond memories, going on message boards, trying to dig up anything you can. It was Dude, good times.
This was still around the time when you'd go to look up a walkthrough for a game, and it was like those files where it looked like it was written in a typewriter.
Yeah,
you just going through all that text to find where you're at.
Yeah,
and then my parents would
my
parents would get pissed because I need help in a game, and I'd print
out
the walkthrough, and there's 200 pages coming out of the printer, and they're like, "What the hell are you doing?" I'm like, I can't beat this part.
That's awesome.
So.
Yeah, so for me with the GameCube, guys, this was the first console that I camped out for, and I was a junior in high school. I camped out. My cousin Jim, my buddy Matt Los, who I'm going to his wedding later this year. He's one of the first friends that's finally getting married.
Awesome! Shout out.
Yeah, he's going to be 40. So literally, none of my friends got married, and of course, I haven't been married. So this will be fun to go to a wedding. My friend Brandon and my friend Reggie, and then the girls came. My girlfriend came. The other girlfriends came. We had a tent out. It was at the local Best Buy, and my cousin actually worked at that Best Buy, and he had to work. My cousin Jim, he had to work in the morning, which was funny because we got no sleep, and then he had to work an 8-hour shift. And of course, after he got off work, you're way too tired to play GameCube. But it was a great time. We stayed up all night. At launch, I picked up quite a few games. I got Madden. I got Luigi's Mansion, Tony Hawk, Super Monkey Ball, Rogue Leader, and Blue Storm. So I got 6 games at launch, which I know is a lot. And I came really close to picking up Crazy Taxi because, again, I had Dreamcast. Got that on launch day. Loved it. Love Crazy Taxi.
Yep.
And you guys look at this. It's so funny. You look at those games in the bottom left corner. 1, 2, 3, all Acclaim.
Yeah.
All Acclaim games, man.
Yeah.
And now they're back, so it's cool. Again, Madden. I thought it was so interesting because it's we're finally going to get Madden again on Switch too. So this is pretty cool.
Yeah.
I expect Madden to be there.
For real.
I don't count my eggs before they hatch with EA.
Yeah, no one ever should, but I expect.
I'll go talk to them. Their offices are right here near me.
I expect it. Tony Hawk, again, same thing. I expect that on Switch too. Tony Hawk 3, 4. I expect a new Monkey Ball.
Yeah.
To come out on Switch too.
Yeah.
Sadly, I don't expect a new Wave Race.
Oh, please don't say that.
I know. It bums me out. I will say, when it comes to Rogue Leader, I've mentioned this before, but I got to throw it out there in case anyone's never heard. But we used to go to Best Buy every day, almost every day after school. In the time leading up to the launch, as soon as they put out that demo unit, we were there after school playing Rogue Leader, right after school.
Yeah.
And they saw us there every day. And I just have fond memories of GameCube, of going to the Cube Club, which I think I mentioned before. It was where you could go demo a bunch of GameCube games.
Yeah.
And cousin and I went I think 4 or 5 times. And I got a really nice Nintendo GameCube employee polo that I still have somewhere that I need to find.
That's cool.
That's cool, man.
Yeah. And they gave you free Snapples.
Ah, man.
And they were in the glass. So like they were really nice Snapples. You could take however many you wanted. They didn't care.
Yeah.
But yeah, Wave Race was there, Rogue Leader, NBA Courtside, which again,
Mhm.
played ball my whole life, so I was excited to play Courtside.
Kobe Bryant.
Yep. Monkey Ball was there. Obviously Luigi's Mansion. I think Tony Hawk and Madden were there, but it was such a great time.
Yeah.
And again, the bottom left corner, the Wave Bird, one of the best controllers of all time.
Mm-hmm.
Back when controllers were still wired, and wireless controllers, you couldn't count on them until this.
Yeah.
And the best triggers we've ever had on a Nintendo controller still
To this day.
to this day. Absolutely.
Sadly.
I love the Wave Bird. It might be, I know it's not the best Nintendo controller, but it might be my favorite. It's just, we got the Game Bird, we got the Wave Bird. I don't know.
It's a big deal, and I get it. The Wave Bird was really special.
Mm-hmm.
Because again, all of the wireless controllers were third party. You know, it was Pelican, it was Mad Cats, it was companies you couldn't trust because they delete your save data on memory cards. So like you definitely didn't want to buy their controllers.
Right.
It's so horrible.
I remember a thought that came to me when the GameCube came out. One thing that came to me when I saw Luigi's Mansion, hey, they finally got the courage to not call it Mario's Missing.
Yeah, right.
It's basically Mario's Missing, but they gave the spotlight finally to Luigi.
Basically. One more thing to detail is, again, we had 2 Ubisoft games. We've talked about it before. Ubisoft is always there at launch for Nintendo. Always.
Yeah.
I expect them to be there again. I expect Sega. I expect Activision, and we'll see about EA. And then here we have the launch window highlights.
Damn.
Yeah, you know
There's
what?
a few bangers in there.
Freaking stacked launch window, right?
Oh my
man.
gosh.
Huge.
Yeah, I'm like going through this. I'm like, dude.
Holy crap, dude. What a
Bangers.
year.
Yeah.
Wow.
And again, hey, you guys see this? NCAA
You know what,
football.
too?
Yeah, man.
It's crazy because we were talking about power earlier. Like reflecting on the GameCube and just that generation, obviously Sony really was pushing the bar and Microsoft entered the fray and was trying to push the bar. But GameCube games looked better than most Xbox and PlayStation games without a doubt.
Mm-hmm.
They just like the edges were a lot cleaner. They're just a lot smoother. The colors popped a lot more. I remember Xbox coming out and being like the big powerhouse. Obviously, they had Halo and stuff, but GameCube games, they just had a look to them that just looked extra polished and clean.
Yeah.
You guys remember that, or do you guys disagree at all?
No.
No,
I agree with you, and I remember. Take Resident Evil 4, for example.
Yeah.
Side by side of the PS2 RE4 versus GameCube. I mean, obviously, it was made for the GameCube.
Yeah.
And then was later brought over to PS2, is ported over,
Mm-hmm.
and it was definitely the lesser version of the two.
Yep.
But again, guys, consistency. What do we see in the launch window? Bomberman, Tetris. Like it's a lot of the usual suspects. We got Sonic again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We got NFL Blitz, which is like again always there. We have our new version, basically modern version of NBA Jam.
Yeah.
Which was NBA Street. And if you guys don't know, EA owns the NBA Jam license.
Yeah.
Which is interesting because they don't do anything with the NBA license anymore.
It's sad.
Yeah. I have my own theory on that. But a lot of great games like Smuggler's Run. I put that on there because not just because it's Rockstar, but my friend Brandon bought Smuggler's Run and we used to play this all the time. They had a capture the flag mode that was like so much fun.
Yeah.
And that's a game that just like, it probably doesn't get enough credit. Not enough people know about it. There's bangers everywhere. Like we had the Resident Evil remake.
Yeah.
That was made for GameCube. That was an exclusive for a long time. So, Eric, let me hand it off to you. What are your favorite games or what memories do you have here playing these?
Oh god, I didn't own one, so it was a lot of going to friends' houses, Nate's being one of them, and playing a lot of like I played some Sunshine over at my friend Chris's house. You know, we were playing a whole lot of games. Just I mean, over at Nate's, I'd sit and watch him play a lot of the Zelda games, and then
Wind Waker.
he'd hand me the controller. Here, sail around while I go to the bathroom. All right, going that direction. I'm trying to figure out if this was.
Melee.
Was that
We used to play a
on
lot
this
of
one?
Melee.
Yeah. Was that on the Time Splitters on?
Time Splitters 2.
Yep. I was gonna say we played a lot of that one.
But that
was
wasn't
a
launch
lot
window,
of,
but that was a big one on GameCube.
yeah, that was a lot of fun.
Was that free radical?
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. Time Splitters is great.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So I didn't play a lot of launch window titles just because I didn't have one. But that was just I had to throw that game out there just because that's one of the main games we did play quite a bit on. So
Game Bird, what about you?
Oh man, I don't even know where to start with this. So many special games here. Obviously, one of the big ones is Mario Sunshine. I know a lot of people hate this game. I happen to not be one of those people. First off, the water in this game looked amazing.
Amazing,
So,
yeah.
amazing.
I just played it over the
Incredible.
weekend.
Yeah, I remember just being in awe over seeing the water. But you know, the game wasn't perfect, but it maintained that style from 64 that we got to know and love, with this open kind of persistent hub that grows and opens up new areas and new secrets. And we haven't had that since in a Mario game. This was the last one to do that. And it's just a special thing for 3D platformers. I hope we get to see a 3D Mario like this again in the future, or like Mario 64. But the music's iconic. You know, it had terrible voice acting, but it's still like nostalgic hearing, you know, voice acting in a Mario game for the first time.
Mhm.
And then you had those really cool like gauntlet challenges every time you got Flood taken away. And that's obviously the peak moments, in my opinion, of Mario Sunshine. And they were challenging and they were really cool and really fun. Sonic Adventure 2, another fantastic Dreamcast game. It was a double dip purchase for me. This is kind of an odd one, but I loved Gauntlet. I used to play it at the arcade a lot with
That's
buddies.
why I
and
threw it
pick
in
the
there,
different
because it's
classes.
actually a good game, dude.
Yeah, Gauntlet's rad. So I loved Gauntlet. Let me see here. Eternal Darkness, one of the best, if not the coolest horror game we've ever had on a Nintendo console.
I know.
It's a damn shame that we don't have a way to play it currently. I'm really hoping that Switch 2 and NSO changes that, because this is a game that doesn't deserve to be lost to time. It's very special. The sanity system was revolutionary when the game came out. And to see a title like this on a Nintendo console was just a unique thing. Again, like you guys mentioned earlier, Nintendo kind of gets called the kids console. But look we also had we have the Resident Evil remake, which is one of the best Resident Evil games, period. In my opinion, the game looks gorgeous today.
I say it still looks really good with those pre-rendered
stunning.
backgrounds.
Absolutely. We got a brand new IP from Nintendo in this launch window, and it was one of my favorite launch games, Pikmin.
Yeah.
Super cool, weird, unique experience. Again, I love the weird, quirky stuff. I love that side of Nintendo. So that was definitely one of my favorites. And the last and obviously massive standout here is Super Smash Brothers Melee for me. This is one I kind of I mentioned this last week. This was still kind of a time for me where it's not like today where you have all the secrets leaking online. Oh, how to unlock the secret ending, or how to unlock all the classes, or whatever.
Yeah.
Back then, I remember a friend telling me that if I left Smash Brothers Melee on for 24 hours, I'd unlock Mewtwo as a playable character, and thinking they were nuts. BS, I called. I did not believe it. I thought he was pulling my chain. But the funny part is I went home that night, put on the game, and left it on before bed. And lo and behold, I got a new character, and I was just floored. And I do feel very nostalgia of the time of secrets and discovery, and telling your friend, oh my gosh, did you try this? This happens. No way. You're full of it. So yeah, very, very special memories. This is a brilliant launch window. And actually, one more game, SSX Tricky. It was my favorite sports game on this console, next to Wave Race, the two that I played the most.
Yeah, SSX Tricky was a huge deal. It was extremely successful on all three consoles. Mike, what games for you, man?
Before I get into it, I need to translate for the younglings about what Bert said. When he said rad, he actually meant dope, sick, tight, fly, or something, or fly, or fire, or lit, or tank, or fleek, or slay, or he said bet, or Gucci, or no cap, or vibing. So that's for the people, for the younglings. You know, that's what he meant when he said rad.
What's
Mike, thank you so much for that translation.
Mike,
I might need to get you on the channel sometime to help, because I'm sure half the stuff I show or mention is lost in
the
translation.
crazy thing is, Mike, are you the oldest one on the show today?
I am, but I have to say the younglings, you know, because I gotta know what how the younglings talk. Kind of so young.
You don't even have a young one. Like, oh my. Anyways.
I do. I got a 15-year-old.
Yeah, that's not. I'm hearing these words from an 8-year-old.
He's like, well, yo, that's bad Gucci, like no cap, like what? That's
Yup.
vibing.
Yup.
That's vibing, yeah.
Yeah.
Yo, he's vibing. Oh no, the aura. Yeah, that thing. That's like,
Yeah.
yo, the aura. This is tight. Like, what are you talking
Yeah,
about?
yeah.
Yeah. I've been hearing people
Okay.
throw around the word Ohio a lot.
Like the smell? Is that
Whoa.
Oh,
I don't know what it means.
People
I
like
It means not good. That's what it means.
Not
Yeah.
good. Oh,
I think
okay.
it's really good.
That's what I said the first time I heard aura.
Pop culture has
Aura,
fully
like-
slighted all the people in Ohio. That's brutal.
Yeah, man. GameCube for me. Let me see. Monkey Ball, of course, because I fell in love with Monkey Ball 1, so I got Monkey Ball 2. The Simpsons Road Rage was awesome. Crazy. We're missing the WWE one here. Let's see here. Oh, well, there was what was this? Oh, this is Hulk Hogan here. Legends in Wrestling.
Legends of Wrestling. Yeah.
Yeah. I think this is the one with Jerry Lawler screaming like crazy.
Yeah, another Acclaim game.
Yeah. Mario Sunshine was good. I wasn't too much into it this Mario. What else did I play on GameCube? I think that was it. Wait, I'm missing one. I'm missing one that's not on the list.
Because it wasn't a launch window game.
Oh, that's right. Okay, so this is launch window. Yeah. But out of here, I would say play a little Mario.
Mike, I want to know the game. Anyways,
The game?
yeah. I think we're not moving on with this segment until.
Oh my God.
I will get back to you.
Well, Mike gets deep in thought. I'll go a little bit. Obviously, I talked about the 5 I liked at launch. This is obviously just the GameCube is incredible for a console that did not sell well. It had a really, really great starting out library. It's kind of unfortunate the system didn't really take off. Obviously, a lot of the big ones were already talked about. You know, the Sunshines and Eternal Darkness. God, game needs to come back. Like it's all, gamers sitting there like, oh yeah, new IP in Pikmin. Yeah, so was Eternal Darkness, and that's Nintendo, and they own it. Remaster that thing. What are we doing? And I also found it was interesting. Like, there's 2 M-rated games on here, and then actually, if you look between the M-rated and the T's, it almost is more of that than E for everyone. You know, Nintendo, the kid console, having a bunch of T and M games. I don't know, man.
And strong third-party support.
Oh yeah, I mean, third party. This is like the generation where they all were there at the beginning, and then they kind of fell off because the sales weren't there, unfortunately. I mean, it was kind of starting with the N64, but this is the era where like, oh, it's got the power, but then everyone's on PS2, so they just over time stopped supporting the system. The third party support late in GameCube's life wasn't very good. That being said, the Game Boy player. What are we? How's nobody even mentioned it yet? It's down there. It's got its own special circle.
Yeah.
I can't.
Sick.
It's too small.
I was like, dude, they had, oh man, I used the hell out of that thing.
So did I.
All the time. I think there was even something relevant with it. I might be misremembering. But when Stadium came out, Coliseum on GameCube. I think there was something you could do to get your Pokemon off it with the Game Boy player for that game.
I feel like I remember that too. That sounds right.
Yeah, they had link cables that you could obviously do it with, but I think the Game Boy player, if I remember right, allowed me to do it as well. So, yeah, obviously to me, not quite as memorable as the link cables, just because of Four Swords Adventures when that came out. But still, this lineup's just so cool. And like, think about all the heavy sports games we were getting, all these early generations, like, and we were getting the good ones. You know, it hasn't happened in a while. That we've gotten the good ones, and you know, I mean, even if you go to the Wii U, I know that's going to come up down the line. Like, we had Madden. I'm like, yeah, but it was not the current Madden. It was like 2-year-old Madden with updated rosters. It was embarrassing.
No franchise mode.
And even on Wii, I know some people like the arcade version of Madden they made there, but I'm like, dude, no, it's not what I buy Madden for, man.
Yeah,
not what I buy Madden. So this is still back when we were getting all the good stuff. Blitz was still a thing, still going pretty strong. Although I did, when they went over to Blitz the League, I actually liked that one a little bit. That was a little neat little play on the old school Blitz. But
yeah,
I don't know, man. It's just, and I got to admit, the courtside game. Oh man,
I have a great story about courtside. I'm gonna tell you guys.
Go for it. Oh man, I love that game so much.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah. So obviously, I played basketball my whole life.
Mm-hmm.
Played basketball, all through school. And
did you always did you have that phase in when you wanted to make it to the NBA?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, of course, yeah.
We all did.
My parents in the face and said, "What are you going to do?" I'm like, "I'm an NBA player. What are you talking about?"
Yeah, I did go to state and won the 3-point shootout for 18 and under.
There you go.
And I won the year before that for the free throw competition. I played very seriously. I swear to God, like, you guys don't even know, but I have over, and I'm not trying to, toot my horn, but I have over 100 trophies that are all like actually have my name on them. They're not like participation trophies, or for winning things like MVP. Yeah, no, I played very, very, very. This is why I still play. This is why I went and played today. And now, my back feels like it's broken. I shouldn't be going out there doing it.
Man, age.
Yeah.
Dude, it sucks. It sucks so bad.
Dude.
But courtside, okay? So I've always been a big Dan Marley fan. Does anyone know who Dan Marley is, basketball player? Thunder Dan?
Mm-hmm.
Played for the Suns, played for the Heat, Cleveland Cavaliers. He played on the USA team in '88.
I had his card.
Yeah. Huge Marley fan. In fact, I actually got my name, Thunder Steve, because of Thunder Dan, because we both shoot threes from different area codes.
He's
as
a
they used to say.
He's a coach now.
Yeah, he's a coach at GCU. I've had beers with Dan numerous times. He is cool as hell.
Yeah.
So Dan's in the game. It's like his last year with the Suns.
Wow.
We got him back from Miami.
Mm-hmm.
He signed, basically a 1-year contract with us to finish out with the team that drafted him.
Mm.
And so I was always the Suns, right? I mean, I'm always the Suns anyways, but I was always the Suns because of Marley. And so I'm living with my grandparents while I'm in high school. My mom moved to San Diego. I didn't want to move there. I wanted to stay here in Arizona and finish out school. And so Grandpa and Grandma go out of town. I got the house to myself, right? So I didn't have a party, but I definitely had friends over and some ladies. And we were playing on the big screen TV, the projection TV in the living room. And this thing is like, it was very hard to move out because it was a built-in. Like, there's literally a built-in spot for the TV. So rolling it out was hard enough. And we got the GameCube hooked up. We're playing courtside. We're yelling so loud while we're playing courtside. Like, we're going nuts. And it was because I'm literally hitting threes with Dan Marley from almost half court. And my friend Matt Los, whose wedding I'm going to, was getting so pissed off because his 3-point rating was not even that good. This didn't even make sense. It should have never happened. It was like, I was getting, it was like pure luck on every shot, but it was going in. And I was losing by so many points. I don't know if it was computer assistance or what, because I was just chucking threes with Marley the whole game. Well, anyways, I ended up coming back and winning by like shooting threes from like probably a couple of feet past half court. If I shot him right at the line, I wouldn't make it. But if I shot it like right after half court, I'd make it. We're yelling so loud. And I swear to God, I literally swear on a holy stack of Bibles. Okay. The police showed up at the house. My grandpa had like sliding glass screen doors that go out to the backyard. And we see light coming through the glass, like flashlights. And we're like, what the fuck? Like what's going on? Because they're out of town. Like we're not expecting anyone. Like, is someone messing with us? And then literally someone's knocking at the door and it's the police. And somebody in our neighborhood called the cops because we were yelling and screaming so loud that they thought there was like a domestic violence like thing going on at the house because of NBA courtside. True story. Like, swear to God. Pretty wild, right? All over NBA courtside. So I have very fond memories of courtside.
I'd say so.
Those are fond memories indeed. Also, I remember the 2 games from GameCube. And I know it's because I was so into RPGs, read Final Fantasy series on PlayStation, that when I came over to the GameCube, I was playing Skies of Arcadia on GameCube. And then after that, first cozy game ever exists. Well, I would say second cozy game, Animal Crossing, which was the first Animal Crossing game came out on GameCube. I was into that too. I know it was at the time it was considered a kiddie game. I just like how cozy it was, just relaxing and stuff. So yeah. Animal Crossing was one of them.
I remember I was working at EB Games during the launch. EB Games, Electronic Boutique.
Yeah.
The launch of Animal Crossing on GameCube. Yeah, I gotta say, like, this launch lineup, absolutely killer. So many great games. We got Sonic Adventure 2 first because that was the most recent one, and then after that, we got Sonic Adventure 1 DX. Obviously, Mario Sunshine was there on day one. Monkey Ball, Eternal Darkness. So many of these games I bought on day one. NBA Street, Courtside, Pikmin, Resident Evil. I do want to give a special shout out to Beach Spikers. This game is so good. It's still good. Beach Spikers was developed by the same developer that did Virtua Tennis, which you guys already know how I feel about Virtua Tennis. So yeah, it's the same thing, but it's volleyball. It's so good. It's beach volleyball. It's a very good game, though. If you guys haven't played it and you get the opportunity to, I swear you should. It's very good. 007. I think we all hoped that it would be similar to GoldenEye, right? Yeah. I don't know about you, but I did.
Yeah.
I'm like, I know it's EA, but like, do your best to emulate GoldenEye. And they didn't. It didn't feel the same. We all know that.
Yeah.
That and Resident Evil again. Those pre-rendered backgrounds look so good. The lighting effects, it still looks good today. Monkey Ball, I bought Monkey Ball, like I said, on launch day. I bought Monkey Ball 2 when it came out. We played so much Monkey Ball. Like after school, we'd play for hours and hours, especially on those expert levels.
The bowling game,
dude, it gets so hard. Oh yeah, no, Monkey Flight.
Yeah, Monkey Flight, and then I used to love the mini games on Monkey Ball, like the bowling one, the one where you had to land on the target and kind of hit the
monkey target.
Yeah.
I think that's what it is. Monkey target.
The target. Yeah.
Is Monkey Flight. My lady's best friend Sabrina, her husband Ryan. Every time I come to the house, like before I even put my bag down, he's handing me a GameCube controller. He says, "You know what time it is." I swear to you, every time I come over, he already has it set up to play Monkey Target.
Dude, that's awesome, man.
Yeah, and he loves to play it every time. Like he still has his GameCube set up for that game, which I think is hilarious and awesome. And again, yeah, Smash Brothers. I think it came out December 7th.
Yes. Yes,
Yeah.
it did.
And
This is 2002, right?
Yeah, that was my birthday present. My birthday was 10
2002.
days later.
2002. I was way
Yeah.
into still PlayStation. I was playing Xenosaga.
oh yeah, the good one.
Yeah.
So I got a funny story about Eternal Darkness. I tell this every time. Every time Eternal Darkness is brought up. That game, like one of you said, it was like on a completely, entirely different level when it came to scare factor and thrill. I remember. So it may have been two Game Informers before Tony Hawk 3, but it like briefly got showed and like on a page, and I'm like, oh, what is this? This looks really cool. It's from Nintendo. I definitely want it. M-rated? Got to figure out a way to get my mom to say yes. And I stuck so closely to this game until it came out. And then when it came out, I was all about it. And it was so I'll say this to anybody who did not live in this era, you truly missed out on a masterpiece that will mess with you in the worst way. and I say that story time to say that the game has a mechanic of insanity. And so the lower your insanity meter, the different ways that the game messes with you in the worst possible way. You know, you walk through a door and out of random, like your guy just explodes and you're like, what just happened? and then it like does this flashback where he's like, oh, I'm going insane. So there was this one, and you have to have the right TV in order to do this, because it won't work on TVs now because they all have a, well, you're about to see. So
I'm glad you're mentioning this, by the way.
So I was playing, right? And I remember specifically going through a door. My insanity meter isn't really low, but it's low enough for the game to start messing with you, right? And I remember I had this giant, the giant T-Rex style fatbacks, that were probably only like 40 inches, but they looked like they were about 75 inches because the back was so fat.
Mm-hmm.
And I walked through a door, and immediately the volume just starts going down. And it's the exact same color, looks exactly the same as if I actually hit the volume button. And it's just like going down. And I'm like, yo, what is going on? And out of nowhere, it says the game is corrupted. And I'm like, what? And so I go to put my finger on the button to restart the game, and it flashes back. And he's like, oh, I'm going insane. And now I'm looking at my hand. I'm like, no.
Because you still had your finger pressed down on it, but you hadn't like let go yet.
I hadn't let go yet. I'm like, but the controller's like it's like on the other side, because it was the long, and it's wired. I wasn't playing with the Wavebird at the time. I'm like, ah.
Yeah, that's a horrible feeling. That's awesome, man. The sanity effects in Eternal Darkness are legendary. Silicon Knights, if you guys remember, Dennis Dyack was the guy behind this game. And I remember reading like so many interviews with Silicon Knights back in the day because of this game and like leading up to it. So it's a very special game. I'm glad you mentioned it. And
look at these games, guys. I mean, this justifies GameCube on NSO. Not every game here will be remade, or remastered. There's a lot of games that can live on NSO happily and be, make people happy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All these companies are pretty much around still.
Yeah.
Especially with Acclaim back in the fold.
Yeah.
Can we get another Gauntlet Dark Legacy? Like, please.
I know. Gauntlet's great.
Amen.
Game Boy Player, one quick shout out. I got it the day it came out, and I specifically remember playing from beginning to end Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga. I bought it the day it came out, and then I played it on my big screen. and it was a great experience. Great game if you haven't played it. The original Mario and Luigi Superstar. Game Boy players, awesome.
Yeah.
All right, guys, that does it for week 3. We got other topics we got to jump into because I feel like we could literally do an episode on this.
Oh, easy.
Yeah. We
Oh, yeah.
made
I've got
wow.
so
We-
many
we basically
GameCube
did.
stories.
I know because we could reminisce all night.
Spend like 2 hours.
Exactly, yeah.
It's the whole podcast.
For real.
All right.
We love the GameCube.
Yeah, GameCube is awesome. Well, you
It
can
sure
find me
was.
honestly.
All right, so we're going to jump to the next topic here. And let me just get my screen set up properly because I am actually on deck now for the next topic. And so this is topic 2 now. Pokemon Presents discussion, guys. Now, the discourse is still going on. I don't know if you've seen it. I think the main thing that everyone's been talking about is the graphics.
Uh-huh.
A lot of people, maybe not a lot of people, but a lot of voices, right?
Mm-hmm.
Prevalent voices, you could say, are very disappointed, I guess, with the graphics in Pokemon Legends ZA. And that's what we're going to focus on here with the Pokemon Presents, because obviously that's what matters the most for us as gamers is Pokemon Legends ZA. A lot of us tuned in hopes to see that.
Mm-hmm.
And so the discourse has been about the visual quality, comparing it to like Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. How does it compare to that? How about Arceus? How does it compare to that? But I think this raises some important questions. And that's the first question I'll ask you guys. When, for you, if ever, has Pokemon been about cutting edge graphics?
Never.
Never.
Never. Yeah.
Pokemon Snap. That's
Thank
it.
you. Thank
And
you.
because it was
never.
because it kind of warranted the graphics because of the game that it was. It was like a taking pictures game, so it had to look good on those pictures. But
Yeah.
the game looks exactly the same.
Although I will say in defense, just to play devil's advocate, I don't think anyone should ever expect gorgeous graphics from any sort of mainline Pokemon game.
Mm-hmm.
There's just no evidence for it, except when it came to the pixel games. I think Black and White were fantastic looking. The late era pixel stuff from Pokemon looked good, but entering the 3D space, no. It's just unfortunately hasn't happened yet, but they're not.
I think what's wild is if you think about Pokemon over the generations, they always seem to be, I don't want to use the word behind because that's not the right word, but we got the Game Boy Color and Gold and Silver were still Game Boy games. And then we got the Game Boy Advance, and then we got Crystal, and then eventually we got Red and, Fire Red and all that. But it always seemed that the new console would come and it would take Pokemon just a little bit to catch up to what the current console was, right? Like even when we got Black and White, by the time we got Black and White 2, I believe the 3DS was already like moving to be a thing, or it was going to be a thing. Yeah. And so we got Black and White 2, and and me personally was thinking like, okay, the next Pokemon game is definitely going to be a 3DS game, and then it ended up being another DS game, and it was like, oh, okay, well, next time around. So it's always seemed to me that they don't necessarily play catch up. I just think they try to get as much as they can out of the base, which is kind of smart, right? Like the end of the DS era, that's the maximum amount of users that you're going to have at that point in time. And Pokemon is going to sell. You're going to make the most money off of that versus putting it on the 3DS, which is still relatively new, But even when you talk about graphics, and I think this is something I would say I'm a little more forgiving with the Pokemon Company and Game Freak is that usually these games come out every like 1 or 2 years, is their kind of cycle. How often does that happen in the gaming industry where a game developer has 1 to 2 years on a big franchise to come out with a game and eke out a new game that involves not just like copy and paste of like Breath of the Wild, for example. You've got deer, you've got bears, you've got foxes. You can copy and paste those, right? But with Pokemon, you're looking at hundreds of different Pokemon at minimum. All have different stats. Shiny every now and then. You have to create a move set for them. You have to do all of this in a year. Also create a whole world, story, background. So it's like, I understand. You want the graphics to be better and stuff like that. Can they be better? Absolutely. Do I hound on them and hark on them for my graphics not looking good when the gameplay still looks great? I don't know. I'm okay.
Yeah.
I have a simple response. Graphics in Pokemon have never mattered. Period. I look, guys. We knew what Legends Arceus looked like before it came out. Still sold 15 million copies. We knew what Scarlet and Violet looked like before it came out. Still sold 25 million copies. And the funny thing is, the graphics weren't what people had a problem with Scarlet and Violet. It was the frame rate and the bugs, not the graphics. The graphics weren't the problem.
Yeah.
And now suddenly, the graphics are a problem with Legends ZA when it looks better than Legends Arceus.
Yep.
Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense to me. Like,
It doesn't.
Look, I'm not even like a big Pokemon guy. Anyone who's watched my channel for all these years knows I haven't even played a majority of the franchise. But it wasn't because of the graphics. Graphics have never been what Pokemon has been about. It's always been about a very fun, simplistic RPG and collecting Pokemon. That's what it's always been about. And what the Legends series did, and why I love Legends Arceus so much, is it said, hey, like, I got tired of the formula of Pokemon. So Legends Arceus said, you know what? We're going to make a huge change. We're going to completely forget how we used to catch Pokemon. And we're going to do it now more like they do in the animated series. Badass. Sneak up. Throw your ball. Maybe it works. Attack it a little bit if you need to. Whirl it down. But it's all live action. Just like in the anime. Cool. I liked it. Didn't care if the game looked like ass. Because it played well. And the gameplay was great. And that's what you play Pokemon for. Now we have this game come along. And yeah, visually, not that impressive. There are way better looking games. Metroid Prime 4 is an example. We've seen footage that's supposedly on Switch. Looks incredible. Do I ever expect Pokemon to look like that? No. Dude, they've taken like the game. Dude, Metroid Prime 4 was announced in 2017. Like, we got to put some perspective here. This game was announced last year and it's coming out this year. Yeah, they've probably only been working on it for like 2 years. And the thing is, what did they do? Why am I excited for the game? Oh, what's one thing that they didn't really do a lot in Arceus because they focused so much on catching? They didn't really have a lot of battling. The battling was very subdued. It was more, and when it was there, it was still kind of traditional because that wasn't what they were trying to revolutionize. They were trying to revolutionize catching Pokemon and world building. Okay, cool. Now, ZA is like, hey, we want to revolutionize the cities. We've never had a big, bustling city with never-ending things to do where you can catch Pokemon. We want to revolutionize that. But here's the thing. Because you're in a city, so you're going to be around a lot of people, you're going to battle a lot more. All right, so now let's revolutionize how battles work. And dude, the things they show for the battle system, oh my God.
Freedom.
Oh my God. Has never in my life felt more like the animated series than when I was watching those fights go on. And again, I don't know if I'm going to end up loving the game overall. I'm loving what I'm seeing, but I watch it and I'm really excited. People can go watch my live reaction. I was really excited about it. And then I get off my stream and all I see are all these YouTubers. And I'm going to just go with YouTubers specifically because forget the general audience on the internet. Dude, they bitch about everything. Pokemon fans can never be satisfied on the whole because the fan base is too large. But to watch all these YouTubers bitch about the graphics over and over, I'm like, motherfuckers, you're bitching now? Why weren't you bitching with Arceus? Why weren't you bitching with Scarlet and Violet? Why weren't you bitching with Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee? Why weren't you bitching with X and Y? Why weren't you bitching all these years? Now it's a problem? Out of nowhere, it's a problem? What the fuck are we talking about? Now, if you want to talk about some of the frame rate dips that we saw in the footage, fine. Yes, it should have smooth gameplay. I do think that polish is a problem the Pokemon company's had for a long time. I do think it's kind of inexcusable, especially since the graphics aren't pushing the system to its max, that it doesn't have smooth gameplay. That just speaks to a lack of polish. And yes, we just came off Scarlet and Violet, which, oh my God, I don't even know if it went through a QA cycle. I'm sorry. When you have falling through the world bugs, that doesn't really feel like it went through a QA cycle. It probably did, but I know they're on a tight schedule, so it didn't get the QA it needed. I think if people want to talk about the performance, if you want to say you want to nitpick the gameplay, if you want to nitpick like maybe the NPCs still look a little static sometimes in the town, like they don't look alive. They're just standing there doing nothing. Yeah, okay, that's fair. Because, you know, we live in an era of gaming where the NPCs should be doing something. They should be walking around at least, you know? And they don't really look like they're doing that in a lot of the footage. Fine, that I can understand. But the graphics, that's what we're sticking with? On one of the least graphically impressive franchises in gaming? And you could talk about how big it is, and you could talk about, but it's been like 30 years. That's not what the series is about.
Yeah.
So
That's my question is what, and I'm going to get into this question. I'll ask it now though, but what were people expecting?
well,
As
I wanna
far as
jump in
better graphics on Switch 1, okay? On Switch 1, what were your expectations for ZA? Like realistically.
I can answer that. I think, well, not for me, for the other people. I think their expectation was they don't know what their expectation was. Like they had no clue. I feel like they were already ready and set to be like, if this doesn't look like how I want it to look, which I don't know, I'm gonna complain about something.
Right.
Like, because it's so weird. Like Prime said, like the whole fighting mechanic is even different than Arceus in itself. And I think that was like the main question is like, is this going to be more of Arceus or are we like doing something else? Like what's the main, because, you know, at the time, the catch mechanic was like the new thing. So it was like, are they going to build on that? Or like, what are they going to do? And then they show you like the live action thing and like, what happened to, whoa, what is this? It was like
My reaction, I was like, holy shit. Up until that point, I was kind of like, okay, it looks fine. Oh, what? Wait, what? Oh, whoa. Oh, I knew there was something. Let's go.
I want to jump in because I'm like 50-50 with you guys. Half of me, we need an opposite opinion in here, and I have one for you. I kind of disagree with you guys, and while I agree there's no precedent for 3D Pokemon games looking beautiful or having incredible graphics or chasing realism, I do find it disappointing. I find it disappointing that they make ugly games. And I'm going to say ugly, and the reason why I'm going to say ugly is because the bigger issue than the graphics or the fact that it's, you know, on the Switch 1, which isn't this super powerhouse, is the art style that the Pokemon company uses or Game Freak uses is terrible. It's bland. It's boring. They don't need to chase super powerful graphics engine. If they could at least use a more interesting art style can do wonders. I think the art style in Pokemon sucks. And you might disagree with me. You might get mad at me for saying that in the chat, but it sucks. It's boring. It's bland. There's games from previous generations. Like, why don't they do more cell shading stuff? You know, that's not as complicated, that, you know, keeps that kind of anime look and just is better. Go ahead, Prime. I have more to say, but I want to hear your point.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Have you been buying all the Pokemon games?
Yes, because I love Pokemon, but I got to finish my point. So I said I'm 50-50. I'm halfway there. So I think it's disappointing that they haven't updated the art style and made it more appealing. I think, Game Freak is one of the most lucrative video game companies in the entire business. You guys already said, look how many millions upon millions upon millions. One of the best-selling series of anything ever out there. So it's disappointing. That being said, the games are a freaking blast. So yeah, I'm going to be playing it. I loved Arceus. I absolutely love that game. And when I saw this trailer for Legends ZA, I got stoked. And I'm more excited for this game than Arceus because my biggest issue with Arceus, it's my favorite modern Pokemon, by the way. My biggest issue with it is that it lacked one of my favorite elements of Pokemon games, and that's gyms and gym battles. And since we're now in the future in a city, it's going to have that staple that's been with Pokemon games since the beginning, excluding Sun and Moon that essentially has gyms. They just a different way of going about it. We're going to be getting a game like Legends Arceus, but with gyms and with, a city that's not just a little town. So I'm really excited about that. That being said, I do have some performance concerns just based off of their history with their recent titles. And I have some concerns with the wild zones because from the trailer, I'm curious how expansive these wild zones are going to be. The ones that we saw looked really tiny. So I'm hoping for some big expansive biomes throughout the city that are dedicated to Pokemon catching and Pokemon battling. That's yet to be seen. But
that's my question too.
but I am excited for it. And I want to add one more thing. There were people complaining over the last few games about the visuals. I remember when Sword and Shield was first revealed, people were posting photos all over Twitter of the trees and comparing them to Ocarina of Time. I don't know if you guys remember that, but it happens every gen. People do complain. Prime, go ahead.
If you're still going to buy the game, I think people should stop complaining. It's not going to change.
I have a counter for all that too.
Speak with your wallets.
I have a counter for that too.
All right, I'm wrapping up the present real quick. That being said, hold on, wrapping up the present. Then I want you to jump in, Mike. So I'm excited for it. I think it's disappointing that they haven't decided to experiment with a more satisfying art style. But I think it looks better than Arceus. I think it looks better than Scarlet and Violet. I think it's a step in the right direction. And hey, it's working for the Pokemon company. I'm having fun with the games. In the end, it's not make or break. Ugly games could be a lot of fun. And Pokemon's one of them.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mike.
Good points. I want to hear yours, Mike.
Mine is very short, is that every single game has these things, right? There's always the complainers. And believe it or not, is because they're the minority are the loudest. You can tell it's like people who complain, they're not that many, but they're the loudest. So it feels like this, it's always complaining, right? And so you can tell by how many copies the game sells, right? Like to Nate's point, all these millions of copies at the end is what justifies them keeping the same art style, them not putting in like, hey, if it works, right?
Well, there's a coin. On one side is Game Freak, on the other side is Bethesda. Game Freak is the graphics. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. We're selling tens of millions. Bethesda's if the game's broken, people still buy it, don't fix it. And they keep releasing the broken games. It's two different sides of a coin.
Engine.
I never heard
so many games.
I had Scarlet and Violet, and I never. Well, you can't ask me. I'm blind. Can't even. If there were any skip frames or anything disappearing, I'm like, I've never saw it to begin with. So maybe that's the issue. But I never had an issue with Scarlet and Violet ever. I played the entire thing. So yeah.
All right. Who wants to make their points next? I'll give you my points at the end here. Who else got one?
Oh, by the way, negativity also sells. Drama sells. People see a really horrible title of the video.
No. Yeah. I get why all the YouTubers get negative because it's gonna drive views. I'm not dumb. I'm not dumb.
Yep.
Well, like they also, I'm not gonna say that's the only factor. Obviously, I think they do feel that way. And I get that, like feeling that way about the number one selling game franchise of all time. I get it, but it's just like one of those things, man. yeah, it's the number one selling game franchise of all time, and it's never had a gorgeous looking game. So what are we doing? It's like not if you want them to do something gorgeous, you're only going to get a game every 6 years.
Mm-hmm.
And do you think the Pokemon Company, from a business perspective, thinks it's a smart move? Like, do they really think releasing one really gorgeous game every 6 years is going to make up for the sales they get on basically dropping a game a year?
No.
You have to Breath of the Wild it, create an engine, right? Make it as nice looking as possible, and just use it for everything, for all the games, right?
Well,
Dude,
yeah, but
or-
Nintendo did that, and it still took them 6 years to put the next one out.
Yeah, I think too, with the as far as like the engine and stuff like that, is that each of the Pokemon games has their own aesthetic, if you will, and I think that helps push with each game in itself. It kind of gives its own little character. Because I mean, if that was the case, then I would have just told them to use the Arceus, the same aesthetic for Arceus, the watercolor look to it to put in this, but then it doesn't really have its own unique little look and style to it, I think. So
Yeah.
I agree with that. Arceus did look a little bit more stylized, which I think makes the game kind of prettier. I think that what we saw in the new one is a little bit more impressive, but I think Arceus is actually prettier because of that aesthetic. And I would have loved to see them double down on that.
If you guys haven't watched yet, Andres Restart did a graphics comparison video yesterday, I think, on the Legends Arceus versus. And I mean, if you guys go watch it, they actually like did massively improve the graphics. But like it just people don't feel that way because they compare it to Nintendo's best of the best games. And it's like, yeah, but not even all of Nintendo's games are that impressive. You guys are comparing, and I get why you compare it to the best of best because it's such a big selling IP. But like all of Nintendo's best of the best games aren't being made in 2 years.
Yep.
Yeah.
I also have a theory that they're saving the best for Switch 2. So when they play the same trailer,
That's what we thought was Switch.
Yeah.
We literally thought that was Switch. Like we're not saving anything.
when they play the same trailer for the Switch 2 version of Pokemon, what's this game called again? Pokemon
VA.
and cows. When they play this game for Pokemon Legends Arizona, with Switch 2, it's gonna be top notch. They have like best graphics ever. I mean,
oh my god, it's gonna get embarrassed by a Tetris
it's gonna
game.
be so hyper realistic that you're gonna be able to see the pores on Pikachu's nose.
Oh no, not the pores.
The pores, dude. The pores. You know what?
No.
It's gonna be part of its evolution. The pores get bigger and bigger and bigger.
Even if they have a Switch 2 version,
Pores came on. Pores.
the moment they show it and it has a frame rate drop to 15 on Switch 2, everyone's gonna use that to say Switch 2 sucks. Look at that. You can't even run Pokemon at 30 FPS. It's like, dude, come on. Can we just not?
Yeah.
Can we just acknowledge that maybe Game Freak just isn't the most talented studio in the world, and it's okay?
I kind of have a feeling, because I know a lot of people gloss over this as well, but I kind of have a feeling the next time we see this game, it's going to look better, kind of like how they did with the original Arceus. Like that I think that's for Pokemon specifically. Like if they do that for any other game, I'm not on board with that. But with Pokemon and showing off, the original Arceus, we were like, whoa, like, okay, but it looks good, but like, whoa, wait a minute, hold on. Some things need to get fixed here. And then the next year was like, oh, okay, they fixed the problem. So I think, and that's not to say that the graphics are going to look any better or anything like that. But I think the second time we get this presentation, I think we're going to see something a little more impressive.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I also have a solution for everyone that will complain if this game has low frame rates. If they complain about that, I have a solution for everyone. Just blink more. If you blink more, your eyes will get more moisture, and then you feel better about it. Okay, just like this. Oh my god, this game is like 120 frames per second. Because you're blinking. So just blink.
I keep telling everyone, like when you complain about Pokemon games, and then I turn around and watch you still playing them. It's like yeah, I can be critiqued about critical of games and stuff like that, but like I'm not shouting from the mountaintops how much a game sucks like some of these people are, and then they still buy it.
Yeah.
I'm like, just stop buying the game. Like I'll give you a really good example. All right, Legend of Zelda franchise, beloved, all the games reviews super high, right? Skyward Sword comes out on Nintendo's highest selling home console of all time. Only sells like 4 million. Nintendo comes out publicly and says that's a failure. What happened? The entire series fundamentally changed. And they went all the way in to make Breath of the Wild. Off of Skyward Sword, that sales, according to Nintendo, were not good enough. They did not meet expectations. Why? People didn't buy it. They didn't like that motion control stuff. They didn't like that it was so super linear and dungeony all the time. As much as I love Skyward Sword and it reviewed super high, and Skyward Sword HD is amazing, it's one of those things that Zelda gamers answer with their wallets. If the game doesn't appeal to them, they just don't buy it. And when that happens, that's when huge changes happen. And that's what led to Breath of the Wild. Now, you have a bunch of people that want to go back to the linear ways. Be like, oh, I don't. Well, but now so many new fans exist. They're going to keep buying the open world Zeldas probably. But that's kind of what happened with Pokemon. It's so big that it doesn't really matter if the vocal minority don't buy it because there's still going to be 20 million other people buying it.
Exactly.
But it's going to need what would make cause change, and it's not going to happen with this game. Let's say Gen 10. It comes out. It's primarily made for Switch 2, promoted for Switch 2. But people are really disappointed in the visuals and the frame rates still suck and everything. Look, it needs to sell 10 million, and then they will rethink their approach to the next Pokemon game. But if it sells 15 to 20, 25, 30,
they're not going to care.
They're not going to do anything.
Yeah.
But 10 million would be disappointing for them for a game that's got 2 games.
Yeah.
They'd be disappointed. 10 million for like a ZA. Look, that might be disappointing compared to Arceus, but hey, it's an individual game.
Yeah.
Right? So, like, that's the thing.
I agree.
People have to actually. I'm not saying that Pokemon needs to sell 0 copies, but it needs to have like the sales cut in half. And that's when change will happen. Until then, all the mass consumers are telling them is good enough. And the thing is, I'm actually excited for ZA because I accepted that Pokemon's going to look like shit a long time ago.
Yeah.
Like, all right, guys, let's start a GoFundMe for Pokemon.
The sooner you stop caring about the graphics, the sooner you can move on and have fun.
Well, I want to add one final point with this because I agree with a lot of everything you guys say, and you know me, I've said it multiple times on this show. I don't care about power. I'm not the big graphics guy at all. I like cool art styles. I was obsessed with. I mean, Wind Waker is one of my favorite looking games of all time. So I do appreciate cool and unique art styles, and I don't think there's anything wrong with people, wanting or asking for something better than they're getting. The issue is it turns into these toxic online communities of just naggy, whiny, complaining. Nate's right. If you're gonna buy the game, stop complaining. But there's nothing wrong with wanting better. There was no precedent for jumping in a Zelda game. It was it's my favorite series of all time since the very beginning. Man, I wish there was jumping, or since it went 3D, I wish there was jumping in this. This would be so much better if there was jumping. There was a jump button. And hey, we got it one of these days. Maybe it will take some sort of weird decline of Pokemon game sales. I mean, hey, it's happening with Bethesda. People gave them a pass game after broken game after broken game after broken game before people started getting upset. Maybe one day it'll happen with Pokemon, especially if they don't get the performance kinks worked out. But that being said, I'm looking forward to this one. I didn't see any stop motion movement like you got in the schools and Scarlet and Violet, where all the kids are stop motion and stuff. I'm like, oh my God.
One thing is, ironically enough, for being a gameplay, they really didn't go into a lot of buildings.
No.
And I'm like, please. Don't make a Pokemon game where you can't go in some of the buildings. And then when you do, there's nothing there. This game's literally about a city. The buildings should be like vast and expansive and interesting.
Agreed.
I got a feeling that's probably not going to be the case.
No.
But just like, Gamer, you mentioned how you hope that like those zones to capture the Pokemon are big, expand. I don't think they're going to be. I think that was an Arceus.
They look tiny.
I think it was an Arceus thing. That's what they were doing. This is more about the battling and the community. and that's what they're kind of focusing on. Less on the catching. Catching will still be there because you got to build. You got to have some Pokemon, but I think it's going to be greatly reduced. Because one thing I noticed with the RCS games, and again, we'll know for sure once the game comes out, is they're very focused on a specific thing, and that's primarily what the game does. Everything else is significantly lesser. Now, someday, might they put it all together and make one grand expansion? Yeah, they might be building towards that, but that's just not what they're doing right now.
Yeah,
Hey,
I kind of have a feeling, and I'm hoping that it's right. But Nintendo games as of late, and I say that from Tears of the Kingdom, have found a way to inch in a underground area. So I'm having a feeling that maybe because we haven't seen like who's the big bad villain or what team that we're gonna have to deal with this time, that they're gonna be in the sewers and that we're gonna be doing
guys. I saw Stash try and jump in a few times. I want to make sure he gets to say. I saw you go.
He's probably thinking they have a Ninja Turtles sewer system down there.
I want to hear
sewer
from
system
Stash.
would be cool. Yeah, so I'll just give you my thoughts on this as far as Pokemon as a whole. I bought the first Pokemon when it came out. Actually, I bought it the day it came out. I bought Pokemon Blue. It did not have good graphics. But this is Game Boy Color. Mini games didn't have good graphics, right? Especially when you compare it to console games back then. In my whole life playing Pokemon, it's never had good graphics. The Pokemon games today on Switch, they don't have good graphics. They don't look good. I'm indifferent to the art style. It doesn't bother me. Like, I'm not gonna, honestly, to be even more honest with you guys, I'm not gonna let something like art style in a video game bother me. Okay, there's just a lot of other things going on in the world that's not important. To be perfectly honest, the art style, that's just not something that I really care about. But I'm not here to stick up for Pokemon's graphics. I mean, I literally think they're not good. They suck. Like, they've never been good. But the thing is, it doesn't need to be good. I still play regular Nintendo games on the regular. I play Super Nintendo games. Like, I play a lot of older games, and those graphics, you could say, are even worse than the Pokemon games. I don't play them for the graphics. Okay, you go back and play the original Legend of Zelda. That game doesn't have good graphics if you were to compare it to today's standards, right? But I can play it today and enjoy the heck out of it. That's what's important. I think what it really comes down to is what is most important to you, because what's important to me might be different for you. Like, why do we play video games? What are the most important things to you when you decide on if you're going to purchase a game or not? Are graphics high up on the list? If they are, yeah. I mean, Pokemon's going to bother you then because it doesn't look good. Is fun factor like the highest thing for you? Is the gameplay? Is it the combat? Is it the sound? Is it the amount of content? That's been a big thing over the last 5-10 years. Well, how big is the game? How long is it? Is it worth my money, right? Is it worth paying full price? If it's only 10 or 15 hours, I want a 50-hour game for that price. Everyone plays video games for different reasons. And there's no one reason that I think is right or wrong because it's your own reason. So with that said, like, I play the Pokemon games because they're fun. I don't play them because they look good. And I'm not saying that they look good. I think they look bad. But it doesn't bother me. Does that make sense for everyone?
Makes sense.
Yeah, totally. If Zelda's my favorite series, if the next 3D mainline Zelda game was revealed and it had Legend ZA as the art style, like just exact art style, I'd still buy it day one and play the crap out of it.
Yeah. And like, here's the thing. Do I think Game Freak can do better and should do better? 100%. I think everybody does, if we're being honest, right? They should do better.
Yeah.
But they're not. The reality is they're not. And over the last 30 years, have they done better? No, they don't strive for that. So why do we think we're going to wake up tomorrow morning and it's going to be different? We just have to accept the results. And if you don't like it, don't play it. But again, like I'm never going to expect it to be a graphical powerhouse, a graphical showcase, not even a probably on par graphics game.
Yeah.
Now, Switch 2's coming. And as we know, I think it'll be more telling. It'll be interesting to see what Pokemon looks like when they make the first Pokemon game that is built for the Switch 2 from the ground up. And they're using new assets instead of probably some recycled assets. So maybe it'll be better on Switch 2. But I ain't going to hold my breath. Are you guys? I'm just there for the gameplay. I'm there for the gameplay, man. I'm there for a good time.
Give me a good story, a good villain,
Yeah.
a good set of Pokemons.
Yeah, I want a story like Black and White again. I feel like that was like peak storytelling for them. I felt like the stakes felt a little higher. That was cool.
I really did enjoy the story for Scarlet and Violet. I like the fact that
it wasn't bad.
There were 3 stories and something,
Yeah. I mean, even Sword and Shield, I think Sword and Shield was the first time that actually made me ask the question, why are those people actually just standing there at random when I walk around? Oh, they're actually trainers too. Oh, they didn't actually pass this gym. So watch the fall off of like more and more people as you go down in the game was like, oh, so it really is about like just me. Like I'm really passing this.
Yeah, that's cool. And Stash, I think you made some really great points. I agree with everything that you said. That's why I prefaced my argument with I find it disappointing. But do I think it's an issue for the series? No. Performance, yes, because I think there's only so many failures in that area you could do before people get fed up. Visuals, though, no. It's just disappointing.
Yeah, like let me ask you guys this, because this is a decision you have to make on a lot of games when you play PS5. Would you rather have sharper graphics, higher resolution, or would you rather have better performance, frame rate? I choose frame rate every time because frame rate affects gameplay.
Yeah.
It improves gameplay.
As Superman.
Performance improves gameplay.
I would say it depends on the game. If it's chess, then who gives a shit?
Oh, 100%.
But most games are so fast paced that really does matter. I will say, as an example, like if it's like a real time strategy game, as long as it's a consistent 30, I might go with the higher.
I agree. That's enough for that genre.
Unless it's a multiplayer match, then I will admit multiplayer. I would put it back to the FPS because now it's going to matter your clicks and how fast you can do things. But yeah, it's one of those things that I think for the most part, frame rate is what people would choose. And the thing is, on PS5, even when you do choose it, it's not like the game looks like shit.
No.
Yeah, you're right. Because I was doing this. I just started Monster Hunter Wilds yesterday, and I was choosing how I wanted to play it, whether emphasize how the game looks versus frame rate. I chose frame rate just because I know that the game is pretty fast in the battles and stuff. So, and it still look good.
There you go. I think it really comes down to that. Like if I could ask for one thing from the Pokemon series, because again, people are upset with the graphics and they're upset with the performance. If I could ask them to fix one thing, it would be the performance. I'd rather have improved performance. Continue to give me the same visuals that don't do anything for me. But they also don't hurt me either.
Yeah.
They literally do nothing for me, right? It doesn't make it a worse experience. It doesn't make it a better experience. But I'll tell you what, if you improve the performance, that would make it a better experience.
Yeah.
Hell, to a certain extent, I'd rather play a Pokemon game that's a stick figure that actually works well than having a game that looks amazing but doesn't function.
Other than the graphics have anything to do with that.
I can even give a perfect example because I think this is actually spot on. So ZA, kind of like we talked about, the gameplay is as far as it goes hasn't been done before in the Pokemon franchise, and it actually kind of leans towards an idea that we had thought up on the channel a while back, is that we wanted, and I think you said it, Prime, like the game to be as close as possible to like the TV show, to the point where you're actually playing as the Pokemon that you have. So you can move them around freely within the gym. You get your own attacks, whether that's like a flying Pokemon, you can actually fly around and use these moves in real time, right? And just like Ash, I'm not like talking about you fire blast the ground and like nothing happens, or you use earthquake, like using the earthquake on the ground, it changes the landform. So like now you're dealing with different elements and stuff like that. I guarantee you, if you put that in a PlayStation 2 level of graphics, nobody will say anything about the game. They would be like, this is amazing. This is exactly what we've been looking for. And you'd be like, I thought it was about the graphics.
Right.
What we really need is them to just Nintendo to just port over the greatest Pokemon spin-off game ever made, Nobunaga's Ambition cross Pokemon. It was a tactics game and the best spin-off. That's what we need. That'll make up for any shortcomings.
Pokemon plus rabbits.
I'm so
That too.
Balls.
All right. Do we have any final comments on Pokemon?
You're gonna buy Pokemon anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I'll be there. I think most of us are going to be there. Hey, we hope for the best, right? We always hope for the best with any game. But if we don't get the best, I'm not going to be surprised. None of us are. as long as the gameplay's there, as long as it's fun.
Said.
You know what I mean? Like, what was the quote that Reggie always said? He's quoted saying, "If it's not fun, why play it?
Facts.
The game's not fun. Why play it?
Facts.
Right? It has to be fun. That's key.
Fundamental.
It is fundamental. All right, Eric.
Yes.
It is time for Mario Day, so I'm handing it off to you.
Mario Day. As we all know, March 10th is Mario Day. But this year, it's more than just a fun nod to Nintendo's mascot. It marks Mario's 40th anniversary. This is shaping up to be a massive year for Mario, with the Switch 2 on the horizon, potential game announcements, and the sequel to the Super Mario Brothers movie set for April 2026. We'll be talking about here paying tribute to Mario with our top 10 favorite Mario games, including spin-offs, share our favorite Mario memories, and speculate on what Nintendo has in store for the year-long Mario 40th celebration.
Yay.
Nice.
So I got a question really quick for this topic. I just want to make sure I put together my list of 10 games, but on that list of games that we all had and we all got to look at, it has the spin-offs. Some of them aren't really Mario games. Are those fair games? It had stuff like the Luigi's Mansion series, Smash Brothers, stuff like that. Is that fair game, or are we looking at
Luigi's Mansion is
starring
definitely a spinoff?
Okay, I want to make sure it's fair game.
Smash, I don't know as much about because that's more like every IP.
It's a fighting game. Yeah, it's everyone.
Mario Universe.
But it is in the Mario universe. I don't know. Do what you want. It's your list.
Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough.
So I'll just go first. I'll get my list out of the way quick. Because look, there's not really much debate about this for me. This is a pretty easy list for me to make. Mm-hmm. Now, technically, there's slightly more than 10 because I'm combining a couple together. Mm-hmm. But yeah, it'll make sense on why I did that. As an example, the first things I have on my list are Mario Golf and Tennis on Game Boy Color.
Oh,
bro.
like on the Switch or all time?
On Game Boy Color.
On Game Boy Color.
The specific Game Boy Color games.
No, I mean, like the top 10 is on the list or of Switch or all time.
It's all time.
All time.
Okay, so I misunderstood. Let me make my list right now.
So Michael go last.
Yeah, great.
Anyways, Mario Odyssey. There you go. There's a Switch one for you. I got that in my top 10. Again, this is no particular order, guys. Mario Bros. 3. I don't feel like any of these games need an explanation. Just
Right.
Correct.
Super Mario World.
Mhm.
Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, the best Mario Kart of all time.
Yep.
Come on. Here's another one where, yeah, you could separate these. And if I was going to pick one, it'd be the second. But I feel you can't have the second without the first. So Mario Galaxy 1 and 2. Easy. Luigi's Mansion 3. Mario Wonder. That was the controversial pick. I wasn't quite sure. It was really in my top 10 because there's a lot of games. It's in my top 10 for now. This one wasn't controversial for me. I wonder if anyone else likes it. Mario plus Rabbids Kingdom Battle.
Not on my list. It almost was there. I debated between two games.
Sorry, let me.
I'm glad you put it in.
And this one, I'm very curious if anyone else has this. The original Dr. Mario.
Oh,
Good game.
Good list.
yeah.
Love
Good
that.
list.
So I'll stick with the list for now. We can get to the other Mario stuff after. So who wants
Cool
to go
deal.
next?
I'll jump into mine real quick. No particular order. However, I wanted to put my top 3 in order. So I'm doing my top 3 in order. The rest is a
Do it.
free for all. They can fight it out in the 7 remaining spots. My favorite, let's start with third. My third favorite Mario game of all time is Paper Mario and the Thousand-Year Door.
Yeah.
I adore that game. It's very stoked that I got to replay that this year on the Switch. My second favorite Mario game of all time is Mario Galaxy 2. It's Mario Galaxy, but it's even better.
Yeah. So I said, if I only had to pick one of those, I would
yeah, it's so good. Mario Galaxy 2, peak Mario. But my favorite Mario game of all time, and this was mentioned last week, is Super Mario World. I think it is a perfect game. I can't think of anything wrong with that game. It is a game I've probably played through that game more than any game ever in my life. All right. Next. There we go. Right. Soundtrack. All right. Remaining games on the list. We have Super Mario RPG, Mario Odyssey. We have Mario 64, Mario 3, the first Mario Galaxy, Super Mario 3D World plus Bowser's Fury. I thought 3D World was unbelievable. It was one of my favorite Wii U games. Bowser's Fury, even better, with a really cool addition to the game. And then my last two is going to be Luigi's Mansion. And I got a really cool one. The first, not the second, the first Super Mario Maker on the Wii U, where you got to use the touchpad to build out the levels.
Wondering who was going to put that one in.
Yeah, and I was debating between that one and Mario plus Rabbids Kingdom Battle because I love that game so much. So good. But that's my list, and I think it's great.
The opera battle alone. God,
it's so good.
Kingdom Battle on my
The music.
That one alone. Then the Halloween.
It's so good.
Oh, my God. All right. Eric, it's your topic. Why don't you go, buddy?
Yeah. Let's start out with Mario 64, and then my favorite Mario Kart 64. As Nate said, pretty self-explanatory with Mario Golf and Tennis on Game Boy Color, because those were actual true RPG masterpieces. Sunshine, even though it was goofy at times. Super Mario Strikers for the GameCube. Mario and Luigi Dream Team. I had a lot of fun with that one. Super Mario Bros. Original. We don't really, it kind of jump starts. I know technically Jumpman, but
it jump started Super Mario.
Yes. Mario and Rabbids Kingdom Battle is my preferred one, but I do like them both. Mario Odyssey and then Super Mario RPG.
All right. There we go. Why don't we go with the Sandman down there?
All right. So mine's is fun. But not too far off from everybody's. I'm gonna say this though. Shout outs to both Eric and Prime. My boys. Mario Golf and Mario Tennis.
Okay.
The GOAT.
Right.
Nothing like those games, man.
It might be number one for me because it's the first thing I put on my list.
Oh, it's so good.
It was.
So good. So I got Mario Kart 64, Mario 64, of course, Luigi's Mansion, Dr. Mario, Super Mario 3, Mario Land 3, Wario Land, Mario Odyssey, Super Mario World, and Super Mario World 2, Yoshi's Island.
There it is. But Yoshi, I'm so happy. Happy that one made someone's list. That was a close one for me to get on my list. Damn.
That music is just this some of the best music.
Who's next?
Well, Mike, are you ready yet? Are you still building your list?
Ready.
All right, cool.
This is
Unleash
easy for
the
me.
fury.
You go. I'll go last.
This was extremely easy for me when you said. I think I did it by the time Eric was done already. Listen, I should literally should have a Mario channel like
Nintendo Land.
yeah, I should have a Mario channel because Mario's my guys. But I just like to talking everything Nintendo. But here's my list. It's not in order like you guys asked. Super Mario 3, of course, this is my favorite Mario game. Before Super Mario 3 on NES. Then Mario 64, Super Mario Odyssey, the first one, Super Mario Bros. Without it, no other Mario will exist. Well, except for that, Donkey Kong game. Super Mario World.
We're forgetting. Never mind. Okay.
Super Mario 3D Land from 3DS, which is I actually
It's a
like
good game.
Yeah, I like it because I'm playing it now, right? I'm playing it. I have it somewhere, but I bought it so that I can emulate it so that I can play 3D games. And so I'm playing it now, and I actually like the art style. Like it's kind of like it looks like Kirby Forgotten Land, kind of like to the side like that. What else I have here? Mario. My favorite 3D Mario is Bowser's Fury. 3D Mario
Nice.
3D World plus Bowser's Fury, but not the 3D World part. The Bowser's Fury part.
Forget what else comes
The
with it.
heck with the actual game itself. We'll just take the side game.
I think it's because the first thing is
You're not
because
wrong.
it's open world. It's open world, and I think that's the future of Mario, right? Bowser's Fury is the closest thing, to an open world Mario. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, and then the last one is Paper Mario Thousand Year Door, for Switch because I didn't play it on GameCube.
I gotta throw in a small correction. You said the original Super Mario Brothers, right? You're like, none of the rest exists without it. There's a certain game called Mario Brothers that came out in 1983.
Yeah, the pipe
gee.
one. I know the pipe one.
That's what really started it.
I don't know.
You're
Yeah.
platforming and stomping Goombas. What are we doing?
Yeah, but you're not really adventuring. There's no rescue.
Well, no, you're right. I was just saying that technically that led to Super Mario Brothers.
Yeah, you're right.
Technically, but I see what Mike's saying. The Super Mario Bros. Shaped the future of the series.
The
When it
adventure
became
I see what
Super.
he's saying.
Yeah.
Literally.
Yes, it's the Super.
Yeah, Mario Bros. Arcade. I remember when it came out. It was just for the arcade. So in an arcade, there's not much to do. So it was like the best setting for an arcade to have Mario Bros. Come out of pipe and just kind of hit those little thingies.
Those little things.
Turtles.
Those
Yeah, they have names.
Toidles.
Some of the enemies.
Toidles.
with toidles.
Anyways.
The little thingies.
Toidles.
All right, Stash, what do you got?
Okay. First, I got Super Mario 64,
Hey,
And I have-
that's my list.
Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Then I got one that
Oh snap!
you guys all should have picked.
Mario can type.
You guys all should
Mario
have picked
Paint?
it.
Is it Hotel Mario?
No.
Mario's missing.
No, man. You guys should have picked it.
Mario Run.
Nope, I saw that. Now, again, I don't know why you guys didn't pick this.
Mario's Game Gallery.
Here we go.
Super Mario All Stars.
Yeah.
See, I didn't pick it was the collection pack.
Yeah.
I thought
I
it
mean,
might.
there's a lot of games.
I'm like, hey, dude, I get Mario 1, 2, 3, and the Lost Levels with one pick. Dude, I'm all over that.
Well, in that case,
Yeah,
how
I mean-
about half my games for All Stars
Yeah.
and Super Mario 3D All Stars?
Yeah.
For real.
I didn't do the 3D All Stars, but I did go with the original All Stars. I thought going with the 3D would just, I'd be going overboard here.
Oh,
I didn't want to do that. I'm like, I'm gonna at least take All Stars though, because
Well,
I need to do that to get the rest to fit.
Dude, Mario, she's just typing.
yo, see, that's why he did it. He had a hard time narrowing it down.
Oh,
So
yeah.
he's like, oh, if I throw in All Stars, then I got my list.
Yeah, because I had two. I had Mario 1 and 3 on the list, and then I'm like, wait a minute, I can get them both with All Stars. That's the way to do it.
Consolidate.
All right.
Well, he's working in the mortgage industry, so consolidation. Is
Yep,
like
I know how to consolidate that. Yep. Obviously, Super Mario World, Super Mario Galaxy 2. Because again, if I can only choose one, I'm choosing two. I'm choosing them all Yoshi. Super Mario Odyssey. Super Mario World 2 Yoshi's Island.
There it is. The second
Love
one.
the game. And then my last three. Super Mario RPG. Legend of the Seven Stars.
Okay.
Absolutely love that game. Paper Mario, The 1,000-Year Door. That was a true gift. I could not believe we got that. Obviously, I reviewed it on my channel, and it was just so much fun to return to it. I bought it on GameCube when it came out, played it, beat it, didn't touch it again until literally last year.
Yeah.
So that was pretty special because it felt new again, but also felt familiar in certain parts. So it was cool, man. It was very nostalgic. And the last one is Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga, the first game in the GBA series. I had so much fun with that game. It's really good, and I'm happy the Mario and Luigi series is still around and that it made a comeback, despite again some people being disappointed with the game. I'm glad it's back, and I hope it's here to stay.
I liked it. I liked it a lot.
I did too.
It was my first Mario and Luigi because Mario and Luigi was normally a handheld game, right?
Yeah.
They were never on big consoles, so this was my first Mario and Luigi on big. So I actually enjoyed it. It's the same thing with this other game. What was it? Paper Mario Origami King. It was my favorite. It was my first Paper Mario, and I actually enjoyed it. And then I played Mario, the other one, and that one kicked his butt.
I agree.
So, what are some of our favorite Mario memories? Who wants to go first on that?
1989. 1988. 89. So my family moved to Puerto Rico, right? I was born in Boston, Massachusetts. Got my Boston accent. So I was born in Boston. And so I moved to Puerto Rico for the first time. My dad stayed behind selling the house, and I was so scared because it was a new place, new language. I didn't know Spanish, and we arrived in Puerto Rico in the worst time. I think there was this thing called where people pull like huge giant masks with a whole bunch of horns and do these dances and stuff. Like I was so scared. It was like, it's like a Puerto Rican kind of traditional thing, right?
Uh-huh.
And then part of it was teenagers dressing in horns and then hitting kids with bottles. Like literally chasing you and hitting you for like beating you up, you know? So I'm like even more scared. And so my dad took a long time. And I remember out of nowhere, my dad came home, right? I saw him from afar. He was coming home and I just ran to him and everything. He was carrying a box. Inside the box, there was my first Nintendo Entertainment System with Super Mario Brothers 1 and Duck Hunt with the zapper and everything. That's when I first met Mario.
Yep.
When I needed him the most, he arrived. My dad arrived, but the game was kind of there to, and so that's where my love for Nintendo kind of began. I had played Nintendo with my cousin before. That's where my cousin's house, like we all did, kind of friend's house. But then when I actually found when I got my first Nintendo, in 1988 or 89, somewhere around that time. That's when you know, that's my favorite memory to this day, and that's why the channel exists today.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
It's a good story, man.
Yeah, thanks.
I got nothing that can top that.
Yeah, I mean, mine's was decent at most.
What is yours?
So for me, like I told you guys earlier, most of my family lives in Detroit, which is 2 hours away from where I live.
Yeah.
And so, well, let me move back. So my original experience actually is from my brother, my older brother who passed away like when I was 7. So very, very long time ago. But I didn't know video games until like I hung out with him. He was my half brother. So not the same mom, same dad. And I would always go over to my stepmom's house, and I would hang out with him. And that was like the first time he had the Mario, that like the Super Mario, the triple pack, you know, that came with Super Mario Duck Hunt, and was it the track?
Yeah, track.
Yeah.
World class track.
Yeah. And so he even had like the pad and all that stuff. So like without him, I wouldn't even know who Nintendo is to the degree that I know them at. And so moving forward, actually, my older cousin lived in Detroit, and we would go visit, you know, my aunt, my cousins and stuff. And my older cousin always had his Super Nintendo down in the basement. And he would, I could only play when he was like never home. Not like he didn't like when I was playing when he was there, but it was just easier to play when he wasn't there. And my first like real experience of like emotions from a game came from the Super Nintendo, from Super Mario World, actually. And I remember he would always leave the C slot open for me for like anything, C slot. So I got the C slot. Going through the first world, and I remember this like it was yesterday. Getting all the way to the haunted house, and you hear that and just the music, and like
That was pretty good, dude.
impression.
I gotta say that was pretty good.
I can see it. Yeah.
Oh my gosh! As a little kid in a basement, nothing else around, you're like, this is creepy. I don't want to play this game anymore. So it's just it definitely it brought out something that I didn't even know that I had. And even moving into N64, you know, like for a lot of us, the N64 was real at that time, you know, moving into that 3D space.
Yep.
And I know everybody's went through this. You can't say that you haven't. It's 100% guaranteed that you have. You go into the haunted house area and you walk into that room and you're like, a piano. And then you walk up and it's like, you're like, whoa, wait a minute.
Totally.
Creeped me out the first time. I think I literally dropped the controller. It was like, ah! But Mario has always been one of those to like bring something out of you, right? The Jolly Roger Bay is like one of my favorite songs of all time.
Well, I was gonna say I love the soundtrack. I was just playing it this weekend, Super Mario 64, and like I could just sit in that level and just mess around because I'm listening to the music. It's so good.
Mm-hmm. It's all Mario, and it's so cool because all Mario's, while you know, like a lot of Nintendo franchises, they kind of borrow from, you know, their main songs and stuff like that. And Mario does it every now and then. They have a vast soundtrack that doesn't sound like each other. You know what I mean? And like every time you walk into an area in a Mario game, they immediately give you this ambiance where you're like, okay, this is what I should be feeling here. And they do such a perfect job at it.
Yeah, they do, especially in Mario 64. You know, just seeing the paintings,
Mm-hmm.
and then when you jump into them, it's like, yeah, that painting actually really represented what I thought I could be jumping into.
Mm-hmm.
Like jumping into like cool mountain. You got the snow coming down. You got the music. You got the penguins.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? Like it's so much fun.
Mm.
I had a great time. Like I was capturing footage of the BenQ dock that I'm reviewing that's going to work with Switch 2.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was capturing footage from my laptop of the Super Mario 64 60 FPS PC port on the big screen. And so obviously that's a great way to play it. I mean, that's the best way. And I had it upscaled to 4K. I'm just like, oh, man, this is so good. Like, it looks so good. The performance is so great. Like, I just want to play it right now. I just want to stop what I'm doing and play. But I was capturing footage for a review that I'm working on. But again, like I said, I just played it. I'm just like, God, this soundtrack is just so. It's always been so good. We bought the soundtrack from Best Buy. My cousin and I did. This is back. I think it was before Wave Race even came out. It was just when it was Mario and Pilot Wings on the shelf.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember going to Best Buy one day and seeing, oh, there's a Super Mario 64 official soundtrack CD on the shelf. Let's get that too. Because there was like nothing, there was nothing to get for a while until Wave Race came out. I would just say for me, as far as my Mario memory, I think it just goes. It's hard to pinpoint any one because there's a lot, but I think it just goes back to the beginning. And I think if we start there, that is the best memory, because my first experience was the regular Nintendo and playing Mario.
Yeah.
That was the first thing I played was NES and Mario. That's what we all played. And it was just playing that together with family. And that is what introduced me to Nintendo. And if you think about it, that's what's introduced us to all the new consoles as well. Almost always, it's launch or launch window in different variations. You know, we had Luigi's Mansion on GameCube. Still, it's a Mario spinoff. But from 2D to 3D, if you think about it, that's what introduced us, right? Was Super Mario Brothers on the NES. That was first time playing video games. And then the first time we jumped into 3D was Super Mario 64. So it's been there for everything. Mario's been there for it all. And you think about all the Mario games we've probably played over the years, it's insane to think about all the Mario mainline games, all the spin-offs, all the parties, all the carts, all the sports titles. Like everything, it's kind of nuts to think about. So it's like to pinpoint one specific memory is tough because it's always happening. Like new memories are always being formed of your experience with Mario. You even look to Mario Odyssey, where I look back to playing Thousand Year Door on a Switch. Or even just the news of that being released and the news of Super Mario RPG. I still cannot believe that we got a remake to Super Mario RPG. Like, those are fond memories. The only other one I'd say that sticks out is watching the movie The Wizard, because we watched it right when it came out. And to get to the end of that movie and to see on screen at the end of the video game tournament, Super Mario Brothers 3 for the first time ever was a absolutely mind-blowing experience. That's literally how it was unveiled to everybody. And I still talk about this to this day, because I think the younger cats probably don't understand that, like, hey, this wasn't shown in any magazines. There's no commercials. Nobody knew this was even in development. You didn't know that stuff back then. We literally, like, the movie The Wizard was a Nintendo Direct.
Uh,
And at the end of the Direct, they said one more thing. And it was Super Mario Brothers 3. And suddenly you can fly. You can fly in the game. They show it in the movie. We'll never have a moment like that again. But that memory is still like just as fresh as the first time I saw it.
a good one.
Yeah, it's really good.
Yeah.
I'm gonna keep it simple for this one. I mean, there's so many, like you said, Stash. There's so many memories. Like, how do you pick? Each release has its own set of memories or important things to you. And it's probably getting tired at this point, but I'm gonna jump back once again to Super Mario World. My most fun. Yeah,
good.
laugh it up.
It's so
Laugh
good,
it
man.
up.
I'm with you on
Listen.
that too.
Predictable. All right, go on.
Okay, I'll shock you. I'll tell you something shocking at the end of the show. How's that? Okay.
I didn't know.
so- anyways, I became a gamer on the NES, but SNES really changed my life when it came to video games. And like I said earlier tonight, I've probably played through Super Mario World more than any other game, but my big memories with the game in particular, the reason why I'm choosing this one is because I'm an only child. So I never had brothers or sisters or anything like that to play video games with growing up. My family lived really close to one another, and we'd all get together at my grandparents' house. I'd bring my Super Nintendo over, and it would be me and my cousins and sometimes my aunts. I have a couple aunts who are close in age, just 2 to 3 years apart. And we'd all gather around, the CRT TV that was in that oak cabinet with the big speakers on each side.
I still have one.
Hell yeah. We'd all gather around that, and we'd take turns playing Super Mario World, and we'd work through the Yoshi Star with all the secret Yoshi levels, and we'd do the thing where you go to that first secret level when you fly up in the Haunted Mansion, and you'd hit the 3 blocks until you had 100 lives and stuff like that. And I just have so many fond memories of playing that game with a family. But again, each one is special for their own reasons. My follow-up would be Mario 64 for a number of reasons, but definitely Super Mario World and playing with family as a kid.
That's a good one. I got to say one thing before I forget. I'd be remiss if I didn't say this, but it was going to see the movie in the movie theater in '93.
Oh, God.
The original Mario Brothers movie. Yeah. My grandma Ann took me. She lives in Sedona, Arizona. And they have one movie theater out there back in '93. I think they have a couple more now. But she asked, what do you want to do while you're here? And it was pretty much all I want to do is like play basketball. Because it's literally all I would do was play basketball and video games. And obviously life hasn't changed much, but all I wanted to do was that. And I asked her if she would take me to go see Mario, the Super Mario Brothers movie in the theater. And we did. And that was a really good memory. And as you guys all know, I actually love that movie. And I stick up for it.
Yeah.
I love that they went cyberpunk with Mario.
Oh,
It's like an OG cyberpunk movie.
Dude, that movie's wild.
Mm-hmm.
It's still
It's
so
Mario
wild.
meets Blade Runner.
Yeah.
God. Yeah, I mean, for me, Mario 64 has been, my go-to game when I was young. Played a whole bunch of it just over and over and over again. But I think some of the best feelings I had was actually when 3D All-Stars came back, and I was able to go back into that world without having to go, back to the 64.
Yeah.
And just re-experiencing it. And it was like, oh my God, this is I feel like I'm home to a certain extent. So it was just one of those things that it was great. I didn't have to go hook up my 64, and I could just play the game that I just enjoyed playing as when I was a kid. and that's kind of where I'm at. Yeah.
It's a good one.
Yeah. I think the next part of it is, what are we thinking? I think everybody's gone, right?
Yep.
Okay. So I think, what are we thinking that Nintendo's going to do to celebrate Mario's 40th anniversary?
I do know that they're probably not going to start until after April 2nd. I think they do have, because I think that Mario Day is not going to be part of it. They'll have what they announced already, but I think the celebration starts after Switch, because the bigger announcements will come on after April 2nd, once they have the freedom to just talk about video games, other stuff. Other
agree.
than I'm sure they're going to do something with Super Nintendo World. Other than that, I think is the bigger stuff is after April 2nd. So next Mario game, merch, the movie trailer maybe, or movie
I'm gonna
announcement.
be a negative Nancy.
Okay. Well, Mario, don't you dare.
With Mario.
Don't you dare.
Sure. They're gonna show a new game. They're gonna show more Mario Kart. They might even have another porter remaster for Switch, for like the original
Mario
Switch.
Galaxy 2.
I think outside of like maybe a 40th anniversary Lego set, all the rest of the stuff that they're gonna say is part of the 40th anniversary would have happened even if it wasn't the 40th anniversary.
Yeah, I agree with that. I don't think it's going to be as big as the 35th.
Yeah. Like I just kind of think it's just because of the timing of a new system plus that Mario movie already come. It's kind of like all the big stuff was going to happen regardless. So like they'll say, oh, big 40th anniversary celebration. I just think that it's not going to feel as big just because most of the stuff was going to happen regardless. I do think, they might do something at the theme park. They might have a special Lego set. And maybe I was even trying to think of, like, there could be some t-shirts and merch, of course, but I just kind of think it's gonna, like everything they've kind of announced for Mario Day, it's kind of what I kind of feel like is gonna be like for the 40th anniversary, except they're gonna act like the Mario movie and this and that. I'm like, dude, that stuff is coming anyway. Like,
I agree with both you guys. I think you guys set expectations. I think it's going to come later. I think that it's going to be merch. I do think we could see Mario 40.
Yeah.
Mario 40
the one
launch on NSO for a limited time.
There was,
I think
there was a patent already on that.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. And then the other two
time.
I know that game was so fun too. Yeah, I see Mario 40. They bring it back to add 5 more players into a round. Hey, maybe we get something really cool. Maybe it's Mario 40 and it's the Super Mario World levels. I'd go crazy for that. They up it a gen would be really cool. But the other things that I could see them doing outside of merch in a Mario 40 game in NSO, like you said, Nate, are kind of things that we already expect. We know a Mario movie sequel is in the works. I imagine they'll save that trailer and release window for the anniversary whenever they decide to do their anniversary announcements or direct. And then maybe another special look at the next. I imagine we'll see in this Nintendo Direct, focusing on Switch 2, the next big mainline Mario, but maybe we get another special look at the next big Mario in that Direct as well, or not in that Direct, in the anniversary showcase.
One thing I forgot to mention was, because I did the Mario video today with the trademarks. Trademarks are interesting, right? Because they're renewed, but when there's a trademark that already exists and is still current, it's not expired, and then there's a new one that is similar to it, there's always something more coming to that. A new trademark for Super Mario Brothers. So it's not I looked at the current one for NSO, Super Mario Brothers from NES. It's still there with the old dates. There's a new one with newer dates. And I'm like, what if they do something with that game with Super? Well, it could be the Mario 40 if it's coming back, right? So they kind of go with that. But what if I'm just kind of daydreaming here a little bit? What if they do a remake of Super Mario Brothers, the original, in the Mario Wonder style, to celebrate the 40th anniversary of Super Mario? And
That would be cool.
Re-released as the original Super Mario Brothers, but with that Mario Wonder, look and aesthetic. A remake of the original.
I think that would be really cool, but I also think that's like a good if Nintendo cares enough, it's a good 50-year anniversary, half a century. Let's go epic. But I think you're onto something special. I mean, I think that would be amazing.
Yeah, and I'm tying it to that trademark. Why wouldn't issue a second one on that?
That's definitely a cool trademark.
Yeah.
Though. Or sorry, not a cool trademark. Cool thought. I do like the sound of that.
Yeah.
Okay. How about we go to Sandstorm here? Has been muted for a bit. What do you think they're going to do for the 40th?
Can you hear me? Am I good?
Yep. Yeah,
okay.
Good.
I kind of feel the same way as you guys. I don't know if it's particularly going to be as huge as we think it is. I do definitely think they're going to do. I think they're going to do something in each of their theme parks. So Japan will get something special. I think Orlando will get something special. Is there something in California? It's just Japan and Orlando, right?
Yep. Donkey Kong Land Country is only opening in Orlando and it's only open in Japan, but so far in May it's opening in Orlando and then later on in California.
Okay. So maybe we get a sneak peek of something else in Cali, but I think as for now, we'll get something for both Orlando and Japan. I do think this is a tough one, right? So I think they will present it as kind of like how they do a lot of their other franchises. It'll be the year of Mario, instead of just this is just Mario's anniversary. That way they can do the Mario game, down the road, give us a little more for the Mario Brothers 2 trailer, or talking about who's the cast, new cast who's joining in and all that other fun stuff. I do think that we might get something special in a Galaxy game. I definitely think that they will finally port over one, possibly, do I dare say two, of those games for 40th anniversary. But outside of that, I don't think they go too huge. Like, I don't think this is like, oh, Mario everything. You're getting this Mario and this Mario. Paraphernalia. Wrong word.
I love that.
But
hey, you got that Mario paraphernalia we discussed earlier?
Just like Mario mushrooms or what?
Yeah, you got those super shrooms. I need those super shrooms. You got that fire flower. No, but I think we definitely get some sort of apparel. I think it would be dope if they work with Nike and get some sort of
that would be awesome,
red and white Nike mushroom colored Nikes out there. I think that would be pretty sweet.
Yeah, because I missed out on the last time when they did the collaboration
Pumas.
with Pumas.
Yeah. I think that would be
for the
pretty
Vans.
Slick. Yes.
Yeah.
I think that would be pretty slick. I wouldn't put it past them not to do something like that, but I think something like that is like one of those brush under the rug things that they do. Like, oh, by the way, these are coming out, and you're like,
real.
Where was that in the announcement? And I'm like, 40th anniversary. There you go.
Am I mistaken in remembering? I feel like maybe I'm just remembering wrong. I kind of feel like Nintendo goes bigger on the anniversaries that end with 5 than they do in the ones that end with 0. Am I wrong about that? Am I just not remembering correctly?
No, you are.
Okay.
Yeah.
25th was bigger than 30th.
25th, they got the amiibo with the Nate. I heard some information that I think you might like about Epic Universe. They already confirmed that Epic Universe is still it's expanding beyond the opening day, which is in May, and Super Nintendo World is also expanding beyond, and they already hinted at Legend of Zelda, the park, Luigi's Mansion, and a whole bunch of other stuff coming to the Nintendo World. And gonna be nuts, dude. I think that Legend of Zelda Park they're gonna push it to when the movie comes out, maybe like
Yep.
2026, 2027,
Mhm.
and let's be crazy, man.
They need to incorporate Luigi's Mansion into the park somehow. I go almost every year for Halloween Horror Nights,
Yeah.
and they theme all the lands. Even I don't know anything about Harry Potter. I've never read the books or seen the movies, so I apologize. The whatever the ring wraith counterpart is begins with a D.
You talk about
The mentor.
the
Thank you.
Dementors or
Dementor. Yes, they have the Dementors all over in the Harry Potter
Yeah.
zones and stuff.
So
They
far,
should have had booze
Yeah.
going around the
Yeah.
Nintendo park, but
Yeah.
they don't do anything. Maybe Nintendo doesn't want to participate in like the
it's still too
scary
early.
stuff.
Yeah, it's too
But
early.
yeah, it's still early.
Yeah.
Missed opportunity. I would love to see them do that in the future because I just like the park is so beautiful when you go into it.
Yeah.
It's such a dream, a pipe dream when I was a child. If you catch my drift.
Oh yeah.
Haha.
But it needs some booze during Halloween time. I love that. And pose if they're doing some Zelda stuff.
Yeah, it's Pokemon rides coming. The hotel and the lands of Hyrule.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, crazy.
But not to California.
I mean, who knows? Who knows?
All right, I'll jump in real quick. I'll
Yeah.
give you guys my lowdown on this. So I personally think we're gonna get a big 40th anniversary. Because it makes too much sense not to go all in. And the reason being is because we have a new console obviously launching this year. It's the 40th anniversary of Nintendo in the United States, which is Nintendo's biggest market by far. So you get to celebrate that. You get Mario Kart at launch. I expect 3D Mario for the holidays,
Yeah.
October, November. 6 months later, we get the movie in April. I think everything Nintendo does from April 2nd
Uh-huh.
to
April. Yep.
2026 is all going to be built upon making this as big as possible, making the Mario movie sequel bigger than the first one. And the first one was obviously a huge success. But everything they do, all the decisions they make, all the merch that they put out there, all the collaborations, I think they're going to make sure Switch 1 owners get fed. I've said this a million times, but I got to believe Galaxy 2 is coming to Switch 1.
Fat already.
Yep. Galaxy 2 comes to Switch 1. Switch 2 owners will get the new 3D Mario, but both install bases will get fed. So if you haven't made the jump yet, you still get fed for Mario's birthday. You still get a slice of cake. It makes so much sense to go hard on this 40th because everything ties into each other to make the most possible profit here. And that's what it's all about, ultimately. Nintendo's a business. They're about making money. So that's why I think we're going to have all kinds of stuff everywhere. We're going to get a trailer probably. I would be surprised.
Could be. Never know.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if we get a trailer when the 3D Mario game launches. So if it launches in October or November, it would make sense to get a trailer 6 months before the movie comes out.
Well, we can get trailers.
Sometimes we get a trailer a year before. You know that.
Yeah. I think that we might get a trailer. We could get a teaser trailer.
Yeah.
In April. Like
We could.
Yeah, because it's a year exactly away.
It would make sense to release like the big trailer, right?
Yeah.
The first full trailer when the 3D game comes out. And when they release hopefully Galaxy 2 HD and the new 3D Mario, it would make sense to tie it all in. Again, everything I think they're going to do is going to tie into each other.
Yeah.
They literally have a golden opportunity here though. You have it's been 8 years since the last 3D Mario.
Mm-hmm.
Your movie's coming out a new console's coming out and it's the 40th. Like, this is a literally golden opportunity. It's going to be like that meme that we saw back in the day with like Miyamoto and Iwata saying this thing prints money. If you guys remember that meme with the Wii, dude, it's going to be like that. Like, they could go really hard here and make a ton of money. And if it works, take that template, apply it to Zelda next year.
Yeah. It's insane how Nintendo
Easy money.
is literally like cementing themselves to be eternal. Like they're spreading the wings so far apart. There's no way you can get under. You can't get under them because they'll be movie theaters, they'll be in theme parks, video games crazy. So Switch 2 is coming around the corner. It's gonna be a crazy season for Nintendo fans and for Nintendo content creators because what's coming, man, it's so exciting. So exciting. We're like what? We're less than a month away from the Switch 2. Less than a month away. Yeah, I'm done. I quit YouTube today. Bye guys. Bye.
I know it's going to be so busy for everybody, for all of us.
It's so wild how that flip is too, that they've done so well for themselves with the medium that they had, and how easily they've like set up everything to be that way, right? So just like making and it's funny because I had this conversation. It was probably risky to be honest with you, but it's funny that I had this conversation about how relevant Mario actually is in our world today. He's the most. I'm not. I before I would say number 2. I really feel like he is the most well-known mascot. Period.
Oh,
like
he
is.
Yep. Everybody knows who. You don't have to play video games. You can sleep under a rock and still know who Mario is. Like it's wild how relevant and in a world where we don't really have mascots anymore like that. Besides, sports, the only other relevant mascot in ways kind of is Mickey, and Mickey isn't nearly as relevant as he used to be.
Now, don't forget Yonoid.
Number 1.
Yeah.
Domino's Pizza mascot. I mean,
with the yo-yo.
Timeless.
For us fans, but yeah, you're right. Mario became the number 1 mascot in the world, most known, most requested mascot in the entire world, and it's crazy. And let me tell you something. Coming from a company who the CEO is a money person, this Nintendo's growth, you can accredit it to Furukawa, the Godfather. His job is to make Nintendo the most lucrative company that he can during his stay there. That's what Tim Cook did. He turned Apple into the first $1 trillion company before Apple Music, Apple TV. You have at one point Apple was this close to buying Disney, this close, right? And so it's what Furukawa is doing now. He wants to leave this legacy of making sure that when he steps down, Nintendo is going to be around for hundreds of years more, and it's just the beginning. It's crazy, We're not going to be just a video game company anymore. It's going to be everything. So we're going to have to. It's good for me because I can cover Nintendo content on the theme park, and then movie content, and then gaming content. Nintendo.
Yeah, they've really blown up.
Yeah.
And it's all going to help just sell more software, sell more consoles, everything else that they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
We already saw it with the Mario movie. Every game benefited from that movie.
Movie 1 almost broke. At that time, broke the record.
The movie broke records.
Yeah.
But it doesn't get talked about enough, probably, what that movie did to support software sales. New software sales.
Yeah, for sure.
Because everyone's like, oh, what games are these characters in? I want to go buy those games now. All the kids, everybody.
Yeah. I heard stories about kids wanting to get Mario because of the movie, and then I heard another story about the franchise of Mario and Luigi getting a new life because of the relationship between Mario and Luigi in the movie.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's going to be very interesting to see how the second Mario movie supports the Mario software on Switch too, and then also to see what happens with Zelda.
I have a spoiler for the movie, but by the way, I got to give you guys heads up. I have a really horrible track record as a leaker. I'm not a leaker, but Wario. I heard that Wario and Waluigi will be in the next movie.
That
That'd
seems
be
like
cool.
a pretty safe bet.
Yeah,
I think that makes a lot of sense.
and
There's so many. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, there's in the first movie did such a good job of having so many different Easter eggs and throwbacks to so many generations of Mario.
Yeah.
That I feel like they're gonna want to keep that up, and what better way than to pull in all these other expanded Mario world characters. Wario's perfect. Like, they got to bring Wario.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah.
And all the fart jokes that go with it. I will
Absolutely.
accept nothing less.
Nothing less on your fart jokes.
Yeah, I hope they keep Charles Martinet as he'll do a great job with Wario and Waluigi, and you know, they give him at least this, because I don't agree how they removed him, and it wasn't his choice. That was something he probably found out later on, and I am sure the reason why they removed him is because Nintendo. This is a hot take. Nintendo wasn't happy with how people were acting when they found out that he wasn't the voice of Mario. They're like, you know what? Mario is bigger than one voice actor, and this is how we prove it. Here's a new voice actor for Mario.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think there's some of that there.
Yep.
It's how Nintendo rolls.
Okay.
All right, so what do we got next? We all good? We
All
ready
right.
to jump into the final topic?
Yep. Yeah.
I'm ready.
Yeah.
Everyone ready?
Yeah.
Your body ready?
All right. Do you guys bring a change of pants?
I did.
Passion.
Good. Just
I like to equip just undies for this one.
there you go. I've got my loincloth on standby.
The undies.
No shirt. Only a stick, a shield, and undies.
There
Nice.
you go. That's what I like to hear. All right. With that out of the way, let's dive into topic number 4. The Nintendo Switch and Breath of the Wild. 8 years of absolute dominance. To give a little overview of this topic, March 3rd, 2025, just a couple days ago, marked 8 years since the launch of the Nintendo Switch and The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. And this is a historical milestone for several reasons, not wheezins. The Switch is now Nintendo's best-selling console ever and is on track to surpass PlayStation 2 sales, which is the best-selling console of all time.
I'm sure 10 million units will show up somewhere.
If they, it's possible. Yeah, it's funny how every time someone inches a little bit closer, more consoles show up. But hey, but anyways, the Switch achieved like this massive success despite having outdated hardware and coming off of a complete failure with the Wii U. The success is, let's see, Breath of the Wild not only it redefined the Zelda franchise, but it also became the best-selling Zelda game of all time, elevating the series to new heights, taking it where no man or woman thought it could ever go before.
Moon and back.
So let's dive into some discussion points, because I think this is a great topic, and I think there's a lot of interesting stuff to unpack here. Let's start with the Switch's legacy, going from doom and gloom to this unstoppable force. How did the Switch defy expectations? The Wii U's failure versus the Switch's dominance. The Switch's outdated hardware and massive mainstream appeal. What made it work? And will the Switch officially pass PS2 in lifetime sales? Let's start with Mike.
I disagree with everything you just said.
every week. Do you see what I'm dealing with?
No, I'm saying there was another game that was released on March 3rd that I think made the Switch the best-selling system of all time. Okay, a game that Wii U did not have that Switch 2 does. And I'm talking about Snipper Clippers. Okay, Snipper Clippers, best game. I don't think I played it. I don't think I did played it, but no, I agree. I agree with everything you just said. Legend of Zelda: Breath of the Wild was the game that made me fall in love with the franchise. I was a casual fan. Of the Legend of Zelda before Breath of the Wild. I played Zelda 1. I skipped Zelda 2. You know, and so I know Zelda 2 is your favorite game, right?
Not my favorite game of all time, no.
Well, it's one of your favorite games. You like it.
It's not even in my top 10.
I thought it was your favorite game of all time.
No, it was just my favorite Zelda game for a long time.
Okay. Okay.
Long time, not all time.
Long time. Okay. So yeah, I skipped Zelda 2. You know, yeah.
Get it right, Mike. God, you're gonna insult me. Get it right.
How did I insult you? I said sorry, Nate. I was apologizing to you for Zelda 2.
Mike, it's now outside my top 50.
What?
It was always just outside my top 10. Now it ain't even in the top 50. No, I'm just kidding. All right, keep going. It's your time.
Yeah, but there aren't 50 Zelda games.
Shh, just keep going, Mike. You're good.
Mike, don't entertain him.
Yeah, so Zelda Breath of the Wild is the game that got me into the Zelda franchise. Like, because I fell in love with the exploration, the open world,
Right.
music. I love the fact that you can go back into the game, just do whatever you want. You have to go back to the story, just go explore and do stuff, right? I love Tears of the Kingdom more because you can torture the Koroks, and that's fun, and build stuff, right? But Breath of the Wild is what opened the door to Tears of the Kingdom, because Tears of the Kingdom was DLC, used to be DLC, started as DLC for Breath of the Wild, and then it kind of expanded into its own world. They decided to make it its own game. I think that's why people keep calling it DLC, because it started up DLC, but it's not. It's its own game. But yeah, the Nintendo Switch is again. I started my channel with Switch, and it really is a life-changing system. Like my daughters and I have gone closer to the system through 2020. I got introduced her to Pokemon through Nintendo Switch. Animal Crossing through Nintendo Switch, and so, man, if you let me talk, I'll probably ramble. So
Sure. I want to ask two questions from this topic. Your answer has been great so far, but I want to make sure, because I want to get everyone's answer on this one, because I think these two are pretty interesting.
Yeah.
The first one is the Wii U's failure to the Switch's success. What do you feel changed that made the Switch so successful as opposed to the Wii U? And secondly, do you think Switch will officially surpass PS2 in lifetime sales?
So Wii U failed and it didn't, because Wii U was the introduction to what the Switch is now, right? They were trying to present a console that you can play on your TV and they continue playing, at least in the same vicinity, before you lose contact and signal. I think what the Wii, where the Wii went wrong was their marketing. And I'm a victim of that, because I didn't buy a Wii. I thought that it was the same system and they were just adding an accessory to it, like the thing. And that's what I personally thought, and I skipped it completely because I didn't want.
A lot of people.
I didn't want.
A lot of people.
Yeah, I didn't want that. I just wanted to play with the games that I already had, and the Nintendo Switch perfected it. So, I give a lot of credit to the Nintendo Wii for what the Nintendo Switch is now, because I think without one, the other one wouldn't exist. I think that it's just something that you have to give credit to the Wii, even though it failed. So I still count it as the reason why the Switch is so successful, right? Nintendo was kind of forced to kind of push themselves and say, you know what, we introduce something here. Let's take it a step further. Let's do a full hybrid system, and then let's not just do a hybrid system. Let's completely get rid of everything else and focus on this one system, hybrid, handheld, and dockable. And I think we owe that to the Wii U. When it comes to the other question,
Do you believe that Switch will surpass PS2 lifetime sales?
For sure, yeah, for sure. They're what?
Oh,
They're
yeah.
only like 9 million.
They're
I
close.
would say 9 million units away. I want to say 9 million because since last time I think they've sold 1 million. 9 million units away. Once that price drop comes in, forget it. It's all done.
If and once. It's wild that we haven't gotten it yet.
We've always gotten one. Every single system has gotten one, right? I think when the Switch 2 comes around, I think that the Switch 1 will get a price drop. I think the Nintendo Switch, the reason why I say this is because I think the Switch will be the longest supported system of all time after its predecessor is out. Just because of everything it's compatible with. First thing is backwards compatible. You have NSO. Nintendo wants to keep those accounts fully open and making that dough. A lot of people are gonna buy the Nintendo Switch for their kids so that they can play on NSO and all the games available on Twitch, and then have the bigger, more powerful games for themselves. So I think that because of that, maybe Nintendo makes a brand new Nintendo Switch, a Nintendo Switch Mini, like it's been rumored. Get rid of all of them. Nintendo Switch Mini that's also dockable, that has an OLED screen on it, and that could be the lower Switch. Another thing is that they keep referring to it as the Nintendo Switch family of systems, so the Switch will still be part of that. Whether they discontinue some versions, but it'll eventually exceed. Like I think Nintendo Switch will be the most selling console of all time of any system, and I think that in our lifetime, we'll never see another system beat it unless it's Switch 2.
All right. Now let's bring it on down to, is that sand in your pants, or are you just happy to see me? The Sandman, Sandstorm McDowell. I'm going to ask you the same questions. How did the Switch defy expectations? The Wii's failure versus Switch's success, as well as will it surpass PlayStation 2 lifetime sales and, Switch's outdated hardware versus mainstream appeal? Like what makes the Switch special, and why do you think it's had the success it's had?
So one thing I want to say, huge thing. I remember even during the Wii U cycle, and even at the end of the Wii cycle, that a lot of people were saying that Nintendo could never, what is the saying? Capture lightning in a bottle ever again.
Yeah,
like
I remember that too.
That was going to be a one and done thing. It's never going to happen. What's wild to me is that the Wii U, for all intents and purposes, was like it was the system, right? Like when we saw it first come out, it was definitely going to be the big deal. And it turned out not to be. And I think what happened there for Nintendo was like I think this has to be like the greatest comeback like in all time for anybody. Like not only did you have an idea, it wasn't like they had an idea, the Switch, right? And was like, okay, this is going to be our idea. And as it was coming out, they're like, okay, like, so what do we think we should do? Like a lot of the planning was in the Wii U era, and you saw that mold. And I think we were kind of like, what's going on here? Like they moved both the handheld division and the console division together. And you're like, what are we doing? I mean, and I think they even like kind of foreshadowed, and I don't even think we even knew at that time, like they foreshadowed, like we put both of our divisions together so we can increase the amount of times we have between each game. And even during the Wii cycle, we were like, that's not coming to fruition. We're still getting a little bit of a space between these games. And then the Switch comes out, and I even remember saying, like after that first trailer was like, this is it. This is what they needed. Like even if America doesn't catch on fast, Japan is for sure going to catch on fast because they are heavy in their handhelds, and you just gave them a handheld that is also playing on the TV. That's selling. It may not sell in America, but it's definitely going to sell in Japan. And as we got more and more information, it was like, nah, this is going to catch. And I think we were at the time we were still hyped on Breath of the Wild and what it could be, because I don't think we still had the full information of exactly like how vast the world is. We got bits and pieces. We even got the Wii U piece of Iwata and Miyamoto and what's my other guy's name?
Aonuma,
thank you. Showing off like small bits and pieces of it. And you're like, okay, it's okay. And then it wasn't until we actually got our hands on it, right? It was like, yo, this is just breathing different. Like this is not a normal Zelda game. This is living way different, right? So for me, and I think kind of like my daughter, actually, this was her first like real system.
Yeah.
Like for herself. She originally watched me play Zelda. Shout out to Breath of the Wild right there. She originally watched me play Zelda and had little to no interest in the fighting and all that other stuff. All she wanted to do was go around and catch horses and name horses different names. That's all she wanted to do. And as she got older, she realized, oh, like I can fish. Oh, I'm actually not bad at killing some of the bad guys. And now it's like Breath of the Wild. If you ask her between Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild, she'd be like, Tears of the Kingdom is good, but Breath of the Wild is way better. Like that's her game. She is. If we're friends on Switch and you see my time going up in Breath of the Wild, it's because she's playing it, not me. And she's got at least 250 hours in Breath of the Wild alone. So it's amazing that game has also like gotten other people to kind of jump in on that, like that style, right? We've seen other games try to imitate it. We've seen other games try to do the same like mechanics. Even a game that had a demo out this week, Star Overdrive, amazing demo, but it even has like Zelda mechanics in it to the point where there's a magnet. You know what I mean? Like it's just the game was that good. Everybody bought it, and that's why it sold so well, right? And the hardware, I know a lot of people say, the hardware is, really weak, and for its time, maybe in raw specs, I think the hardware wasn't the top of the line, but for what they needed it to do, no other system was doing that at that capacity, right? To plop it right into the dock, boom, it's right there for you. You didn't have to wait a couple seconds. You didn't have to update software, transfer over anything. It did exactly what they showed in the trailer that it would do. Plop it right in, boom. So, and I think because of that, I mean, that's why we're in the state of the situation we're in now, right? We have PC handhelds, they're not necessarily doing the same thing, but they see that movement. Sony has PlayStation Portal at this point. Like every time Nintendo has a phenomenal idea, it seems that the industry is like, we got to find our own way to do that because we got to cash in on something. We can't get left behind with this. We've seen it with the Wii. They even tried to like proactively do it with the Wii U. Didn't turn out. But and now we're here with the Switch. So, but to answer your question about PlayStation, yeah, it's gonna happen. It's easily gonna happen. Like Mike said, if and when there is a price drop, I don't know about necessarily about the Switch Mini thing, but I'm almost inclined to believe that whether the system is $350 or $400, everybody's getting moved down. Like that 350, you 300 now. 300, you 250 now. I don't know about the Switch Lite. I think the Switch Lite stays the same as an entry level, but just the fact that the Switch will still be relevant when Switch 2 comes around, and they can still do like how they've done before with console and handheld with their directs. Here's your Switch information. Now let's move over to the Switch 2 information. Like it's going to be surpassed.
Very good. Let's jump over to Eric.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, these guys pretty much said it. The Wii U flop was pretty much due to, game just not really being there at launch, and then the complete debacle of Nintendo making the console sound like, just an extension to the last one. But as for the Switch, I mean, you look at that launch window, holy crap. That was like one of the greatest launch windows ever. And I mean, to be able to take things on the go. Yeah. I mean, third party, I mean, massive games on the go is, I think, something every gamer wanted. So I think that's, part of the reason why, the Switch has blown up as much as it has.
Awesome. Let's take it over to the Stash Man. Stashio.
Yes, sir. So why I think it was successful after the Wii U. To answer that first. So again, a lot of people, they didn't know the Wii U was a console. I did have a lot of people ask me what the Wii U was.
Mm-hmm.
I, of course, let them know it's a console, yes. And that you should buy it, yes. But the people that wasn't enough, obviously. So I almost feel like a lot of people missed out on that completely. Like, missed out on owning the next Nintendo console because they didn't even know. And so when the Switch was announced, it was almost more exciting for the people who are Nintendo fans, but just, I guess, didn't know that they came out with a new console. As far as the Switch and its success, why it was so successful, I think you can look at the Wii and the Switch. Both of them changed the way you play. The Wii, you guys remember the ads they used to do that we would like to play?
Would like to play.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Those were great. Great marketing on the Wii. That was very important that they market that correctly. Because if they would have fumbled that, the whole thing would have fumbled. They did a great job marketing it. Those commercials were great. What about the Switch? Great job marketing it. Commercials were great, right? So the Wii and the Switch have quite a few things in common in that they changed the way you play the game and they marketed it right. I think that's all it took, honestly. Being able to play console games on the go was enough. That's why it was so successful. Do I think it's going to beat PS2? Yes. Without a doubt. It's not a matter of if, it's just a matter of when. When that will be, I don't know. We will see. But yeah, 100%. I do expect price cuts at some point. Again, I think it's not a matter of if, just really when.
That's
right?
Yeah.
It'll eventually happen. I talked about it last year where you could pick up Switch Lite from Walmart on Amazon for $159 brand new shipped and sold by Walmart, shipped and sold by Amazon. Now, Nintendo didn't make this grandiose announcement that it dropped, but it did. You could pick one up for $160. So I would expect more of that, especially after Switch 2 comes out. And I think it would probably be wise for Nintendo to phase out the OLED. I really do.
You think because of the LCD on the Nintendo Switch model?
Yep, 100%. I've already had people ask me questions about it, and they're like,
what if I told you that the new screen could still look
I know it can.
as good?
No, I already know it can, Mike. I'm with you on that. The average consumer won't buy
It's
into it.
it's gonna be the stigma of it.
It's the stigma. It's going to be, I thought I heard OLED screens are better than LCD screens. Why doesn't the Switch 2 have an OLED? It's going to be that consumer. And I think Nintendo needs to avoid that entirely.
Yeah.
And the only way to do it is to sell through your allotment of OLED screens.
Yeah. Mind you, we still have
And give us a new Mario Wonder bundle like they just did so we can get rid of them.
Yeah.
Mind you, we haven't yet not confirmed that little detail about the screen. That's just what we
True.
heard.
No, we haven't. You're right. And I'm with you, though. I've been with you on day one
Yeah.
about the screen. I have a PlayStation Portal. It's an LCD screen. Looks
Looks
beautiful.
great.
It's also
Beautiful.
Yeah,
it's
it's
also
a nice screen.
Yeah, it's a beautiful screen. So the Switch 2 screen is going to be fine. Again, it's like not a big deal, you know.
Yep.
But I think too many people will look into it. That OLED screen, if it's still on the market, they'll be confused. Nintendo has to avoid confusion at all costs. They've already seen what can happen when there's confusion.
That's devastating.
Yes.
But now we're gonna slow things down a bit and bring it on to Mr. P. Mr. P, what are your thoughts?
Mr. P.
Yeah, Mr.
That's
Prime.
Nintendo Prime.
That's
Mr. Prime.
You're the only one with the P.
It's prime time, baby.
You're the
He's
only
he's acting all like, huh? But we all call him
I
Mr.
think
P.
he's never
in the
heard that
group chat.
before. Yeah, we always call him Mr. P in
We
group chat.
always call him Mr. P.
What are you acting confused for, dude?
I've never seen me call Mr. P in group chat.
Do you not read our messages?
I haven't read any today. Did you start doing it today? Because I didn't read them today.
No, we've
Everyone
been
in
doing
chat,
this forever.
say hi to Mr. P.
Yeah.
Let's get a Mr. P
I'm
chain
gonna
going.
go look through the DMs right now. Mr. P. No, I won't let me search it. Damn it.
You'll just have to take our word for it.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I feel like this is like a prank being pulled by all three of you. I don't know what the fuck is going on. I need to go take some more pain meds or something for this shit. Okay. By the way, guys, don't take pain meds for that reason.
Yeah.
That's not the reason to take them. All right.
See, everyone in the chat's calling you Mr. P too. They've been doing it too, dude.
Now I don't even want to answer. Look,
Should have brought a
obviously,
villain on the show. All right, sorry, Nate. Go ahead.
so if you go to the Wii U, like what bombed versus what changed and all that. Like I think people just overcomplicate it sometimes. Yeah, you can get into the branding, how bad it was, get into the fact that it didn't really have a killer launch game, and get into the fact that all they did was push the tablet, and that made it look like an accessory. In fact, there was literally an accessory called the Wii U Draw, which was literally a tablet. So, like, they kind of named it after an accessory that already existed. It was really weird. The whole Wii for You thing was stupid. The broken promises about how, like, hey, we have an unprecedented partnership with EA, and then when EA finally started developing games for the system, they're like, oh, yeah, nope, this is not like, literally, EA almost felt like Nintendo lied to them about what the system actually was when they made that partnership. Kind of weird. So obviously we'll never know the details behind the scenes on if Nintendo actually overpromised to EA or not and underdelivered. Beats the hell out of me. That's what it kind of felt like. But look, it's pretty simple. The Wii U, terrible branding, Didn't have killer launch games. Took way too long to get games out. Had practically no third-party support outside of the launch window. And even then, all the third-party support during the launch window, not all of it was good. We talked about before, like Madden just being a really old version. There were some decent ones in there, but even then, they were gimped. Like, yeah, we got like a Need for Speed game that was really, really awesome, but yet was worse than the Xbox 360 version. Didn't make any sense. So, yeah, okay, fine. Wii U bomb. We all know. We can get into all the reasons. Why did Switch dominate? What changed? You know what has never completely tanked for Nintendo? Their handhelds. You know what sounds really appealing? How about a handheld that has home console quality games on it? Done. It's a simple concept. Put all your games on one system. Call it a home console you can take with you so people don't view it as, oh, this is just playing your Pokemans. No, you're getting the next big 3D Breath of the Wild game, next big Zelda game. Boom, day one. You're getting the next big 3D Mario game. You're getting the next big Smash Bros. Game. It's not difficult. At no point in Nintendo's history have they ever put all their games on one system. They finally realized that's a good idea. And they finally realized it's a good idea by, even though you advertise it as a home console, because that lets people get the feeling they're not getting a gimped system, front and center, it's a system with a screen on it. What's your most popular systems? The ones that have screens in them. Almost seems like you maintain the handheld audience that was still 75 million strong on 3DS, and now you reinvigorate it by saying, we're going to give you a game every goddamn month. And you know what? We're going to give you some of the best games we've ever made. I don't think it's really that complicated. And obviously having good branding helps. Switch was like the complete opposite branding of Wii U. Brilliant branding. A system that switches into multiple ways to play. Makes a lot of sense. So, yeah, I don't really think that it really defied expectations. I thought a hybrid would always do well for Nintendo. The question was, would they execute it well enough? They did.
Sure.
That's what you didn't know. You didn't know if they were going to bomb the execution, release a Fisher-Price looking tablet, kind of like the Wii U gamepad. You know, you didn't know if it would be super seamless with the dock, or if you would like put it in the dock, then have to wait like 2 minutes for it to appear on your TV. That wouldn't feel that seamless.
Or if they'd call it the Wii U, Wii Me.
Yeah, right. So I feel like it's pretty obvious, you know, why the Switch did well. Did I know it was going to do like 150 million plus? Well, no, I mean, that's hard to predict because Nintendo's only been up in that range one time ever. So is Sony, by the way. Only been up in that range one time ever. So predicting that's like nearly impossible back then. But yeah, I think it's pretty obvious why it did well. As for like, you know, like I used outdated hardware. The interesting thing is back then it wasn't outdated hardware.
It wasn't, yeah.
It was literally the most powerful handheld gaming hardware in the world. It was better than all the phones. The only thing better than it was itself in the NVIDIA Shield when it wasn't underclocked that nobody bought. Like literally, there was a better version of this. It's called the NVIDIA Shield, and nobody bought it. But it was the same chip. So, yeah, it was the most powerful mainstream handheld video game system at the time. So it's interesting, you know, when we talk about outdated hardware versus mainstream appeal, it's actually interesting when I look at that because in general, throughout generational history, the weakest platform typically does the best.
Mm-hmm.
If you actually look at the generations, the weakest platform usually is the best seller.
Mm-hmm.
Usually. There's some exceptions. PlayStation 4 was one of those exceptions.
Yep.
But like PS2 was the weakest of the three platforms that generation.
Mm-hmm.
Switch, weakest platform of the three generation of the three main ones. Like it you can just keep going back through time and see that like the weakest platform usually ended up being the best selling. Now there's reasons for that because it's usually us the cheapest. Yeah, that goes hand in hand too. Consumers like things that are cheaper, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's easier to sell. That being said, you know, when we look back, like it's been an incredible 8 years, and it's still going. Switch is still going to be sold probably at least another 2 years. It's going to hit that 10 years that Nintendo talked about of actually being made and put on the market with some new games. Will it pass PS2?
Just 10 million units, dude. Just 10 million.
I think it's going to depend. I know they only need 10 million. I don't think they're getting much this quarter. I would be surprised if they even got 1 million this quarter. But it's all about the games. The only reason I give it a shot is Legends ZA. If there is not a Switch 2 version, and it's literally just a Switch game that happens to play on Switch 2, I could see that being something that could move an extra 5 to 6 mil. You do that, then you just got to trickle 4 million over the next 2 to 3 years. I think trickle sales will happen. There'll be price drops, stuff like that to try to get those sales. There's going to be more games coming, by the way. I just think like we already witnessed it this year. Nintendo had their sort of C team game lineup, and sales declined. They didn't even meet their own projections. So the hope is obviously Metroid Prime 4, which has never been a system seller. And now people are hoping it's on Switch 2. And then ZA can maybe push some stuff. So I think there's going to be some more ports, remakes, and remasters. Here's my problem. Here's why I don't know if it'll pass PS2. Aside of the fact that Sony, when we get to 159 million, Sony might just say they sold 170. I mean, they might just move the goalposts even further back, even though they didn't update it forever. All of a sudden, they're like, oh no, Switch is approaching 150. We gotta throw 160 out there. 160.27 to be clear, or whatever, 2.1 or some shit.
Nintendo should do the same. They should just announce at the end of the year, we actually pushed 20 million units this year.
Yeah.
Switch. They should just do it. We were blown away.
But no, so I think it has a chance. Of course it has a chance. Right? PS2 took forever to get to those sales. I mean, we were almost to the PS4 by the time they stopped selling PS2. So yeah, it's got a chance. But the thing is, what's getting me is the analysts all projecting that Switch 2 is going to sell faster than any system in history.
Yeah, that's wild.
6 million they're projecting in the first quarter. That was just recent.
Honestly, that's believable, though.
Yeah, I know it is. And they're projecting 19 to 24 million in the first 12 months. And now I've even heard some year 2 projections that are projecting close to 30 mil. And I'm sitting here like, so we're talking about a system that they think in 2 years is going to have 1/3 of the current install base of Switch in 2 years. And I'm to think that Switch is going to maintain some sort of momentum. I'm not so sure there's any momentum to maintain when to have that many out there, Nintendo's got to be making that many Switches. So like, if you want to Switch 2 the first 2 years, at least the projections are saying you probably can get one. So, and obviously Nintendo has this whole thing where they believe software sells systems.
Yep.
So I do firmly believe most of their games moving forward are going to be Switch 2 exclusive, not Switch 1. I don't think they're Sony. I don't think they're going with that cross-platform strategy. Because they don't need to, because their games are evergreen. So like that's a huge thing for Nintendo. They don't have to worry about the sales today. Mario Kart's going to sell for the next decade. They don't got to worry if it only sells 1 million at launch. That being said, I do think it probably will eventually trickle past PS2. Because again, they're doing all these sales right now without price cuts. I think they'll bundle shit like crazy the next 2 holidays for it to be like the cheap entry Nintendo platform, right? We'll start to get like Switch OLED bundles for like $250 that come with like 3 games.
Yeah.
You know, like they'll do some stuff like that. I think they'll get enough traction. Because I always remember one reason PS2 kept selling is because nobody wanted to buy a PS3. Like, $600, cell processor, games ran worse than the Xbox 360 that came out a year before.
No backwards compatibility.
No backwards
PS2.
compatibility. Well,
Only on one system.
It had it technically at launch on one specific version of it. It was weird. I don't know what they were doing. So like, yeah, people kept buying PS2 because why the hell would I buy a system that sucks and is expensive? You know? Yeah, so I think that it probably will get past that. I don't know if you want me to dive into the Zelda stuff right now, but
no, I'm just going to give a quick thoughts on those questions, and then we'll just jump right into Zelda. So I pretty much echo 99.9% of everything that you guys said, so I'll be fast and fly through these. How did the Switch defy expectations? They had a clear message. Their branding and marketing when they announced the console was phenomenal. The name is fantastic. Switch. It clicked immediately. There was nothing confusing about it. It made sense. I watched that trailer. I was like, oh my gosh, they did it. Like this thing's going to be a banger.
Yep.
The Wii U's failure versus Switch's dominance. I mean, you guys pretty much covered everything. I echo everything you guys said. I do want to add an extra element that no one mentioned. And maybe you guys disagree with me on this one, but I do think it was part of why Wii U failed, in that I think the Wii U, the concept was actually ahead of its time, and the tech was not there for what they wanted to do.
Oh, easily.
I love the Wii U. I have very fond memories of playing games on the console, but it did feel like a toy. There was performance issues. The screen was terrible on it. There's enough to complain about it. The tech wasn't there. In fact, if I was to say there was a gen Nintendo was ready to take that concept and put it into fruition, I'd probably say is this gen, the Switch 2 gen. But they decided to do it as the follow-up to the Wii. And I think they shot their load too soon. Switch's outdated hardware versus massive mainstream appeal. Nate hit the nail on the head. It wasn't outdated hardware. It was at the time the most powerful handheld ever. Yes, when you compare it to some of the new handheld experiences on the market or the current gen competition, it doesn't have necessarily the tech or the power. But Switch 2 is going to be a new beast. And will Switch officially surpass PS2 in lifetime sales? I think there's a strong chance. I don't think it's 100%, but I'm going to say I think it's a 75 to 80% chance that it's going to pass. Way more likely than not likely. I think price drop. I think continued support. And like Nate mentioned, we got ZA coming to Switch. If they do a bundle, if they do a special ZA green and black Switch, that would look sick. I could definitely see them moving some big numbers on that. But with that being said, we're gonna. Oh yeah, go ahead, man.
So I got one little caveat because I don't think a lot of people actually know this. And we've talked about it on the channel. Of course, Shadow loves to talk about this kind of stuff. But one of the things that really actually hurt Nintendo during the Wii U stages, and I don't think people realize this, is that during the time they were actually, like you said, they were ahead of their time. This was like one of the first times where they were like proactive into what they were doing and where the industry was going. And the industry kind of pretended like they didn't know what they were talking about. And that is the setup of the Wii U, right? So that marked them. They talked about the GPU setup, which was that the GPU would run all of the tasks and functions and then allow the CPU to help with those tasks. And this came during a time where the PS3 and the 360 were CPU heavy. All the games that they were making at those times were for the PlayStation 3 and for the 360. And that's why you got a lot of games that didn't run as well on the Wii U, because the Wii U was a GPU built system, right? And that's when you heard a lot of the developers talking about how the CPU was anemic and it was weak. Only for a year later, when the PS4 and the Xbox One come out, run the exact same way, with the GPU being the one doing all the tasks and the CPU backing up all that. And only until then were developers like, "Oh, we get it now. That's how it works." So it's ironic because they pretended like they didn't know. They didn't know how to run that function. They didn't know how to make games that way. And so they just quickly ported stuff over. That 1 gig of RAM, I think, is probably the biggest Achilles heel, actually, of the Wii U. But I dare say there would have still been a lot of games that would have actually ran on the Wii U that we didn't get, that developers pretended like couldn't happen at all.
Oh, you like that one.
But yeah,
cool doing.
Yeah, that was actually, that was something that and right, but only for that to happen did we actually get some of the greatest things that happened of all time. Like, because of that, we ended up getting Nintendo Directs. So all of the hate and all of the moving away and misinterpretations of the Wii U, Nintendo was like, okay, We ain't doing that no more. Y'all just gonna get it directly from us. Here's some Nintendo Directs. And the whole industry moved that way. And so now journalism isn't like journalism of back in the day. It's
What's wild about that is I remember when Nintendo announced they'd not be doing their E3 stuff and they were going to be doing their digital events, the number of journalists saying that this shows a lack of confidence. It's because Nintendo's hurting and they don't have anything to show. But
You sorry, we gotta stop talking to DMs. You have your private DM conversations going on in the middle of the show. Sorry, everyone watching.
the hell?
Man, stay away from your Twitter DMs, Gamebird. Wait till the show's over. Anyways, as he's immediately gonna come.
Yeah, right.
He's like, I gotta see it now.
What the? So Zelda.
Yeah.
I feel like I gotta go change. Mike, did you change hats at some point? You've been wearing
I'm gonna check this out after the show. We got a show to finish up. It's getting late, folks. We're gonna move on to my favorite topic of all topics, and that's always the Legend of Zelda. Starting with Breath of the Wild, the game that changed everything. All right.
The audio listeners have no idea what you're talking about.
Listen, audio listeners. Shameless plug. I'm excited for the next two questions. I'm actually working on a video called "Is The Legend of Zelda: Breath of the Wild overrated?" It's going to be a collab video featuring Stash as well as a few other people, but this is very much related. Breath of the Wild, it redefined open world games and Zelda itself. Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom both made Zelda this big mainstream juggernaut, unlike anything we had seen from the series before. And looking at the series charts, let me see if I can pull this up. The Breath of the Wild catapulted the series into major success, selling way more, not even close, than any other game in the series. Let me see if I can get this one. One sec.
Oh yeah, those sales numbers are nuts, right?
It is wild. Can you see it on screen?
No.
Did you share this? Let's see. I got you, buddy.
Perf. Thank you. So we can see here, right at the number one spot, 33.55 million units sold. Insane numbers. Absolutely insane. Especially when you think of competitors and their top sellers, where their numbers tend to land usually in the 7-8 million units is a huge deal. Obviously, there's competitor third-party games that sell incredibly well, like Grand Theft Auto, but still, these numbers are no joke. Following that is Tears of the Kingdom, which again is over 20 million, headed into 21 million. I would not be surprised to see this one land at the 25 million spot, possibly go farther as people pick up Switch 2. There are people who don't have Switch 1. There are people who will pick up these games on Switch 2, especially if these games run and perform better. But I think the big thing right here is if you look at the next runner-up, and that's Twilight Princess. And look at that. That's a $12 million unit, or sorry, 12 million unit difference. 12 million unit difference. It is wild. This range is kind of the 4 to 8 million was the range for the series. So you just see this insane catapult. You're going. What is that? 25 million more than the previous selling title. Absolute insanity. I'm going to stop sharing this.
Crazy cupcakes.
So let's talk about this. Let's talk about these numbers. How do you guys feel that Breath of the Wild redefined Zelda and turned it into a mainstream juggernaut? And what do you think about these sales numbers?
Well, look, what I find interesting is even though those two Switch games are 50 mil, right? Incredible. What's interesting is Breath of the Wild is the only evergreen Zelda game ever to release. It didn't get the 33 mil overnight. That was over the lifetime of Switch, selling millions and staying in the top 10. Even today, it outsells Tears of the Kingdom every quarter. Tears of the Kingdom, it's at 21 million officially on Nintendo's website.
2 years.
It sold 1 million since launch month. It sold 20 million in launch month, meaning it's not really doing evergreen numbers for Nintendo. It's not Breath of the Wild. So what's incredible is that somehow Breath of the Wild, this 8-year-old game, did something no Zelda game's ever done before. I'm actually curious if any Zelda game will ever do it again. Now, I do think the next Zelda game will outsell Twilight Princess. I think it's going to have a banger out the gate sales because, again, the next big 3D Zelda game is probably not coming until 2029-ish, somewhere in there. And by then, they'll be, well, according to the projections, we might have like 75, 80 million Switch 2s at that point. I mean, these analysts are going nuts. They're even going crazier than I'm going on the initial sales for the system. But yeah, so it'll have a huge install base to sell to. And I could see it selling another like 15, 20 mil out the gate. But will it be evergreen? Will it continue to sell consistently for years? I think maybe. But only because it'll be a new Zelda in a new world. But we'll see. That's what Tears of the Kingdom didn't have going for it. It was a new Zelda, but it wasn't in a new world. Breath of the Wild was a new world. So when I look at the sales of Breath of the Wild, you know, it might not be repeatable. I hope it's repeatable because I hope they continue to make games that satisfy tens of millions of gamers worldwide. And it's funny too. I look at this first bullet point that Stash put in here, saying Breath of the Wild redefined open world games and Zelda itself. You know, I've looked around. Like there are some games that try to copy some of the stuff that like Breath of the Wild did. But then if you look at the other ones that got as big or bigger than Breath of the Wild since it came out, they didn't really take much inspiration from Breath of the Wild. They kind of just did their own thing. Which is interesting because all the things that Breath of the Wild did, like just collectively, other games have done before. It just was never put together in this way. And it didn't have a big IP like Zelda behind it. But the crazy thing is, forget its inspiration on other games. It's permanently changed the future of Zelda. Because it just showed Nintendo Zelda doesn't have to be that series that's, you know, aspiring to crack 10 million. It should be expected. The expectations have changed for 3D Zelda because of Breath of the Wild. So even though Tears of the Kingdom didn't quite live up to the same sales numbers, are you kidding me? 20 million in a month? The best-selling game on PlayStation 5 is Spider-Man 2 at 11 mil total lifetime. Tears of the Kingdom destroyed that in a month. You know how many companies would love to sell 20 million copies in a month? Monster Hunter Wilds right now is attempting to try to do it. Don't know if it'll get there, but it's probably going to cross 10. So it's real close to already crossing 10 right now if it hasn't already. So, like, yeah, Zelda, it's changed everything. And I think the big thing about it is it created this. See, long-running franchises sometimes have this problem of it's really hard to appeal to new. It's easy to keep the old, the people who grew up. But how do you get new people to try a franchise that's been going on for 35 years, 40 years next year, right? How do you get them to try it? And it's by creating an experience that word of mouth says is unmissable. And that's what Breath of the Wild did. Not only Game of the Year that year. If you bought a Switch, the first recommended purchase by everyone for years was you got to play Breath of the Wild. It's a can't miss experience. It's actually what happened with GTA 5. If you look at the sales of the Grand Theft Auto series, it's always been good. GTA 5 is at another level. It's at an insanely... It's so far ahead of GTA 4, it's not even funny. But why? Word of mouth. Yeah, it had its initial sales, and then everyone kept saying, God, you got to play this game. It's a can't-miss game. You got to play it. Gotta play it. Gotta play it. Kept growing bigger and bigger. That's what happened with Minecraft. Gotta play it. Gotta play it. Happened with Fortnite. Gotta play it. Gotta play all these games. It's all word of mouth. And even my own kids who had never played Zelda before played it. Why? Because they knew that dad loved the fuck out of that game. I gotta try it. My fiance, who doesn't hate video games, but doesn't play a lot of video games. One of her favorite games of all time is Breath of the Wild. And she didn't even play it until like 6 years after it came out. I've been ranting and raving and making podcast after podcast about it's the greatest game of all time. And she finally one day grabbed my Switch and was like, I'm bored. Nate's gone. Let me see what this Zelda thing's about. 3,000 hours later, she didn't put it down until Tears of the Kingdom came out. And then she went and racked up a couple thousand hours in that game. Like, it's insane to me. Like, having this appeal, I'm not really quite sure what it is that made it so appealing. Because, like, I think the game's so amazing and perfect, but I'm not new to the series. Like, how did this appeal to new gamers, get new people in? And the only thing I could think of is Western-style RPG games are really popular. They just are. They're really popular. And if you can do one really, really well with an established IP or an established developer, in the case like From Software doing Elden Ring, you have a chance that if the word of mouth of it's great, that it could just naturally blow up because of it. Breath of the Wild is one of the highest rated games of all time. Literally. Go look at the top rated games of all time. It's up there. It's insane. So is Mario Odyssey. Poor Mario Odyssey. Couldn't get the accolades because you had to come out the same year as Breath of the Wild. Yeah. Incredible that we got 2 97s in the same year on Switch. But yeah, I can't exactly pinpoint what it is. One thing I will say is, and this might have helped people stick with the game, I think the tutorial area in Breath of the Wild is one of the best in gaming history.
Oh yeah,
it is the best.
Oh yeah,
and
Let's say it. It's the best tutorial ever.
I think when people tried it, that tutorial kept you hooked and kept you wanting more. Yeah. So I don't know. I'm not exactly sure what it is because I'm not new. But you know who's somewhat new? He knew what Zelda was. Didn't really have an angst to play it. Eric. So, remember, Eric and I got sold off a demo.
Yes, 100%.
We played it at E3.
Yeah.
So, Eric.
Yes.
Maybe you come at it from the, hey, it somehow brought me in when I wasn't a Zelda gamer.
Yeah, I mean, just the amount of different things that you can do in the game, and you could see because I had watched you play and a bunch of my other friends play Zelda before, so I knew what Zelda was. I'm not like a brand new to the series, but just the amount of different things that you could do in this game was absolutely insane, and I just had a whole lot of fun. I know I was giggling half the time I was playing the demo because I was sitting there with a bow and arrow sniping people from ungodly distances away because it was just fun to do. So yeah, I mean, the fact that this game outsold the console at points where this game was such a big hit that people were buying it that didn't even have the console is absolutely insane. I don't know how many games do that. I can probably guarantee you it's probably not a whole lot. But yeah, I mean, from just playing a demo, I knew this game was going to be freaking amazing, and it was.
Nicely said.
All right.
Fantastic.
All right.
Beautiful.
Who's going next, Gamer? Where are you tossing it? Who are you wrangling in?
Let's swing in. Let's bring in a guest. Let's do Sandstorm.
Okay. Yeah. I would say kind of to Prime's point. I think as well there was just so many layers of mechanics that help sell the game, right? The first time you walked out in the thunderstorm and realized, gotta change out that gear. Like we hadn't really seen that in games of that nature. And just the vastness of the world and the things. It was a playground, right? It made you. It wasn't really set up. Yeah, just sure. For a lot of us Zelda fans, we've seen bows and arrows before. We've seen the different weapons before. We've seen slow motion and an attack before. Like we've seen all these things, but it was how you could go about doing those things and finding inventive ways in order to get things done, right? The puzzles, just even down to collecting. And so when you think about it, it's kind of like the first Zelda that let you be your Link to the fullest on your time, right? It wasn't like, okay, well, I really want to go here, but I can't go there because I don't have the hook shot. I really want to do this, but I can't do that because I don't have this item, right? So to be able to traverse and do it at your pace, how you wanted to do it. What do you want to do today? You don't have to go in and deal with any of the guardians or anything like that. You can go sit in Hateno Village and knock out a couple quests. We really hadn't seen anything to that nature, and I think that's what really helped sell the game, especially for us. And like you said, the tutorial area, I think a lot of us were like, "Holy crap, this is on a plateau!" But this plateau is like enormous. I spent 10 of my hours on the plateau making sure that I got everything before they were like, okay, you can jump down now. It's those kind of moments. And then even when that happened and you found out, like, they're like, hey, you got these guardians, but you can go after Ganon if you want to. And then in your head, you're like, doesn't sound like a good idea. So just the open options to be able to do stuff and go different places. And yeah, Tears of the Kingdom does that too. And on a even higher level. Between the two games, what's the better game as far as like mechanics and stuff like that and the things that you can do? Tears of the Kingdom. But like what game really like hooked you on that in the first place? Breath of the Wild, you know. So I think, and like you said, an evergreen title. I think even to this day, people ask me, you know, like, what game should I pick up if I have the Switch? And I will say Tears of the Kingdom, and they'll be like, "Oh, Breath of the Wild is here too." And I'm like, "How is that game?" And I'm like, "Greatest game of all time. It's the GOAT, easily." And Majora's Mask is my favorite in the franchise. Breath of the Wild is the
Great
GOAT.
pick. All right, Stash Man.
Breath of the Wild. We're talking about Breath of the Wild.
Mm-hmm. He's distracted by memes right now. Let him be.
Yes, we're talking about how it defined open world games, how it made the series a juggernaut, and just like the sales, like what it accomplished.
Ooh, small thing. Don't forget Amiibos. Okay, go ahead.
Oh yeah, good call. Yeah, you know, when I was looking at these sales numbers earlier, I remember that obviously Breath of the Wild like catapulted into entirely new territory for Legend of Zelda, and I did recall like Twilight Princess being the best seller up until Breath of the Wild, and that also came out on GameCube and Wii. So that came out on two consoles. So we got to take that in consideration as well. You know, when I see these numbers, I think about like Metroid. We always talk about, hey, what can we do to get Metroid to catapult, right?
Mm-hmm.
And to that upper echelon, or even into the next tier, you know, like it's as far as sales, it's in like that bottom tier right now. Still, what can we do to get it to like between 5 and 10, or like double? 10 would be great, double digits, right?
Mm-hmm.
But that's what Zelda did here, and for me, Breath of the Wild is the original Zelda, but an open world. It's exactly what it is. It's open world Zelda NES. And it was interesting because obviously we found out later that they made like an NES Breath of the Wild version.
Yeah.
Before they went in and did the full open world game. Like they did that in the planning stages, right? Of actually designing the 3D open world. I'd love to get my hands on that. I wish they would release that. Maybe, who knows? Maybe for Zelda's 40th they will. That'd be so cool.
Yeah, it would.
But yeah, and for me, that's my first Zelda. I absolutely love the original Zelda. So that's what it felt like. And I think people really enjoyed just getting lost in that world. It helped that it was the launch title for the best-selling console, right? And yeah, it did get to take advantage of true evergreen success. And I gotta say, like, I don't think we're gonna have to like wait that many years to get the new mainline Zelda game. If you look at the history of us receiving Zelda games, Nintendo fans receiving Zelda games, when did we receive them, right? You look at the NES, the Game Boy Advance. Yeah. Seriously, like look at all the consoles and handhelds. How long did it take to get Zelda? The next big Zelda. Didn't take long. Historically, it doesn't take long. So I expect to get that next mainline Zelda relatively soon. I don't think they're going to wait too long because they want to capitalize again on evergreen. You got to get one out early that can be evergreen. Yeah, that's where I'm at with Breath of the Wild. It was very special. I had a great time with it. I printed out a whole map and I brought it with me and used it. I used a Sharpie to mark the shrines on my map. Made me feel like a kid again.
That's cool.
It was really fun. Yeah, I still have the map. I think it's in my box for Breath of the Wild. I found an image, a really good high quality image on Google, and then sent it over to FedEx Kinko's and had it blown up on like, I think maybe a 16 by 20. Mm-hmm. It was a little blurry, but it kind of added to like the effect.
Sure.
Kind of made it more fun that it wasn't crystal clear. Yeah. It's like I'm actually looking at an old map.
It's a good idea.
Yeah, it was a good time, actually. It made it a little bit more interactive. So, I think that's kind of my thoughts on Zelda as far as Breath of the Wild, man.
Cool. Mike, over to you. Any thoughts on how it redefined the series, kind of its sales, what it accomplished?
It did good things. It sold a lot of copies, and it.
All right.
And it changed.
That's how we do it.
It changed my whole view on the entire Legend of Zelda series. That's it. I love it.
Yeah.
So
sweet. I like that.
I'm in love with Zelda.
So I got two things.
I feel like someone needs to dump some ice down Mike's pants.
I said, bring a change of pants.
You need this. I'm telling you, drop some ice down. You'll wake up in a moment.
I've pissed 6 times on this podcast in your chair since it started. No,
well, I mean, you were complaining about being uncomfortable, so maybe you're trying to wet it down.
Adding it.
Maybe you need a new chair. Maybe it's time,
guys. It's tomorrow.
I think it's time for a new chair.
Tomorrow, on my side of the world, and no direct. So sorry, no Nintendo direct.
I might have one for you. It's called Autofull. Anyways, they're not a sponsor anymore, so it's not. You like the chair. like it a lot.
All right, well, let's.
So
go ahead.
Two last final things. One, the game Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom are both nearly perfect. The one big caveat, huge caveat, biggest thing that they're missing, fishing. No fishing. No pole. I need that. Bring that back, please. The other thing is, and kind of interesting, and the only one who breaks this mold is GameCube, actually. But there is 2 Zelda games for every revolutionary system, but only 1 Zelda game for every evolutionary besides GameCube. So if you look at Nintendo, the NES as a revolution, there's Zelda 1 and Zelda 2. For the Super Nintendo, there's only 1. For the 64 Revolution, there's Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask. Now, GameCube is the only one that breaks the mold, Wind Waker and Twilight Princess. For the Wii being the Revolution, there is Twilight Princess and Skyward Sword. The Wii U doesn't get any, and the Switch gets Breath of the Wild. Well, Wii U gets Breath of the Wild, and the Switch gets Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. So does that mean we only get one next
And
time
Echoes
now?
of Wisdom. And Echoes.
And well, yeah, now in the Echoes of Wisdom, so 3 now. Do you think Switch 2 gets 1 or possibly 2?
I think it gets 2.
I think it gets 1 big 3D Zelda, but 2 top downs, and 1 big remake, like 1 game, like Ocarina of Time or something like that. The reason I say this is because I think they're going to want to launch Switch 3 with a 3D Zelda. So
Yeah.
they'll have the next big 3D Zelda obviously be on Switch 2, but then the one after that will be directly targeted to launch on the
That'll be in 20 years when we're all old and pruny and just like a couple of farts talking video games. Like,
You need Switch 3 in 20 years? Jesus Christ, man.
hey,
Holy
hey,
shit.
All right.
what do you think about Switch 3? Huh?
You're trying to make me like you're trying to get me into the 70s? What are we doing?
What was that, Sonny?
Okay. Anyway.
All right, bring it in, guys. We got two categories left. We got this.
What?
What is it?
They're Zelda related. It's just 2 more chunks. You okay, Mike? You hanging in there?
We haven't even got to the Q&A yet.
Oh, pure shock. We got at least an hour and a half left of the show, folks.
Remember, Mike, you volunteered to be here.
So the next chunk of Zelda talk is the future of Zelda. Has it peaked, or is the best yet to come?
No.
With the Zelda movie. Mike, I'm giving you one more chance. One more chance, and we're done. We're done.
I asked to answer the question.
With the Zelda movie on the way, how much bigger can we see the series get? Could a new Zelda on the Switch 2 break Breath of the Wild's records?
Yes.
And are we in the golden age of Zelda, or is there another level to reach?
Yes, no, yes.
Perfect. All right, let's go to Nate.
Man, I don't remember all the questions.
Dude, how are you going to beat that one?
Has Zelda peaked? No. I think a game will do bigger someday. Will the movie help? Maybe. I don't know. The movie's going to be long before the new 3D Zelda comes. I don't know. And yes. Yes, and yes. I don't know. All right, moving on.
Perfect. Eric, over to you, man.
I'm just gonna go with no. I don't know what I'm answering, but no.
All right. With the Zelda movie on the way, how much bigger can the series get? Can the new the new Zelda on Switch 2 break Breath of the Wild's sales records? And are we in the golden age of Zelda, or is it going to get better?
I think it's gonna get better. I mean, yeah. Yep, to all of them. Yep. Yeah. I'm done.
All right. Stash
That's
Man.
how well my brain is functioning right now.
No worries. Stash Man. Lay it down.
Say it again.
Third time's the charm.
I didn't hear you.
Yes, let me speak directly into the microphone. With the Zelda movie on the way, how much bigger can it get?
Okay, that's this.
And
Disturbing.
could a new Zelda on Switch 2 break Breath of the Wild sales records? And lastly, are we in the golden age of Zelda, or is the peak, is the next level yet to come? Your thoughts?
Yes. No, we haven't peaked yet. There's even more golden age to come because I think the Triforce will be in the next Zelda,
Mm.
and that is gold.
I know, right?
You want going with some literal here? There you go.
Yeah.
All right. Sandman, bring us the storm.
So,
Do you need the questions again?
No,
Good.
because I know all the questions. As you see the pen in my hand, because
We'll be having you back on the show real soon.
I did the homework. So as far as the movie,
Mike's done. Look at him. He's done.
As far as the movie, will the franchise, or will it get bigger? Yes.
Depends on the. No. All right.
Yeah, I think so. I think that I think as far as like the movie, I'm not even going to say depends. I think the movie will be very well done, especially for the fact that it's Nintendo has seen how well Mario works when they're really close to the
when they chaperone.
Yeah, and it's Sony of all people, so they're going to extra chaperone. So I think it's going to be bigger and better. As far as the Switch 2 breaking the original, I'm going to say yes to that too, but mostly due to how fast the game is selling, or how fast the system is selling. I also think they throw in like something crazy, and I'm not talking about the depths type of crazy, but just like
a discount
realism, if that's what you want to call it. And then, have we peaked, or are we in the golden age? I think we are in the golden age. No, I don't think we peaked. I feel like they've got so much more to go. Really, honestly, all they have to do is take Ocarina of Time and take Majora's Mask, put them both together. You walk out into the woods, boom. You fall down the hole. Now you're in the Majora's Mask world, and it's all set to go.
All right.
Very true.
Good. Love it. At least we gave more than just yes, no, yes. All right.
Yeah. I'm going to say maybe for the movie, maybe for the sales records, and are we in the golden age of Zelda? No. All right. Final category. Final category. You guys ready? Mike, are you ready? I want to hear a oh yeah.
That woke him up.
Closest to Mike as you can get it with a you, man. Just
he's like, this Game Bird dude really sucks. Anyways, final category. Zelda has now 3 active styles of games: open world, 2D Zelda.
that was Mike.
Oh god.
Emotional damage.
All right. There's 3 styles of Zelda now. We got the open world Zeldas like Tears of the King, Breath of the Wild. We got the 2D Zeldas like Link's Awakening, Link Between Worlds. We got the remakes like Skyward Sword HD, Wind Waker, Twilight Princess, etc. Does this approach satisfy all Zelda fans? And which styles are we most excited to see on Switch 2?
I think all of them.
Short and sweet.
I like personally, Breath of the Wild brought me into the franchise, right? Invested. After that, I went back and played, the other types of Zelda. I love the top down mini ones like Echoes of Wisdom, and I fell in love with Skyward Sword, the story of Skyward Sword, and I know that game is more. It's linear, right? It's not as open, So I think as long as Nintendo delivers, I think they will deliver on all 3, right? Because they're all current, they're all on Switch, people love those games, and I think that the main line new big Zeldas will be the open world ones. I think that's moving forward, but I think Nintendo will not turn their back on what the other ones. So yes, yes. No, maybe, and I have no idea because
there was only two questions.
Yeah. Okay, let's move on.
All right, let's go with Mr. P.
Not too late to change my YouTube channel name.
No.
So, look, I think that all fans will be satisfied.
What? Only fans?
No, I think all fans will be satisfied on Switch 2. I don't think all fans are satisfied on Switch, and that is because Skyward Sword HD just isn't beloved enough. People wanted the Wind Waker, Twilight Princess, or the Ocarina of Time. We didn't get that. So as long as one of those, actually, if one of Twilight Princess or Ocarina of Time get remade on Switch 2, which I think will happen, then I think they'll hit on everyone. And everyone will be really happy on Switch 2.
Yeah.
I think we're going to get another top-down Zelda, maybe multiple of them. We're going to get the big 3D open world game. And then as long as we get a remake of one of the classics, everyone wins. Did I answer all the questions? I don't even know.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was really beautiful. Stash man, what's up?
Yeah, so yeah, I put this in the notes because this is what I believe is gonna happen. I expect this. I expect new open world Zelda, 2D Zelda, in the form of remake, and I think we will probably get another new one.
Cool.
And remake, yeah, no doubt. I think we're gonna get a 3D remake. I think we're gonna get a lot of Zelda.
Yeah.
Cool
Yeah,
deal.
It worked out well.
Movie, the
There we go.
Sandman. What do we got?
So I think that
Ian Sandman, get it right?
yeah, it's the Sandman. You know, like
Candy.
in Super Punch Out. Good day.
Yeah.
I was thinking, Mr. Sandman, give me a drink. That's so far back.
Yeah, so I think that we'll get both of them. Yes, I think everybody or all of them. Yes, I think Zelda fans as a whole will be satisfied. I do actually think that we will get a new 3D big title. I think that we will get a new 2D title, and I think that the remakes will actually come and start off with the Ocarina of Time, whatever. And I also think that they're going to start doing the other 2Ds like Oracle of Ages and Spirit Tracks and all those other ones, doing HD remakes of those.
All right, Eric.
Yeah. I'm thinking, they're probably going to keep a rotation going, whether it's, open world, 2D. I think they're going to keep, that rotation going. And because, you don't want to alienate all of your, your audience. Jesus, I can't talk today.
And spit on that thing.
That too.
Wake up a little bit over there.
Yeah. Thank you. But yeah, I think whether it's
That wasn't an offer
between
by
the
way.
all right, between the remakes and new games, I think they're going to try to find a balance between open world and kind of more linear 2D type of thing. Oh Lord, this is going off the rails quickly.
I love this.
Yes, it is.
I love when people get overtired.
Yes.
Dude, I could just
I love it.
partying with Steve over there would be so much fun.
Oh yeah.
Especially when he hits the overtired stage.
All right. Yes, I think it'll satisfy all Zelda fans on Switch 2 in the style I'm most excited about. For everyone, I don't think you guys mentioned that. What's the style you're most excited about? Last thing. For me, obviously mainline Zelda. I love everything else, but mainline, it's the newest, the latest and the greatest. So
I quit. I don't like Zelda anymore.
For me,
whoa, Eric, that was gnarly. That was the loudest I've ever heard you on the podcast. That was rad.
For me, I want the greatest Zelda graphics. I want 8K, 2,400 frames per second, and nothing less, with ray tracing and ambient inclusion and all of that. And then
All right, let's stick to the question, guys. It was which style, 3D, 2D, or remakes?
yes,
Real quick.
that's the answer. Yes.
I mean, yeah.
All right, and I actually have a bonus category that we're gonna go.
I want a remake. I want a remake in a 2D style, but open world.
All right. He's just trying to cross all the categories at the same time.
VR. Completely immersed.
All right. Let's just get to the damn Q&A. Thank you so much for my questions. It's just statements. I like that.
There's that. Yeah.
You got
My faith in your ability to answer questions right now is not looking good.
Yeah.
Well, bring back Wave Race and Pilot Wings.
Hell yeah.
Pretty simple.
No,
That's just a want from everyone, I think.
just keep it.
Yeah.
Larry.
Great question.
Keep it
Great
Start the
question.
change.org and I'll
and
sign
not,
it.
and not in the Pilot Wings resort, like real Pilot Wings.
Yeah, like Pilot Wings 64.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bring back the good shit. Andrew Brightwell saying, Thunder, heard anything more on the next Zelda for Switch 2? Apologies if already answered. Just joined. You know I'm all about the Ocarina of Time remake.
No, I haven't heard anything, but my intuition tells me that we're going to be eating very good and that the Ocarina of Time remake is real.
Yep, and
That's my gut feeling.
Thunder's intuition told my intuition to tell Nate's intuition to expect it.
Expect it.
All right, moving on.
Profound.
We have the big hundo. This comes from ET Videos. He's just saying good luck, MP. I think he's talking about me with the surgery I got coming up. So thank you so much, man. I do appreciate that support. Yeah, I mean, luck's all I can really bank on right now. It could go really bad. It could go really well. I have no idea. We'll see what happens.
At least you'll have the next open world Zelda. Look forward to it.
Well, see that now you're presuming I survive. I mean, I don't know. There's inherent risk anytime you're cut open. You never know.
Dude, you're a survivor, man. You're a survivor.
The Memphis dropping. I'm sorry. Let me get this right. It's not the Memphis. It's the Memphis. Drops to 50. It says, I'm not really asked them to be up to modern standards. I think this is about Legends EA. But I'd even take a high-end looking Xbox 360 level game. I mean, GTA 4 came out in 2008 on Xbox 360. I feel like asking Pokemon to look at least as good isn't as crazy. Isn't a crazy high standard. So on this, I'll say, like, art styles make everything here. GTA is always going for realism. So this is like, if instead I'll give you an example. They for some reason went like Wind Waker cell shading style. I don't think anyone would complain.
Yeah.
Nope.
But
Or like Nino Kuni.
they're kind of like crossing realism and anime at the same time. It doesn't really work very well. Xenoblade can kind of do it, but yet one of the big things everyone says, Xenoblade's that one series that needs more powerful hardware.
What do you have behind you? Is that a Ninja Turtle upside down with really large teeth?
What are you talking?
Who are you talking
Behind
to?
us?
On Nate's TV, it looks like
There's a dragon.
a Ninja Turtle upside down with large teeth.
Mike, I know we're past your bedtime. Trying to put the crack pipe down. It's not going to help you sleep tonight. We got a $1 quick in from Andrew Brightwell, just making sure that he can shout it out for that.
Hell yeah.
Karkin comes in with 2,000 yen and says, I got so hooked on the GBA launch back in the day, fighting for best time with my twin brother. Also, you have it, Nintendo Prime. Good luck. Thank you guys so much for the kind wishes. I do.
That's awesome.
I do really appreciate it. I literally might be having surgery before the next podcast, so I really do appreciate it, guys. It means a lot. So here, Evelyn comes with the $2. Says, this is all I have right now. But you could have kept it.
That's brutal.
Yeah, I don't really like. Send me your Venmo. I'm sending that $2 back.
Evelyn went to bed like 2 hours ago.
All right,
Say
well,
good night to everyone.
When she comes back on my stream tomorrow,
What?
because you're always there, I'm gonna be like,
Yeah.
what's your Venmo? You need that $2 back. Don't be giving me your last $2.
Yeah, right.
Mike ate a gummy. Maybe that's what's happening. I don't know. Demonic Brawler. My favorite GBA game was Fire Red. I know it was a remake of Pokemon Red, but it took the game to a whole new level, not just with graphics.
Yeah.
I've never
Leaf
played
Green. Leaf Green was great too. Fire Red, Leaf Green, they were
it.
great.
Never played it.
Never.
I'll stick with my Let's Go.
Yeah,
Let's Go
they're
easy.
great.
Basically the same.
Basically the same.
Yeah.
So the Pokemon are flying out there in the real world. Andrew Brightwell said, misread. Now here's the streak. Yeah, I know we hit the streak, guys. Obviously for reasons, I usually chug the beer when that happens, but I'm on pain meds, so we're not doing that right now. Probably won't be doing it at all up to the surgery. Because this is presuming I take the pain med every night. I don't know if I'm going to, but it's all about how I feel.
Do you put it in stock then? We'll save it for later. We'll pin this and save this.
No, I'm not coming back and trying to 12 pack right after surgery. Surgery's over, guys. Oh shit.
Well, how else are you gonna check for leaks?
Oh, yeah, did they sew me up right? I guess we'll find out tonight. Karka says, I was just saying I got so hooked with my brother on Kurin trying to get the best times.
Say that 3 times fast.
Shame it never released at launch in the US. Hey, but at least it came. Just not a launch, sadly. Boo Mini. Thoughts on the new Carmen San Diego game? I'm probably the only one who's played it.
It's good.
Is it?
Oh, Mike's played it? Okay.
No, my daughter.
Okay.
Oh.
I beat it. I mean, like I'm not gonna sit here and try to lie to people that it's like the greatest game ever made. It's not. Yeah, I'm sponsored by them. I'm not gonna say anything negative. But what I will say is it's easy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, they're all
That's the big thing.
all of her games are like that. They're not supposed to be.
Yeah. Carmen San Diego games aren't meant to be hard. It's meant to be a fun little. You solve little mysteries and catch criminals. You're catching thieves basically, and while doing that, you're learning actual history about the world.
Nice.
So it's really good for children to like get them into history and
She needs a movie.
Yes, that part.
Nerdy said the $2 said Yo Prime feel better. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate it. Demonic Brawler did $5. So GBA had so many good 16-bit games. It was like having a SNES in the palm of your hands. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
With a more massive library, and NSO needs to add more of them. Yeah. I mean, look, all the games should be on NSO, but I mean, Nintendo's going to trickle them for decades. It is what it is. Demonic Brawler, Triple X BMX was unedited only on the GameCube version.
Did you guys buy that game? Because I did.
Oh yeah, BMX.
Did you?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a reason you want that game. Version.
Yep.
Force Fanatic was trying to encourage the chat to push us to 420 tonight to get me on an edible tomorrow, but we failed, guys. It's okay. It's all right. I have something better than an edible. It's called morphine.
Morphine.
I'm not taking it for pleasure. I'm only taking it if I'm in too much pain. But anyways, if I do take it, it will be towards nighttime so I can actually sleep. So I haven't had good sleep in years. I think people are upset about the graphics of Legends EA. This comes from Demonic Brawler because they are expecting it to come to Switch 2, but it's not going to. Sorry. Well, the Terra leak had something in it that suggested there may be a Switch 2 version. The thing is, I think the game's been primarily just made for Switch. So whatever the Switch 2 version is, kind of feel like it's one of those like, oh, they applied DLSS to it or something like that, you know? Or like it will run better and look better, but it's not going to, I don't think it's going to be like this drastic, leap that people might want it to be. Or it just doesn't happen at all. I don't know. Who really knows? Just because things are in a leak doesn't mean they ever finished it,
Yeah.
Facts.
And they could have been messing around with it while they were working on Gen 10 just to get used to Switch 2, so who knows?
Yeah.
Jorge, see, I'm trying to fly through these. $10 says, which developer from Nintendo do you think could handle Game Freak's dev cycles for mainline Pokemon games? So a 2-year dev cycle? The only one I could think of, because they seem to be really good at churning shit out, is Monolith Soft.
Yeah.
But they don't
got the manpower for it.
They don't make that kind of game.
No.
So I don't know if there's any Nintendo dev, because Nintendo wouldn't do it.
No.
They just straight up wouldn't churn out a Pokemon game in 2 years. They just wouldn't even do it if they were making it themselves. Like Kirby can get churned out every 2 years, but like that, we're talking about games that are smaller in scale. Like the scale that Pokemon is, Nintendo would have like a Zelda-sized team on it. So, yeah,
I think you get fired as a developer if you're like, hey, I got this game done, and they're like, how long did it take you?
Yeah. And Nintendo won't even accept like the timetables that Game Freak does. If Nintendo had the final say, they would not accept that timetable. But there's the thing: they know the Pokemon franchise is this big, wide thing, and they keep making money hand over fist. So they got no real reason to do much other than maybe stepping in with their QA team, because Nintendo did have to publicly apologize for the first time ever. So like they may get their QA teams involved towards the end of November, but we'll see. It's possible their QA teams got involved with ZA because Terra Leak said ZA was supposed to come out last year. Maybe it got slightly delayed because Nintendo's QA teams got involved and said, no, we ain't publicly apologizing twice.
I can see that.
How about
Last
now?
thing we need is negative news heading into Switch 2.
Right.
So Gen 2 remakes are goated, says Demonic Brawler.
Fair enough.
Demonic Brawler's loving those Gen 2 remakes. See, I love the statement ones.
I agree.
Demonic Brawler coming again. I personally feel like it's 2025. No game should be less than 60 FPS. No game should ever be released broken. It should be good to go on day one. You know,
The second part only.
yeah. So games being broken day one, like that's happened even way back in the day. I mean, there's literally broken games still to this day. But like, I do think that like, there was a point that like every game was 60 FPS, like way back in the early gaming days, or 50, depending on what country you were in. And it's a choice. It's been a choice this whole time. They just choose to use that processing power because for a lot of games, especially single player games, they're slower paced. 30 FPS feels acceptable to many people. 60 FPS is factually better, but it's hard to sell a frame rate. Now, it's not hard to desell a frame rate. If you do 30 FPS and you dip below it, people know. Like if you're doing 30, it better be locked all the time. That's my problem. My problem isn't the 30. It's that it's not locked.
Yeah.
So that means like you're still trying to, you can push the visuals, but maybe cut it back to make sure you actually have a consistent 30. That's my problem. And that was my problem with Scarlet and Violet. Like my number one problem with it was frame rate. Like there's all these other issues. I fell through the world once. That was stupid. But it's the frame rate, man. Dude, at the beginning of the game, it's still like this. Beginning of the game, you go into the school. It's like a stop motion. Who let that like get by? This is a very beginning of the game section. And there's stop motion out of nowhere. And it's not because it's an artistic choice. Your character is also moving in stop motion. I got lots of issues with that game. The stupid thing is there's still some fun parts in it too. Pokemon.
Gotta catch them all.
No,
not anymore.
A Super Mario Land 2, the 6 golden coins, fellas. Yes. Yeah. Dude. Yeah.
Classic.
That almost made my list. That was in my top 15, and I was debating if I wanted to slide it up over Dr. Mario, but I'm like, I can't, man. Dr. Mario, man. I can't knock out the doc. Right. And then when I want to get real nostalgic and laugh, I just put on the Parental Floss with lyrics version of the song. If you guys haven't seen it, it is not made for children. Cardcode says April 2nd. Hype! What's your wildest one more thing for Switch 2 First Direct? All right, so one more thing. Wildest.
Oh, I already said mine.
I'm gonna go with the easiest and the obvious and what I would desire the most, and that is 3D Zelda gets shown off.
I'm gonna go with Ocarina of Time.
The remake. Okay.
Thought we were going wild here, gentlemen.
I know. That's why I was like, wow.
I think the wildest one more thing would be a brand new Star Fox Adventure. Star Fox Adventure 2, Star Fox Universe. Massive open world, multi-interdimensional travel. You got a party of friends. Epic, huge. Customize your ship, build your skill trees.
Sorry, I think you're gonna go wild. Is that
wild.
Acclaim got NBA Jam back, and that's announced.
Yeah.
All right, Mike, what's your wildest?
My wildest that'll happen on April 2nd.
Yeah. It's the one more thing.
So
Crazy thing
my
you think.
wildest thing is that they will only focus on Mario Kart 9 and the system. That's it.
That's
They
right.
will
Oh,
only
there one more thing is just more Mario Kart.
Mario Kart.
One more thing, DLC
that
coming
there
too.
will be no one more thing, and that the system it'll only be like on system features and just Mario Kart. That's it. And then an announcement for a future direct for games.
Well, look, we said wild.
That is
Wild
wild.
doesn't need to be exciting.
Yeah, well, no, that's wild in the non-fun way.
Yeah.
If it happens, everyone
Yeah.
gets mad at Mike.
Yes.
Up in arms.
Wait,
Wild.
why?
Yeah, like bullshit wild.
You're willing it into
Yeah,
existence.
you're speaking into it existence.
We spoke Acclaim into existence last
yeah,
week.
right.
Just saying.
Yeah.
This was a history.
Yeah, right.
Well, it's something that can really happen because if you look at that presentation, it's still
That's what I'm saying. You're speaking
You're
into
digging your own
existence.
hole, Mike.
Stop doing it.
You speak.
My assumption with wildest is like there's no way it's gonna happen. Is that right?
Yeah.
That's how I was visualizing the wild. Like
Well,
it would just
I
be
don't-
insane if
Well, I don't think a 3D Zelda is going to happen.
that's fair. That's
That being
fair.
said, I almost pulled the Star Tropics card, but
Well, I'm going to change
Ooh,
mine
like
because
that.
I think Ocarina of Time could happen. So I'm going to say Earthbound is the one more thing.
A new Earthbound or an
Yeah.
Earthbound remake or an
Remake.
Earthbound.
It's all
release?
new.
a 2D,
Brand
3D
new.
remake.
It's all new to us.
True. That is
Yeah.
true.
No.
Eric, would you like
Eric.
to go before me?
Yeah. And you can now get your Switch 2 later on today.
Ooh, pulling the Sega
Oh,
Saturn.
Sega. Yeah, Sega style.
the thing is, people will probably still buy it because they actually want this thing.
Yeah, it might work. It might actually work to their benefit.
People will be. Oh my god, that would suck for me.
Or they could delay it. To
I'm
swing.
really, it's gonna be sold out before I even get to the store.
Huge fighting. Huge fighting.
What
These
if
things
Microsoft
come
comes out at the end and shows Banjo Kazooie?
Hey, that's a good one too.
A new one.
I like
Yeah, a new one.
it. I like it.
All right, Sandstorm, what do you got?
So mine is the wildest of them all. So they say they got one more thing, and then you see a logo, right? Hold on.
And then they start undressing.
They show you a logo, and they say, "We are currently working with Nintendo on an HD remake of
Oh,
the greatest From Software game ever."
It's a
So
great
long.
game.
Will it happen? From Software don't make those kind of games anymore.
no, they don't. It would be sick though.
I'd love to get that kind of software from them, though.
Oh my god, yes.
That's insane. Taker610 came in here and said, I remember getting one bokoblin right before leaving the Shrine of Resurrection. 100 years to dead in 5 seconds. I really
That's great.
open your eyes. Dude, no, so I didn't do it when I was playing the demo, but when I was playing the game, the first time I read open your eyes, I was like, cool. I just jumped off the cliff. Game over. I'm like, wow. Quickest game ever.
Was that
Quickest game ever.
Are you sure that wasn't the time that we just decided
No.
Oh,
No.
that
we
was
were
a
already
fun
past it. We were trying to get to
Yeah.
something. Then I realized I went to the wrong peak and there wasn't
Yeah.
enough time.
Yeah.
So then
It turned into how many different ways can we kill
myself?
Link?
Yeah, because the demo didn't have enough time.
Yeah, right.
I was trying to do all 4 shrines in one run of the demo, but I wanted to go to the furthest shrine first because the other 3 were easy to get at. And
Mhm.
I went to the wrong peak.
Mm-hmm.
There's 2 different snow peaks in the intro area, and I went to the wrong one. I'm like, damn it! Now there's no time. Anyways, wait, did that one? This was also by Taker610. I did a member chat saying, you guys remember 2015 Fantastic Four, where they powered an interdimensional portal machine with 24 N64s. I guess PS1s were not enough. Oh my gosh! Yeah,
That's Nintendo power.
did you guys see the PS3 server farms that were out there for a while?
Oh my gosh.
Man, hey, people make use of that stuff, just like people are making beautiful music out of those old hard disks now.
Mm-hmm.
Last but not least, Andrew Brightwell came in to $10, said, Really would like to see this group again. Stash, Bird, Sandstorm, Eric, and Odyssey. Thanks, guys. Hope everything works out, Nate. Yeah, I'm sure everything will work out for me. I'm trying not to think about it, but it literally is the only thing that's on my mind all day now. That being said, yeah, obviously, look, this is like a regular crew. Mike will be back. Sandstorm will be back. Will they be the same time? I don't fucking know. It's not like I control the
No
guest
one knows.
I kind of control the guest list, but it's not like I control the guest list. Who do we even have on next week? What day is it today? Well, now it's a day late, $1 short.
Nick with no K.
Oh, Nick with no K and what? Wait, no, it's
I
February.
think that's it.
It's February. Yeah, Nick with no K. And then Paul Gale Network, and then Rogers Base.
Ah, nice.
All right, we got those three coming up. And then it's April 2nd. Holy shit.
You're right.
Yeah.
The time has come.
4 podcasts away. It's
God.
April 2nd.
Yeah.
Oh my
Who
God.
do we have for April 2nd?
A lot of people.
Oh wait, does that land on podcast night? I forget.
Yes.
It does.
Yeah.
Holy snapple!
It's literally going to be like
Yeah.
the biggest podcast we've ever done.
Yep.
Like, remember what it was for the one right before the reveal? Like, oh my God, this is going to be massive.
And we're doing the show in the morning too, right?
Yep.
Yeah, we have the live stream reaction in the morning.
Yep.
Yep.
Holy
Yeah,
crap,
that's
how
gonna be a
did
fun day.
Better
you
be
get
on
the
that- better be
VIP
on that
to get
list.
in that?
I'll make sure all my government work's done for that day. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Right,
for sure. Yeah,
right.
make sure that day is off.
Yeah, totally.
All right. Anyways, that's gonna do it. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. It's been a great show. I don't know why I'm doing the outro because it's supposed to be Stash doing it, but you know what? He's lost it.
Yeah, I've lost it. And by the way, did you guys watch the Taco Bell Direct?
Oh my god.
No.
Oh, what?
Yeah,
Oh God, I'm not gonna go
They
see
had a
that.
Taco Bell Direct.
I was expecting a phone at the end of the day.
Dude, there's gonna be over like 30 new items in 2025, and it looks insane. They literally did an E3 style presentation.
Nice.
That's
Oh
all we
Oh
did.
my God.
right?
You have to look that up.
Yeah,
Well,
you guys
I
should seriously look it up.
After I watch
Yep.
your little meme, I'll have to watch the Taco Bell Direct.
Oh, dude, you gotta watch that video I sent you. Yeah.
All right. Let's go around the room, let people know what we got going on, where we can find us, and then let's get the hell out of here. Mike Odyssey, Mr. Trying to get to 100K this year. How's it going?
Hey. Hi.
Mike Odyssey. There you go. That's all I need. Mike Odyssey. All right.
I'm here.
So you can find me here at the Odyssey. Well, not here at the Odyssey over there, the other channel. Every Monday, every day, almost every day.
Every day. One day, every day.
100%.
Almost every day. Almost every day. Monday to Friday. We got the Nintenbyte Podcast every Friday night at 8:30 p.m. Eastern Time. And we got some stuff going on. Yeah, I am trying to get to 100K to by the end of the year. I feel like this is because of my disability. This is a crucial year for me. I'm pushing to get to 100K. And so if I don't, I will have to make some other choices, in life to kind of here. I'll stay in content creation, but maybe
Indie Mania this summer.
yeah, Indie Mania is once a year, so that I could stick with that. Indie Mania is here. Indie Mania is coming in June. I'll be there with IGN. I have ThunderStash on the show as well. Paul Gale is also there. And we'll be in Los Angeles. If you guys are in the area, say hi. And
Yeah,
then,
what May 19th to the 21st?
Yeah, May 19th to the 21st will be in LA.
I'll be outside the event, Mike, begging them to let me in. That's what I'll be doing. So if you guys can sneak me, I'll be there.
My disability is that he is what?
Is that he is too sexy for his everything.
Uh,
Noodles may have had a few drinks tonight. So that's,
Very well possible. I
very well possible.
thought going to bed.
Dudes that can never go to bed till I
Yeah,
actually hit
yeah,
the stream. It is what it is.
yeah.
All right. Mr. Deacon Sandstorm McDowell.
So, guys, you can find me on the Sandstorm Show Rebirth, where this Saturday, actually, we have a podcast on Friday. So, our podcast on Friday is anime related. So, if you guys love anime, come on through. We just talk everything anime. Saturday is the Sandstorm Show, which is our main show, where we're going to talk more about gaming. Actually, ironically, we're on Generation 9. So we're talking how did we get here, the state of gaming, and talking about Generation 9 and our experiences with the Switch, PlayStation 5, and Xbox Series S/X. So make sure you guys come over there, have fun conversation. And if you know your boy Risky, he will definitely show up that day. So definitely show up for that.
Yeah.
As well. I'm also on the Winging It podcast with Shadow Fox and Jay, and on Monday on the Juice is Loose podcast with Terminator Juice and Mr. T. Yeah, Juice is Loose. Yeah, that's creative. But you can also find me on Twitter. And let me make sure my handle is right, because I thought it was Deacon Sandstorm McDowell. I was gonna say it's Sandstorm McD. So yeah, but that's where you can find me on Twitter. I don't think I have Instagram. So yeah.
All right, Mr. Gamer, did you just change your clothes?
Are you gaslighting me right now? Are you legit gaslighting me? What the hell?
Yes.
What the hell, dude?
The morphine is now worn off, so maybe I'm going to see you the first time tonight.
Classic Mr. P right there.
Yeah,
Classic
I know.
Mr. P.
Classic Mr. P move.
You would say that to me, wouldn't you?
100%.
You would say that to me.
Mr. P.
What is up, guys? Gamebird Classic, your third favorite, fourth favorite. I don't know what favorite co-host, but you guys can find me at Gamebird Classic here on YouTube making Nintendo content. My most recent video is traditional Zelda versus modern Zelda, pros and cons of both, what I think is better and where I think the future's going. I also have 2 videos in the works right now. One of them is a collab talking about Breath of the Wild. Is it overrated? I've got a few YouTubers joining in, some who think it is, some who think it isn't.
I was supposed to be those.
and I've got an NSO video that I'm working on that should be coming out pretty soon. So definitely check it out. Support the guests. Definitely subscribe to their channels. Let's get Mike to 100K. Let's get any K. I'll take any K. And that's it. How's everyone? I'm doing well.
Doing all right. Stash.
Doing all right.
So I'm gonna be working on editing some videos. I got all the footage last weekend. I got all the footage of the dock. I put it through its paces. Got a ton of test footage. Yeah, so I'm excited to show you guys that, because I found some I think unconventional uses for it as well. So that'll be fun.
The one for
BenQ.
BenQ. Oh yeah, I have the same one in shipping.
Oh good.
Yeah.
BenQ. Hello. Why aren't you talking to me? They must not have liked They sponsored me one time with a projector, and now they don't want to do it again.
Yeah, I remember that.
How was the projector?
It's awesome. I use it every day.
There you go.
I have a BenQ projector too.
I want it. Hey, BenQ projector.
Outside of that, I have that coming. This will all be coming probably this weekend. That the first Berserker Kazan. Play through that game. Play through the demo. I'm going to be getting an early review code for it too. And you have to see my impressions on that. And then I have a retro review coming.
Are you a good impersonator?
Are you a good impressionator? What the Mike?
He said he's gonna make some impressions on that. So I'm like who you're imitating?
And look at this, guys. You see right here?
Wait a second.
You see my Super Nintendo? This is my analog. My
It's
Super
not what I was
Nintendo.
noticing.
Very nice.
Where is it?
So this has been on. I've been so busy with work that this has been on since Monday.
Oh jeez.
I have to keep it on because I'm playing a game right now where I have a ton of lives and I literally can't save in it.
Yeah.
Like I can save, but if I do, I won't have all my lives.
It's really a shame if you had a power outage.
Yeah, it would be. So
Or
yeah,
if you tripped on the power cable.
I know. So yeah, I need to wrap this up because I'm going to be reviewing this. But yeah, this has been on since Monday.
I was in the giant Super Mario Brothers 3 sign for the first time.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's a poster. It's a giant 24 by 36, and there's the Mario Kart below it.
Yeah, that's what I was noticing. I was like,
That's
forget the system. I'm looking at the posters.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what I thought he was pointing at first. I'm like,
Yeah.
I'm pointing at.
Yeah. That's it.
At this point, most of you guys know who I am. If you haven't, I'm Nintendo Prime. I talk Nintendo news. My last video was actually about Mario Day because Nintendo made a bunch of announcements. So if you don't know what they're planning for Mario Day, you can go check that out. My next video is probably on Switch 2. I got a couple things I'm working on for that, but obviously a lot of things are in limbo right now because I'm going to be having surgery soon. So I get the call, the appointment happens, and we see what happens. Like, I didn't plan to be gone all day today. Shit happens. So until then, I'm going to keep trucking along that nothing's going on until they yell at me. So oh, and I have a new mini fridge.
Oh yeah.
Yay. Is it the Xbox one? Because that one sucks.
No, this one actually fits drinks in it. Anyways, my fiance got it for me because she knew I'd never buy it for myself.
That's nice.
So I needed a bigger one to get all my alcohol bottles off the floor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was
Yeah, you know, I have children. Yeah, just come in. Are you a drunk? This stuff's all in reach of your children. I'm like, dude, my children are old enough that everything's in reach. What are you talking?
I mean,
my daughter's 14. There's no such thing. She's like as tall as I am. And she's younger, and so it doesn't hurt to climb things. So
yeah.
Anyways, guys, you can check me out if you feel like it. Look, lots of stuff coming your way. Once we get April 2nd and onwards, it's going to be insane at the channel. So you guys tune in for that. We might even have some. I don't want to say exclusive, but we might have some footage from the Nintendo event that they're hosting in April. All those little play events. Working with some people to get us some footage that we could use. No, it's not hands-on. I'm sorry. But I'm going to try to get those people to come on the podcast that week, obviously.
Hey, I'm going to be there.
Yeah, Mike is one such person. Not someone I asked for footage from, but that's because someone's going the weekend before him. I'm probably going to get the same footage from. But I want to get them both on a podcast towards the end of the month so we can chat it out. Maybe we can get Joycey on because I think she's going too. So get people who actually played Switch 2 together on a podcast, I think would be really cool.
Joycey and I have the same place, same schedule.
Nice. Yep. So I want to get you, her, and Paul Gale Network's the guy I'm talking about, guys. So get all three of you guys on an episode to talk about that towards the end of April. That'd be sick. So yeah, that's something that I'm trying to work on for a future episode, but it's so far out, I'm not worrying about it. And I'm going to PAX East in May. I'm praying to God the Switch 2 is there.
Yeah, right.
And if not, at least pray to God there's third-party games announced for Switch 2.
Right.
So the trip isn't completely pointless, but yeah, you know, Nintendo will have a booth. I just hope it's not Mario Kart 8 Deluxe again.
Oh God.
Please. We have a new Mario Kart coming. Can we get off the Deluxe?
Yeah. or let's walk through all these games that have already been out and you can still play them.
Oh, we have the history of Switch here. I'm like, cool. So Switch 2? Do you at least have it in a case somewhere? No?
Right. Can I see it? Shit. Can I touch it?
Yeah, right. Anyways, I suspect there'll be some sort of announcement once we get past the April stuff. That being said, guys, thank you so much for being here. You can check out the podcast over at Podcasts I Heard. We actually do have podcast clips going live over on the Podcast Clips channel. Shout out to Eric who keeps clipping it up. I literally posted one during the show today because it was going to get posted earlier today, but at the hospital all day. But I said, you know what? It don't matter if the show is going on. We can put the clip up. Crossed 1,000 subscribers over there, by the way.
Nice.
Yeah, don't get too jealous, Gaybird. It's at a K. I don't know how many Ks it's going to go, but
yeah.
Hasn't passed you yet.
Yet. It'll be past me this week.
Maybe I actually haven't checked this. That's sad, guys. Go subscribe to the channel and get your stick fix.
Stick fix.
Dude, if you could just get the power thirst and the stick fix, we're good to go.
Right.
Oh my god. All right, guys. Thank you guys so much for tuning in.
Damn it! Now I gotta go watch Power Thirst.
Oh, I love Power Thirst. Go ahead and hit that intro. That
that too.
Outro.